fact that the Q did not hit on the outside. Jankos started the fight with a Q, so he was able to stack up to 5 stacks before that dunk went down, and that is why he was able to turn it around so heavily. That's a 5-stack true damage dunk.
Yep.
And Jankos playing the start of that fight perfectly, landing the outside of the Q, snowball save for the Shroud to reveal him, chases him down, finishes him off. Really well played.
There's a minor point I want to bring up, which is if you buy the Elixir, just chug it immediately. It lasts 3 minutes. The game state does not go for 3 more minutes. And so the beginning of that trade was without
Could have
Elixir
been
on.
even better.
So he's missing 15 attack damage. He's missing 10% physical damage to champion Vamp for spells as well. So it's like, okay, in a world where he loses that fight by 50 health, which is totally possible, that difference would have been made by the Elixir. I want to point out, though, the Elixir that he bought in and of itself is probably the reason that he won the fight. So still credit where it's due for buying the item.
It was incredibly close, and he did pop it before the fight ended, of course.
Yeah.
Tien, got to be a bit annoyed with that one. He killed him early. He had the gold advantage, but got caught by the outside of that Q, not expecting it to come down. And as we said earlier on, that's often what decides whether Darius wins a 1v1 or not. Can you hit with the outside of the Q? He did to start it.
So Faker versus Levi, and I actually like Faker's opening build here. I like Arm Guard first item into trying to finish the rest of your build. I think there's enough money to do Arm Guard Gunblade or something close to that. I think you can make that happen. So this is a greedy build. It'll be a little bit weak in the early game without the hyper gold efficient Doran's items, but I think it'll make him better at sudden death.
And this is what you were talking about earlier. So for people who don't know, when you have a Seekers, every minion you kill, you're stacking up actually additional armor and AP.
Yeah, and it takes 30 CS to stack it.
Yeah, so it's going to take quite a while. So Faker, by the end, will have a fully stacked Seekers Arm Guard, we are assuming. And if he can actually get a lot of farm and potentially even a kill, he will have enough gold for the Gunblade. So it's going to be, can Levi kind of deny him off it, or does Faker go for Dorans and other things and not actually get to that full item? But this is going to be really interesting. Levi, double combat summoners here. They're both playing Barrier and Ignite. And it's going to be up to him largely, I think, to kind of press his advantage in the early game, because I think it's going to become incredibly hard to 1v1 Faker later on in the game as this marksman into assassin matchup, especially if you get to Ring of Fire and there's not a lot of area to kite.
Yeah, a lot of damage up there. The big thing I'm going to watch for is, can Buster's shot actually force Faker far enough back that he has to walk through the ring? But if Faker lands a Shuriken, E2 puts you right back in range no matter how far away you went, and that's going to be, I think, a really important sort of part to watch. The push, of course, is going to Trist. But depending on how well Faker plays the matchup, you don't always have a ton of pressure. Goes into stealth, lands a bunch of the attacks here. And you can see that, only 2 charge E, all that much damage, and Faker's pretty healthy.
And there's no snowball to reveal, so there's no actual way for Levi to fully reveal Faker. Yes, you can hit him with some sort of AoE damage from Explosive Shot or your W to actually see where he is, but you can't target him, right? And that was such a big difference maker in the last one for Jankos, having that snowball in the final all-in to actually reveal. And this is an early Ignite here, plus Explosive Shot there from Levi. I actually like it because you have to remember how low the cooldown is.
Yes.
So if you can actually force a pretty bad recall or a barrier, as he did in this case,
and
that can be worthwhile, right? Very likely Ignite will be back up before they actually go for any sort of a fight again.
Yeah, it's a roughly a minute for the cooldowns here. It's basically the cooldown. This is something that a lot of top laners do. This, especially when Shiv top was popular. You would just ult as soon as you had it. Just like force a fight, force your health bar down, and then just TP back to lane.
And Levi should get at least one plate here. So he pushed Faker back to base. He gets a plate. Faker is going to miss the cannon, which is actually...
Gets the cannon, barely.
I thought that was going to die to the previous turret shot. It lived with a couple health. So that is actually really big because the cannon was worth so much gold in this mode. But still, I think a really well-played early couple levels and nice trade there for Levi. He's going towards the Hex Shrinker. I think that's the right choice. Faker picks up Boots as well as the Amp Tome. So the fact that he has Boots as well as are available outside of that, he's going to need a lot of gold to complete the Seekers, plus Gunblade combo. So we'll see if he can farm well enough or some plates or a kill to make sure he gets there before Ring of Fire. Could be tough.
Yeah, it will be interesting if he goes for some kind of secondary build instead, if it is a bit too expensive to get all of them. Trust Faker have really good CS, but as we saw from the beginning of the matchup, you can't get all of them in this matchup. So we'll see what the gold ends up being. That's, I think, a really big part of this mode is kind of identifying what your end game build is going to be. Yeah,
and I mean, if you can't get access to plates because of the matchup, and if you can't get an early kill, then may just not actually get that much gold, right? Because Seekers is 1,100 now, I do believe. Gunblade, I think, is 3,100. So that's already, you need 4,200. Boots is another 300, you're at 45. 150 for refillable, you're at 4,600. The high end of what we've seen people get, I think, is around 4,800. And I want to say that was with plates and maybe a kill. I'm
Yeah.
Not exactly sure on how their CS was, but that's the high end of gold you can achieve.
Yes.
Of course, it's Faker. He could do it.
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed.
3,400 gold earned right now. He's level 8. Again, final death pretty much happens at level 11 or 12 if you got perfect XP.
Yeah.
So a bit of time to go, but you can see how the build is progressing. He's, 2/3 the way to the money needed. And he is, of course, going towards Gunblade. That wasn't the surprise, but just in case he had other ideas, you can see the components there.
It's interesting because you're never sure how much they've calculated it out in a mode like this. And Faker did actually miss a cannon there, so I think he's for sure going to need a kill or plates now to actually achieve that much gold, especially because he bought boots.
Yep.
The boots theoretically could be the difference between actually having the Gunblade completion or not. Normally in an SR game, a trade like that makes a lot of sense because you're kind of zoning him off, and yeah, you a CS or two, but it's not a big deal. When cannon is worth so much damn gold, those can be kind of harder to calculate.
Yep. So again, Levi burning through some cooldowns, getting some decent damage there on a Faker, putting a half HP. But you can see that Faker's feeling pretty confident now with just the stacked arm guard and the revolver. He's actually pushing Levi around quite a bit, and it's pretty hard for the Trist.
Look how defensive this Levi build is. He's actually stopwatch plus Hex Drinker. One of my concerns is just, are you going to have enough damage to actually kill him, or are you just all in on the fact that you could Buster Shot him out of the Ring of Fire? Because you still have to kill this guy.
Yeah.
And, Faker is going to have lifesteal if there's minions around and you go into stopwatch, and you can potentially spell vamp a little bit with the Gunblade. So it is a bit risky.
Oh, Faker going for big damage. Doesn't force everything out just yet. Watch out for... And there's stopwatch, and that could mean 400 gold. That's going to be a trade. It's 1 for 1. And so stopwatch basically, not the worst thing in the world there.
No, not the worst, but it's on cooldown, and he still died.
Yeah.
You're not going to get another use out of it. So I would actually say it's really bad at this point because Faker got first blood, got the stopwatch out. Yeah, sure, Levi can sell it, but it's for a pittance of what you actually put in. The resale is very, very low.
Basically spent 400 total gold and still went down 100 from the trade.
Exactly. So I think Faker is way ahead now, and I do like that he was able to aggressively trade out on a play like this. And with that first blood gold, guess what? He's got his Gunblade, so he has the perfect build here.
4,900 for Faker, Gunblade in, arm guard on top, and again, next kill outright wins. If Faker does misstep, the game is over and he dies in the short or whatever. Sudden death, obviously his next kill wins as well, but this is now, kill ends the game, 30 seconds till the sudden death happens as well.
The other wrinkle that we have to look at, Akali may not have ultimate before the game actually ends. So if this is a no ult Akali,
98 second on the ult, doesn't have it. No, so he's not, just straight up.
That is tough, unless you can wait until the ring is fully closed, because it doesn't go smaller than 500 units, but at that point you're probably forced into a fight.
You're just autoing each other on,
And Trist's ultimate cooldown is a lot lower. Buster Shot will be available, and Levi potentially can actually knock Faker out of the ring. But Tabby's Gunblade Seeker is very efficient build here for Faker. He may be able to win, but being down ultimate is actually a really big deal, and that's something that I hadn't really considered when he got first kill, is would the ultimate be back up for this final sudden death, and that's where we are. So if Levi gets the next kill, that'll be that.
Yep. One thing to point out, the ring is slower in Spectator than it is for the actual players and the actual game mechanics. The fight's going to happen right now. No ult for Faker, but he's invisible. Levi attacking, going back and forth, but he's going to hold the ult. He's going to hold the ult until the actual ring itself. The minimap icon of the ring is accurate. That red ring is really close to them right now. There's not a lot of room left for them. Ignite's going to go on. Faker gets the E off. Still no ult for him, but has his own barrier and Ignite. And he's out the edge of the ring. He can't go any farther back, so the damage is going to come across. Barrier is on. Going to Buster Shot him, and he's going to be almost putting down, but not quite. He's still in the middle there. That Buster didn't do a whole lot for him.
He's trying to delay till his ultimate. This is as small as the ring gets, I think. So you can look at the minimap. It doesn't seem to be really moving much
25 seconds,
anymore.
though. Invisible. He's going to get the auto attack here. There's nowhere to really go. Ma's popped the E's and wait out most of that cooldown. This is big damage, and Levi shuts down Faker.
Levi able to get the kill there. Faker couldn't get the ultimate back, and without that, despite the fact that he was up gold, had better itemization, the ultimate really made the difference. He just didn't have enough damage to push through the Maw, to push through the double Doran's Blade without having that. And Faker going to be knocked out early here by Levi.
And props to Levi. That's all you can really say. He played it really, really well. And I don't know if he planned to force the tower dive or not, but ult difference, certainly a big deal here.
It really was. And when I was watching this initially, I was thinking this is so good for Faker because he got the stopwatch out, he got the first blood kill, so you're thinking, okay, great. He has Gunblade, the stopwatch is gone, he's never going to get a GA or something like that, so I was thinking it was going to be really positive. But it was so close to when the Ring of Fire spawned, and the early game Akali ultimate is such a long cooldown that Faker never got the ultimate back. So this is actually, their point of view where you can see they were already in that Ring of Fire. Faker got Buster Shot back out of it, so there is a mismatch on what we're watching live versus what the players are actually seeing. You know, it is desynced. The minimap, as you pointed out, is accurate to that circle, so it was right around them. And that Buster knocking Faker out into the Ring of Fire, had no ultimate to get back in, didn't have it to finish off Levi, and one of the big favorites for this tournament now knocked out.
And that's one of the things that we talked about yesterday is you have to you got to play League of Legends well, but you've got to play the exact game mode well, which is the game just outright ends at like 8 minutes, right? The ring spawns at 7, and someone's dying before the 8-minute mark, which means if your ult cooldown is 2 minutes long, don't ult past 6 minutes ever. Just hold it. Like, even if it means you die once, give them 400 gold because it's essentially unwritten when sudden death starts. I'm not going to call Faker a bad player for not making that call, but hey, if you play this in the future, 2-minute ults can't be cast in 6 minutes.
And that's something where Faker probably never makes that mistake again.
Sure,
he's that kind of player, right? But when you're on a new mode and you're at this fun event, you know, who knows if he's even practiced a single game of 1v1 or really spent any time thinking about it. You know, you're just looking through the point of view of, I can kill this guy right now. Why wouldn't I kill this guy right now, right? And because of the way that the mode works, ended up working against him. Now we have the Shy here versus Evie. It is going to be Tahm Kench versus Fiora. People have done the Tahm Kench pick in the past, kind of as this cheese pick. Usually we saw it with Snowball and Phase Rush and these types of things to try to actually run people down.
Run him.
Tahm Kench really blows into Fiora later on, so it does feel like he basically has to win early, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. This one kind of feels like the Rumble versus Orin to me, where I feel like the Shy has just won because it is blind pick, right? And if you're the Shy and you just wait, like, he could win early, but if he just waits till level 11, I don't see how you lose an all-in unless it's really misplayed. But we'll see if Evie can really make something happen, because there is a potential to actually parry on the Devour, which stuns Tahm Kench. You know, you're doing a tremendous amount of true damage with your ultimate. Tahm Kench stacks a tremendous amount of HP, which kind of nullifies a lot of that. Maybe there's some kind of clever build that Evie can come up with that I'm not thinking about that could give him an edge here, but generally speaking, this is a really tough one for Tahm Kench.
I wonder, like, with Thick Skin and a Thornmail, can you actually just tank all of this? I don't know if that's...
So much of the damage is true damage.
Sure, I'm not saying it's easy, but just Thick Skin, like, doubles your health bar practically, so just, like, maybe enough exists. Again, I'm not sure it does, but I'm trying to think of what the other side of it is.
I just remember when Tahm Kench was kind of meta for top lane, having played this matchup a number of times, and it's like, you know, they're level 11, they proc a Vital with true damage, and then they pop their ultimate and proc 4 more Vitals. And you look at the death recap, and it's like, 3,500 true damage. Well,
okay, I died.
My 3 armor items did a lot there.
Yep, sure thing. Relevant factor, obviously, you can see the double cloth armor was the opening build here for Evie. For anyone who hasn't played Tahm Kench in a while, which to be fair is a lot of us, several changes have been made to the kit. Only auto attacks stack the passive, and if you get a stun with your Q, it consumes all the passive stacks. You cannot stun and devour. You can stun or devour. And you got to auto 3 times to get either one.
It's going to be really hard, and you know, there were some players playing things like Hellblade Tahm Kench for a little bit, trying to do some kind of more cheesy ways to kind of stack the passive really quick. And ooh, the Shy, and you do have to be careful about that. But you know, the parry is a little bit of a get out free card because you have to wait for that to be used really before you can use your Devour. If you Devour into the parry, you lose the cooldown and get stunned, and you'll just kind of auto be doomed. But I respect going for a bit of a kind of cheesy pick or an atypical pick here for Evie, because you are going up against the Shy, and this guy is absolutely insane at League of Legends. He's known for his 1v1, and you know, we're seeing something try to come out that's a little bit outside the box, which could work, but the Shy is actually just going to let this happen, very likely. The wave is pushing to him, so it's going to deny minions from Evie, and the Shy is actually going to arrive back to a stacked wave where he will get even more ahead in farm. So this is kind of wave management 101 from a top laner, and we are seeing it actually used on the 1v1 map here.
At least it's a smart play right here by Evie. Actually ults to get into range a bit sooner. This
but look at how much there is to farm.
Saves him a bit of XP. Yeah, he man, I mean, the entire wave technically is there, right? He got 2 melees. He's in range for the 3rd to at least get experience. The cannon's going to go to him as well. So he didn't miss any of this specific wave, but he's missed a lot of the
cannon.
Other.
Oh, Devour was
no, he
too
did.
late.
Oh, really? It was late. Oh, I thought he actually grabbed it.
Yeah, I think the animation started, but I think it died while he was kind of doing the jump.
That's a big deal then. Yeah, that's hundreds of gold missing. This one he plays around well if he can get the Devour, but he's not in range. The slow is enough. But you saw, right, the 3-stack, the red passive. Now he can try again. There's the ult. Here comes round number 1.
This is smart. You just sit against the wall. Don't allow the Shy to actually proc that last passive. And the Shy is going to have to kind of wait to ult when you're more out in the open, because you can just put your back to a wall and deny that ultimate heal from being procced, and you hit all 4 vitals to actually get that down or kill the person, which isn't going to really happen in this before you need it. But the Shy is going to be able to pick up a lot of this farm. He does actually have Executioners here to help deal with some of the potential thick-skin healing that could come out. But we'll see where he goes. He could go towards, like, just Ravenous or something along those lines, a BT if he wanted.
Sure, yeah. All would be pretty good options here. There's a lot of ways you could go with it.
I also think you could just go Hex Drinker. Like, so much of Tahm Kench's damage is actually magic with the Devour and the Q and whatnot. Like, I feel like you can't really lose a really long fight, but maybe I'm incorrect in that. And the item completions are pretty efficient, so you could just go full lifesteal item and be happy with that.
In my mind, the ideal fight Fiora is sort of medium duration, right? It's long enough that you get 5 and maybe 6 vitals off, but
yeah, well, that's kind of what I mean, right? As long as you don't die before that, you really shouldn't ever live.
Yeah, I don't think Tahm Kench kills you on any kind of a basic build too heavily. I just, to me, it's like I don't want to sacrifice so much AD that I'm not getting the absurd % health 3 damage, because that has the AD ratio on it. So you want to make sure those vitals are good.
And thus far, we are not seeing it actually turn into a Bramble Vest or anything like that. And maybe Evie wants to make sure that the Shy is going to kind of commit to, like, oh, he's going Bloodthirster, now I'll get a Bramble Vest or something like that. But Fiora, regardless, has a ton of healing in the kit. You do have double Dorans, you have Vamp, you have all of the healing coming out from the Vital procs here too.
Yep.
And it is going to be Conqueror, which is even more healing. Becomes very difficult for tanks to kind of deal with the amount of sustain that Fiora just has throughout the kit.
Yep. That cannon, by the way, being worth 300 gold means that Evie is down about 1,500. If you're getting, 150-ish from the cannon itself, and then 10% of missing is another 150, it's like, yep, that's how much you're down right now. You can see 3,700 gold onto him. He's,
so after the catch-up gold, down around 1K still.
Yeah, but yeah, that's kind of how the math works out for you. He shows part of the wave there as well, and we wait to continue as it's... I don't think I'm just going to die really before sudden death here.
Yeah. And I mean, if I'm the Shy, why would I fight before sudden death? I think if you're playing to win, the matchup just gets better and better for you as you get higher level. Right?
Yeah.
This is actually just a matchup that Fiora wants to go later and later and later. So if I'm the Shy, I think I'm just happy to just chill, farm, get a good buy, and look to win 1-1v1.
70 CS recall, and this is the final purchase. One thing I want to bring up is that when you play against Fiora, you want to hide against a wall. Hide against the flame wall. I think it can prevent 4 vitals every time. And keep in mind, like, a vital will spawn on the bottom or left, and then it'll spawn on the top or right. And it'll alternate. Which means half those vitals will be essentially untouchable during sudden death if you're holding your back to the ring. Play riposte, devour, spit out.
That's true.
Like, there are some elements that will help Evie here. I agree with you that I think it's a Shy favorite. I think there are outplay components.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's going to have to be pretty clever about it. Neither player ends up, with too crazy of a build. We do have the actually completed item over on the side of Evie. Merc Treads were preferred buy here from the Shy. He doesn't want to get CC'd up. He knows probably if he's going to lose, it is going to be from some sort of CC lock, stunt, and whatnot coming through.
Evie wants to get the gray health heal back in. There we go, 76 health per tick, but he's at 2/3, and the Shy's back to full, so that first trade was good. Ring is accurate this time around. That's good. And as he pushes forward, there's not a lot of places to go. He's hugging the left side of the wall. It does block one of the vitals. He's not getting that. Ult is on. Vital 1 is popped. Get ready for the gray health. He puts it in. But look at the health difference.
Turn around.
Barrier flashing. He's got nowhere to go.
The Shy's just going to wait.
Oh, there's no way through this.
He's just BMing him.
Good job, the Shy. Yeah, that damage difference is so absurdly high.
I've played tanks in Fiora enough times to just feel like, yeah, maybe you can do some stuff, but more often than not, the Fiora just like dives in, parries nothing, and you're like, I could win this, and then pops the ult, and you're like, I can't win this.
I can't win.
Never mind, I take it back.
Well, goodbye. Thank you for playing, Evie. The Shy has moved on. It's exciting.
The funny thing about that is, it takes some confidence. Remember, assuming this is the same way it worked in the practice tournament, this is a blind pick tournament. So he blind picked Fiora.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty scary when you're potentially going up against some sort of range matchup that could really abuse you early on. If you're going Fiora and, oh god, you're against a Quinn or something, that could be pretty rough. But the Shy able to play it out, able to get some BM in as well.
I like how he press tab. He still has the scoreboard habit.
Yeah. So we rated some BM yesterday. Whippo, I think, was the only one to get on the BM scoreboard.
Yeah.
He had like
above 0.
An auto attack cancel. He got like a 3 out of 10 for that.
Yeah.
What would you rate this? making your opponent wallow in misery as he waits to die.
I actually don't even think it was BM. Actually, optimal play because he was 2 stacks in the passive, which means 1 auto into Devour is like the only way you could possibly lose. So he sits to the brush, lets minion aggro whittle the guy down.
Yeah.
The passive goes back down to 1 stack. He's like, all right, I'll hit you now. So I think he actually played it correct.
Yeah, well, he definitely played it correct, but it's just I was
Even
looking at
that
his
part.
player cam and he's kind of just smiling while he's sitting in the bush.
Yeah.
It's just like, you've lost and we both know it.
Yes, they do. It was beautiful stuff. Anonasik had a great win yesterday. Mickey.
Skarner, where's
Oh.
Captain Flowers?
Oh my God. Bring him over here, Flowers. I know you're here today. If you want to hop on by and tell us why this is amazing.
Tell us about the butt twist.
You know where the caster room is. You know how to get here. Please feel free to show up. We've got a 3rd headset as well. I don't know if it's plugged in, but you can have
what
mine.
if he butt twists Ananasik into the fire?
That'd be hype.
Captain Flowers would be so happy.
That's true.
That would be the peak of his life.
Well, they're fighting right now. Conqueror, by the way, actually pretty decent on Skarner. He has a lot of AD ratios.
You know what's something I didn't initially think about? The Spire is basically going to cover the whole Ring of Fire at the end.
Yeah.
So
if you have lane control.
yeah, so as long as you can actually control the bush, which I think you can, the other guy can't just keep warding it, right? Like,
Nope.
if you're just chilling in the brush, if you don't get slammed before that, then when the Ring of Fire comes out, if you have that, Skarner's so much stronger on a Spire, and you're going to have to fight him on that Spire.
Now he's a real champion. This is going to be a really good fight for Skarner, by the way. Gets the stun, ignites on. They're just battling to the death right now. But Skarner, he moves fast. He's got mana. He's got
the
damage
barrier.
output, and he's going to get the fight as well. I never doubted him.
Oh my God, that one came down to the very wire. Mickey taking down Anonasik.
Came down. Sorry,
and
go ahead.
He gets both summoners out. And he's actually, yes, he used both of his, but one of them is Snowball.
Yep.
Which is up immediately. So if you fight again with a preferential buy, you're at a pretty big advantage.
Yep. And you can see Anonasik actually having to go towards damage items.
Mm-hmm.
QSS, in this matchup, you probably want it for the Impale. I mean, maybe. Like it's got some value. I mean, maybe. There's a maybe attached to that one.
Yeah.
But MR sucks against Skarner.
I feel like you just want a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, you probably just do that.
I think you just go towards Bloodthirster because it's not like anyone else is hitting you. Yes, he can Q you during the ultimate.
Yeah, that's the only reason why there's like a little value.
Yeah,
you get Q'd twice.
I think it's just too costly for what it's actually going to give you here.
I think you're right.
But Mickey just going to be chilling in the brush here. Snowball is available. And you know, there's a couple ways the ultimate could be used pretty intelligently. There is the potential of a butt twist into the fire, which would be pretty funny. So this is something Captain Flowers talks about a lot. If you haven't heard it, what you can basically do with the ultimate is actually, you know, at the end of the ultimate, you could drag them towards something, and then you move command the other way essentially, and Skarner turns, and you create more distance with the ultimate.
Yeah, you have to get them behind you.
Yeah.
They've updated your model position. You've now gone the other way.
Exactly.
Now they're in the fire. You already eat them. Now they're stunned. They're still in the fire. You win the fight.
Yeah. So potentially you could do that. There is also the danger for Anonasik of if you get too close to the turret and he has ult, he could pull you into the turret.
Yep.
And that sort of play. So Anonasik is going to have to be pretty careful, especially because he has no flash, right? So if you get pulled into that bad spot under the turret, you have to fight and you're probably just doomed. But that being said, Anonasik can kind of force Mickey off the Spire by shoving the wave, and that's what he's going to do, right? He's got wave control. He's going to push Mickey in. He's going to take the Spire back, and Mickey will have to kind of farm it out over here.
He's got his own under his own turret at least, so he can defend himself. You can see them kind of dotted around, you know, down the line. Snowballs in for some CS. He can at least clear the wave, and we'll see what the next wave looks like. But yeah, I think we might just see Anonasik really heavily play for the minion wave, go to knock down the casters, keep it under his opponent's turret. As long as he has enough sort of bodyguards to play around the pull into the turret kind of game plan, this can look very Draven flavored, or favorite even, because yeah, I don't
Flavored as well.
It's probably pretty Draven flavored.
I don't know what
Salty.
flavor that is. Salty. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Definitely true.
It's definitely true.
Tastes like protein powder. Sure.
All right. All right, moving on.
Yeah, that's as far as I'm going on that one.
Mickey X, he's got level 7, so he can potentially look for it, but both the summoners are back for Anonasik. Remember, it is the reduced summoner spell cooldown, so he was able to delay for that, so there is the more kind of summoner spell advantage there for Mickey. And Andonasik's going to play it pretty carefully. You know, we have seen the trend of when someone loses the first fight, they're often going to just try to wait for the sudden death and then try to go for their big fight there. That can be scary because, you know, you are up against a melee champion who is going to have the entire Ring of Fire covered by the Spire.
Yeah.
So I think that could be pretty tough for Anonasik. But he did go QSS, so
yeah.
he does elect to spend the gold there. really being worried about that. Perhaps he can play more aggressively as a result, but I still feel it's so
And
much
I don't
money
think he
to
capped
spend.
it. I don't think he was able to cap
He
the
couldn't.
Spire. He was a quarter second away, but he couldn't quite get it. Yeah, full Mercurial Scimitar is not horrible. Like,
Yeah.
you get some of the stat efficiency back
That's true.
of the Q. It's not as good as BT. Like, it's
Maybe
not
just
close.
complete it.
He'll be able to eventually, right? Like, that money's gonna be there almost no matter how bad you lane. But it'll be
yeah.
worse stats than BT.
Yeah, I just meant, you maybe complete that instead of trying to go towards a BT plus QSS,
Yeah.
which he shouldn't have gold for because he probably has too many basic items, and
Yeah, I
QSS
think
is
so.
pretty expensive. But we did see Faker get a pretty large item build because he CS really well, right? He had Tabbies, Seekers, Gunblade, and a refillable or something along those
Yep.
lines. So
And
maybe
boots.
possible. Yeah, and we'll tap.
Or yeah, sorry, I misheard you. You were right. Well, so we see that comes through. But right now, 9-6 still farming pretty well, 57 to 37. Sheen's in there, so it's Cloud's favorite build. It's
Yeah.
Triforce.
Some Chad Skarner.
Yep.
And I guess it could be Ice Bomb, but that'd be random.
Yeah, I don't think
Crystal
you do that.
is FH. He's probably going for Triforce.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Totally. I mean, you're 1v1ing. You're Conqueror, right? Like, you have to kill that guy dead, and that means you want the move speed, you want the damage, you want
Don't
the
kill
CDR.
him alive. Kill him dead.
Kill him dead.
If
I
I'm
just
Mickey,
kill him twice.
I'm feeling really good. I think the fact that
You
you
take
get
a fight.
bullied early, you are just chilling, right? Like
You can ult this.
You're happy to actually just wait.
That was almost a doable fight. Now the Spire's back on the other side. That's going to make it really hard for Mickey to fight yet again. 9-6 got a pretty good spot, and we're still a little bit to go. We're going to get the warning pretty soon. We're maybe 45 seconds or so, maybe a minute from the Ring of Death spawning. And you need to get that Spire back in time, otherwise it's very Draven favored.
Yeah, both players will probably look for a recall. We'll see how quickly Mickey can kind of push it out. He's going for it now, and this is the thing. You can actually cap it from the brush on
Yeah.
ARAM. So
Ooh.
9-6 would have to face check him to actually go for the fight. And
Stun, decent damage. Does he ult it?
ooh. He doesn't actually use it, but he did use his Ignite.
Yep.
So Mickey, the Ignite, I guess there's potential for it to come back up because I think it might come back up at some point during
Yeah.
Death Ring. It depends when the fight will happen. But if the fight is forced without that Ignite, that is actually quite big, especially because Draven has a fair bit of lifesteal. He is waiting in base, so I'm not sure if he's going to have enough
That's going to be for
money
BT then,
to
because
actually get BT or maybe a Rage Pod or something.
the BF Sword doesn't build into Mercurial Scimitar, it's
No,
a
of
pickaxe
course,
build.
yeah.
So yeah, he's waiting for BT money.
He doesn't have it. So he must have just bought a pod or something because he's just moving out now. Yeah,
Okay.
he has a Rage Pod. So that's what he was waiting
Okay,
for.
okay.
So he does buy that. He pops it. There is going to be an elixir on the other side here too for Mickey. Remember, watch the minimap. Sometimes it is out of sync with the actual screen. The minimap line is accurate to where the ring of fire is. Mickey's got to get in there and protect this.
Spire on for Skarner. This is a lot of damage. Ult comes across. Q is a little bit late, but the damage is so high from the Skarner. Even without the Ignite, he's running him down. Barriers on.
Oh, the turret!
Okay, it still goes to Mickey. 2 kills. The second one during sudden death knocks him down.
Nicely done by Mickey. Really smart pick. And I know the G2 guys have been prepping for this. Caps and Mickey have been doing a lot of 1v1s. I heard them talking. They did a bunch of hours of 1v1s.
Yeah.
So some of the preparation paying off. It's actually a really smart pick, it seems like. With the Spire controlling the space, with the fact that you cap the Spire from the brush here, Mickey just looking to contest this. And what is your answer, right? I guess you could go Blue Trinket and try to Blue Trinket him and then harass him to prevent the cap, but Mickey just straight up takes the fight here against Anasik, and he was catching all the axes throughout the fight. This was really, really close. Came down to that last auto, and Mickey barely survived with the Triumph coming through, which he had.
Interestingly, Triumph was actually a useful rune in that one. Didn't give 300 gold back.
Yeah, and this wasn't even close. Mickey just slammed him, fighting him on the Spire, and having the confidence to wait out the barrier, save his auto attack, save his E till after the barrier fell, lands those, knocks down Anasik, and Mickey will move on.
Yeah, I'm not certain on the math. My instincts tell me Mercsim was a better buy than straight BF Sword.
Probably.
And maybe had the money for it. I'm not 100% certain, right? Like, there's no guarantee it's perfect, but...
I also feel like BT would have just been much better than the QSS
and just not
in
even
the first
QSS.
place, because really what did the QSS do? He didn't even QSS that quick, so he maybe saved himself like one free Q of damage.
1 Q, yeah.
Because you're not actually getting auto during that. There is some value perhaps to the fact that he can't just kind of for free wait for his cooldowns during that or something, the W or E come back up, but like I feel like especially because Mickey didn't have Ignite for the all-in, BT could have been really big. Either way, it is Pabu versus Bwipo.
And this one's going to be hype. This is an aggressive matchup.
Yeah.
Zed on a horse versus Olaf.
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but it's been said. I Googled it. I saw nothing.
Okay. Because when I was on Rick Fox's charity stream and I played some Kled support with him.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in chat were spamming Zed on a horse. And I'd never heard that before. And maybe we're just too much of boomers to, to be in on the.
I do have the brain. No, I have the brain of a lizard. I have the body of a boomer. But I'm
It's quite the combo.
I'm usually a bit up to date on meme culture. This one I don't have.
None of the casters do. So
yeah.
I don't know if it was just one guy started it and then it just popped off, or if we're all out of the loop. But anyway, we got Kled versus Olaf here.
I've been informed.
Okay.
By our boomer producer, Arthur, the mayor. Rick Fox was calling the champion Zed. Just
so
outright. He was mispronouncing the name. And they're like, well, it's Zed on a horse then.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, I dig it. Thanks, Rick.
All right. So that is where that started. Makes a lot of sense now. So this one I think is going to be pretty tough for Pabu. I think this is actually a really, really difficult matchup for Kled. We'll see how he can actually play it out. Most Kled matchups depend on, can you actually live long enough to get the remount, right? And Olaf is someone that has a pretty high amount of burst. So if you actually have your Q and E, then there's a good chance that Bwipo can actually burst him down before the remount comes out, and then Kled really just can't win. I think also with Flash and Snowball, I can't say I really understand that pick, unless it was against a range matchup. At the end of the day, you're both just going to be meleeing each other here, right?
Yep.
And Olaf has Barrier Ignite, you have Flash and Snowball. I honestly just can't see how Kled wins this.
Yeah, Barrier's really good during the dismount because you have enough, you get like the extra 2 autos, the extra time to get the damage across to come back up.
I mean, maybe you Flash an Axe, that's kind of valuable, right? Like,
yeah,
that's kind of somewhat equivalent, I guess, to a Barrier there or whatever. The Snowball is going to help you to kind of like close the gap maybe, but I mean, Olaf wants to be melee range too, so I'm not really seeing the Snowball, unless you can use the Snowball to also dodge an Axe, because there is a timing window where you can reactivate and dodge skill shots. So there's potential for outplay, and that's like always what it is when you have Flash versus Barrier and these types of things, is you have to use it really cleverly, you have to use it really well.
You go forward, when the Axe is like that, he can't put the second Axe down, you put the chain down, you get dismounted, but now the Ignite is on, but there's no Barrier for Pabu, he's running after the remount! In time, no, it's not. First blood already comes through. That would look different with Barrier. He would probably still die to Bwipo.
He would have got remounted.
Yeah, would have gotten the remount.
And then Bwipo's out of mana. So there's a potential you win, but at the same time, you remount, your abilities are still likely going to be, like on cooldown there. That gets really tough, right? Because Olaf is really powerful at low HP. Kled does not have Ignite, so you don't have any sort of healing reduction there. And Kled is going to be getting kind of somewhat out-healed by the Conqueror Olaf at low HP. W active, a lot of health will be coming back for Olaf, and that's pretty tough, but we'll see if he... You did see Pabu play it pretty intelligently, though. He actually was saving his W active. Well, it's not an active, it's a passive, but the use of that for when he actually got to try to get the quickest possible remount, and you have to do that to have any chance of remounting. But really, it's going to be tough. I struggle to see how he'll win if he didn't win the first one. I think Olaf's ultimate is much more useful in the 1v1 than Kled's. I think the combat summoners are so much easier to use.
Yeah.
I feel like Pabu kind of checkmated himself
with
his summoner choice.
If he lands his Axe, I think you could have chased it down, but not going to land it. Still a level lead for Bwipo. Heal comes through for Pabu, but this is looking pretty grim for our poor boy Skarner.
Yeah, this is looking rough. I'm trying to think, is there some clever way you could win this?
Ult's on. He's not going to get chained backwards. This is going to be the Flash Force. Next Q should land. Not going to chase this one down, though. Doesn't want to go for round 3.
Ult for Flash, though, really good for Bwipo. So, I mean, if you actually fight on your next ultimate cooldown, there's going to be no Flash available, and it's going to be Barrier Ignite versus a Snowball.
Yeah. 68 seconds on the Olaf ult right now. Just over a minute.
Yeah. But maybe I'm overestimating Olaf's damage, and maybe Kled could remount. And if you can get a remount, I think it becomes a much more competitive fight, right? That is where you have a chance to actually take down the Olaf. You do, to be fair, I said he didn't have the healing reduction, but on the second part of your Q, the pull does apply Grievous Wounds for a small amount of time.
Really heavy one. It's 60% or something.
Yeah, so there is that, and I am discounting that a little bit, so perhaps you can't just kind of like get life drain tanked by this Olaf, but we'll see what Pabu can make happen. Gotta get that cannon. Didn't get it.
Oof.
So when you miss the cannon, you're down already 20 plus CS and a kill. You're going to be so far down in
probably
gold.
like a 400 gold cannon, so let's see.
If Bwipo can actually deny this cannon as well, but no, he's just going to reset.
Use most of the wave.
Yeah, but I mean, he's down 1,200 gold.
Womp.
Almost a kill, basically, in value for that cannon. So good thing that Pabu got that one. He really needs to get that. He can try to just in and a reset, but Black Cleaver's already done here
Yeah.
for Bwipo.
800 gold difference. This wave's going to be worth, you know, about 130. Actually, more like 200 actually, about for a basic wave.
So 37 for melees, 25 for range.
Yeah. So 75 and 111, I think is the numbers. So 186 a non-cannon wave, which is like, yeah, that's money you really want to have. And he was down 4 of those.
Yep. Well, at least he got Black Cleaver completed. So he has a full item. That is important. We know the gold efficiency of the completed items is generally much more than the pieces. So pretty important that he did get that. And now really he's just kind of down boot the cloth armor, which isn't the biggest deal as far as the itemization goes. You know, you're saying like a Doran's Blade is somewhat equivalent to that kind of Ruby Crystal plus maybe the boots or whatever.
Well, we'll see. Definitely going to be a small stat difference, which is, I think, heartening for Pabu. A lot of money on the map right now. Sudden Death is going to be announced very, very soon. Level 12, likely to happen for the Olaf. I think anytime you don't any CS, you tend to get 12. So if Bwipo can greed out most of this wave, I don't know if he needs to recall, but if he is able to sort of push that one in, that's going to feel pretty good. And he is going to go for that final recall. He has enough time for it. Oh. Just kidding.
Okay. He wanted to try to get that cannon, I think, and see if he could get some more money. Perhaps he just needed a little bit more money for a completed item that he wanted.
Probably Tabi.
He is going to pass that cannon. Pabu going back right now. He did get the cannon, and he's trying to get back to base. I think he's going to be fine.
He'll be okay.
And it's Tabi plus Bramble. That is a really strong set of items here for Bwipo.
Okay, he's a Bramble Vest and...
basically a Bramble Vest.
Yeah, Bramble Vest up because, yeah, one Doran's Blade is basically Ruby Crystal on the other side.
Doran's a little bit better, obviously, than a Ruby Crystal, but the itemization here, much better for Bwipo. He does have the double combat sums. It's got to be some sort of a sick outplay from Pabu.
Yep.
And the other thing with the Kled Ultimate is it does way more when you're doing it from further away.
Right,
so
he's the backup.
Exactly. So if you wait until the ring is closed, you're going to get a lot less value out of that, which is already going to be
here, you like run back to the ring, ult forward, gets a very small shield, misses the Q, ults on, and that's a lot of damage coming across. He dances back and forth. Health bar's getting a little bit low, but now that's ulti down, and a trade of ult for ult. Oh,
that actually went a lot better for Pabu than I thought it was going to, given that he missed the Q, and it was a trade of ults, which I think is positive for him. Bwipo still does have both the combat sums, but
now that's not going to be second half of Q, so the heal's going to be back now for him, dodging back and forth, flashing away. Conqueror's on.
Down.
Pretty good damage. Now, what about the chain? What about the remount? Is it going to be enough damage? Big damage from Bwipo. A single auto puts him out. Well done. At least he pushed the second player into top 8.
Yeah, Bwipo actually played that really intelligently. So notice how he backed off when Kled was just about to dismount. So I believe he was actually waiting for his spell cooldowns to be up to dismount him with an auto attack and then have the Q and E readily available to kill off Kled to prevent the remount. So that is the kind of play you want to see. Bwipo playing this out really well. I think did have the advantage in both of his matchups with the pick, but he has had some intelligent picks and he has played it out very well both on the Ornn and here too. So this was that first kill once again. Remember, Pabu wasn't auto-attacking because he wanted to save all the 4 quick auto-attacks here for the fast remount.
Yep.
He shot
backwards
and
he remounts in time.
Yeah, that is just the delay on the remount. Almost had it. Now this was after a trade actually of those ultimates had come down. Bwipo, yeah, so he's backing off. He's trying to wait for the axe to come back up, and then does actually just straight up burst him down before the Kled remount can come through. And without that Kled remount, Pabu didn't have much of a chance. So a disappointing exit for him in the 1v1 after having all the way to the finals last year, but very well played by Bwipo.
Yep.
Has been doing great so far. The Ornn into the Rumble crushed it, and Olaf into Kled crushed it again.
Yeah, and again, it's 3 bans each, blind pick.
Yep.
And then once you both lock in, you see the champs, you then pick summoners and runes, so you can, like, you're not running MR against Caitlyn, you know, you get that space, but the champion itself is blind pick, and again, you can call it coin flips, you can call it a read, whatever you want. Did find 2 good matchups, and I'll call that a skill.
Yeah, and I do think also, you know, had he actually had double combat sums, I don't know if he wins the sudden death fight, but I will say I think with Ignite Bear, he wins that first 1v1. And then maybe the game looks different, right? Because he would have gotten the remount, and with the Ignite and Bwipo being out of mana, maybe then you just win that, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it looks different enough that you have the itemization advantage and then you win that potential 1v1. But Flash and Snowball, I don't think worked out at all. But we're into the next one. It is Doumbé versus Fofo. 2 very strong mid laners. Ryze versus Aurelia here. And it is Conqueror Ryze. We saw Phase Rush Ryze earlier against Faker. That was G4. I want to brought that out. So now we're seeing kind of more the damage potential here coming out from Doumbé. And And I think it's going to be another Frozen Heart Rise. This is something that, you know, I talked about before because I'd actually played against this when we did the playtest, and it is a lot of damage coming out just from the flat mana that you have actually on Frozen Heart for Rise.
Yep.
And Rise, well, it's not the strongest champion in the really early game. You get levels, you get those rank ups in your spells, and you know, by the time the 1v1 happens, you are really strong.
Yeah, and Fofo gets a decent early trade. Again, we're really looking at scaling being the reason the Rise is good.
Yeah.
Fofo with a decent start, but getting poked around, and Doinby looks like he's going to be fine yet again.
And I think we're gonna have to see Fofo be able to kind of get something done earlier. Yes, not being able to get kited out by the Rise matters in the Ring of Fire, and generally we're looking at, oh yeah, the range champions do get a lot of the advantage there. But if this is kind of like a full tank Rise build, Rise is a really good brawler. Rise is actually pretty good at just fighting it out point blank against a lot of these style of champs, especially something like an Aurelia. You know, this is not like a Renekton or an Olaf that's gonna absolutely smack you down. Aurelia has to finesse it a little bit more, and that can be pretty difficult to do against the point-and-click stun and against kind of all the tankiness and damage that Rise is going to have.
All right, first cannon does go over pretty to the Aurelia. Knocks down the minions. 16 of 19 in the first wave of CS. We're going to see how well Doinby can do. Heal comes over. Going to be in the ring. And doesn't yet land the auto.
Also worth mentioning, Rise, very much a signature pick here for Doinby, right?
Yeah.
This is one of his picks that he kind of got famous with. He was one of the guys who popularized the Righteous Glory, as well as kind of the Rylai's style. He had done that quite a bit in the LPL and Pro Play. Known for some of his kind of Dark Nectology, his atypical builds and atypical picks with the Nautilus AP mid, the Malphite and Kled and various things like that. So I've been pretty excited to watch him in the 1v1 and see kind of what clever strategies he can come up with.
Definitely a strong performer. We'll see what this one looks like now. He's going to shove the wave. He was taking a while at the beginning, but now he's actually putting all the cooldowns in, shoves the wave out. He's okay, that's enough time for me. I want to push the next wave. Now I'm going to reset. So kind of planning his recall timings. Gets matched pretty easily by the Aurelia. Spams her cooldowns, and they'll only be like 3 seconds apart.
Yeah, the wave is in parity in the middle, too, so neither side is going to really kind of get much of a disadvantage there. And
equal CS. So it's thank you for the zoom in. Oh, the mid, oh, went down. Melee minions dropping left and right. Caspian drops on the right side as well. Looks like blue team is winning the minion fight right now, but the melee minion in the 1v3 getting focus fired, and that one's gonna drop, and it doesn't knock down the back half minion. The caster staying alive. Oh, and Doinby misses the CS! It's a tragedy!
He's going for the full take Rise. So I'm just going to breeze on past that. So it's going to be Frozen Heart plus Tabbies here. This is that full tank style build. He could even go to Bramble if he wants. There's not that much healing that's going to be coming out of Aurelia. Yes, there is some in the kit, but this is not even a Conquer Aurelia. It is PTA. So PTA, I think, generally less effective in kind of the really long extended fights. It's more about that initial burst style of play. And yeah, Doinby does go towards the Bramble. So will it be a completed Frozen Heart? I think that's going to be the build path. I think it's just going to be purely full tank and look to kind of scrap it out once it comes down to it.
I actually wonder if Frozen Heart Glacial is actually the optimal build. Again, he has mana ratios and it's 10 more CDR. Yeah. I'm not sure that's true, but it's a build that you would otherwise never see, but the builds cap out at 5K, so you know you don't need it to be another item.
Yeah, it's true, right? Bramble, I don't think Bramble is getting a tremendous amount of value here.
It does have on-hit damage, which scales on armors, like there is some direct value, like even just beyond the healing reduction.
Ooh, maybe he's not even going for that. Maybe he's going to go towards something else now. Huh. It could be going towards like a Lost Chapter or something, but he has double mana crystal, so maybe he's going Iceborne. I mean, there is still an extra mana crystal. There's nothing that needs a double mana crystal.
Yeah.
But like, maybe he's going to go Iceborne or something, build one of those into a Sheen.
I'm curious to see what it is. I'm excited either way.
Because he would have got double cloth armor, obviously, if he wanted to
right.
That Frozen Heart.
And if you're, okay, another trade coming in right now, though. Good route, walks back, stays alive, gets the move speed. Now right back in is the Aurelia, and Doinby pretty low, and Fofo never goes for the ult engage, right? Doesn't press R into Q, and there's no flash, there's no way to dodge that. That would have hit, but he didn't go for the play.
Felt like a pretty big game of chicken. Both sides trying to hold onto their cooldowns. You know, it felt like trying to get out a barrier, trying to get out some sort of reaction, and I think Doinby just wasn't willing to actually blow a cooldown until Fofo used one of his, right? Had the ultimate come down, I think we would have seen a barrier reaction. But both sides holding on to those cooldowns, and as a result, we are going to just be sitting at parity here.
talk briefly about the Irelia builds. Hexdrinker, of course, in. Executioner's Calling because of Conqueror. There's really not a lot of lifesteal otherwise in this build.
And secondary could potentially be Ravenous or something along those lines. It's not massive.
Zero stack Ravenous is pretty crap.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what his secondary is. Maybe we've already seen bone plating,
and just missed it. Yeah.
Which I haven't really been thinking about.
I would expect
either way,
that.
I think it's not a bad buy. Having the Merc Treads for the tenacity there makes quite a bit of sense, as you don't want to be getting locked down by the Rise. But with this type of a build, you're not actually going to complete a full item. So
I would actually expect Source Second Transcendence and
so it is Lost Chapter.
Okay.
So he's gonna have Lost Chapter. He's not gonna complete an item then. It's just gonna be kind of these pieces of items that are pretty strong.
Unless he can get Sheen done.
I also think he had to sell his refillable because he was sitting on refillable before.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you can get Sheen done, but like you're not gonna complete the full Iceborne.
Yeah,
so you're not gonna have a fully completed item. He has components only.
Yeah. Okay, so that's gonna be the build. We're gonna see similar stuff. Jorm's Fist, again, I want to point out, these stacked items are coming in late. Jorm's Fist is not gonna have the full 150 bonus HP on it because it was bought late in the build. That is still an improvement point these players can make, is why the stacking items early.
Yeah.
Shout out Faker.
Faker with the big brain, no surprise.
Yep, lost anyway.
That's true.
Big brain answered by the small brain of wasting the ult.
Sometimes
unlucky.
Our brain works against this.
Unlucky. It happens once in a while.
You think you're brilliant, but you're actually not.
So he adds Ruby Crystal. Doinby's ready to go on this one. Has some extra HP on the top of it. Final builds are in.
And neither side building Elixir. That's another thing that we've seen some people adapting to, and I think the Elixirs are really smart. You know, if you can actually afford that, it's a lot of power there, and that ring is closing in, as you said. We'll see when Fofo decides to go for it. I think the longer Fofo waits, the more opportunity there is for this Rise to poke him down, and he could be looking for it now. It's
forward, has the ult on top as well. Big damage, trying to roam warp away to get some space, but he's going to chase right back into it, and there's nowhere to go. What a kill, Fofo. Waits out the matchup, gets the all in.
Fofo just crushed him. That was really well timed. As soon as he hit level 12, in that level 11, he had his Q stacked up. Goes in, and he does complete a really, really nice all-in here.
Yeah.
Onto Doobie.
Just great play overall, and we thought music that was smart, try to get out of the way, but it's an easy chase down, walked him right through. Beautiful by Fofo. A lot of time talking about Rise builds because they were interesting, and we weren't sure what was coming out of it. Fofo, though, equal CS the entire time, waited till the end game 1v1, and clapped him.
Yep, he has the E landed. This is level 12. This combo is very, very well done. Gets the double Q reset with the E stun and then the ult. Notice how when the ult is channeled, he actually saved the activation of his Q till after Doomby went through. Because he wanted to use the Q as a gap closer there and not just spam it out and then not be able to get back on top of the Rise. This is honestly perfect. He got 3 Q resets. First one with the stun, second one with the ult here, third one with the kill after the barrier. That again, he saves to burst him down. That was perfect from Fofo.
Yeah,
really, really keen play. Clean, excuse me.
I mean, yeah, it was very clean. It was really, really nice. Landed all the skill shots. One thing I want to point out was that he Q'd a back lane Castamina to get into melee range. Never had to burn his Q to gap close without the reset being available, so really liked it a lot.
Perfect stuff. And now we are going to be moving on to Caps versus Closer, who down Sneaky yesterday. And who did Caps play? I'm trying to think. Caps played against, I want to say, Chippies.
Probably.
It was the Heimerdinger versus Poppy.
Oh, yeah, that was not a close
I think
matchup.
it was Chippies.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
That was the only turret play victory we saw, the turret kill victory. Saw that Heimerdinger come down, and he was able to actually just knock down the turret. This is going to be Darius versus Renekton. A lot of Darius has been coming through. We've seen a handful of games of Renekton. Double rejuve beat. That is something that I have seen from some of the kind of really big Darius players, even on Summoner's Rift. BMD, who is actually at Scouting Grounds recently. That's a build I've seen him do a lot. Triple rejuve beat start, even on SR. And Caps going to be coming out in this matchup. And again, so much of it is in the all-in about can you hit the outside of the queue. I know I've talked about that a lot with Darius, but really it is the most important thing, being able to actually make sure you hit the outside edge so you get the stack, you get the additional damage.
Q missed though, which means it's time for Renekton to go in, gets the Conqueror stacked up all the way, big damage here, takes the big Q. Now there's a good passive lead here. This should be enough actually for Renekton, but that Q is big! Oh my, Caps with way too much damage.
Yeah, Caps played that well. Closer had a good initial trade. As soon as the Q got used, he goes in for it. But you're allowing Darius to get a 5-stack. And then when Caps gets that 5-stack, has the barrier still available, he hits the edge of the Q, heals back up. It's an incredible amount of damage. And Darius gets so much AD and also the true damage dot when you are at that 5 stack. So it's really hard to beat Darius in a fight where he gets to 5 stacks. Closer just needed to take the initial trade and save likely the dice to get out. You can slice in on top of him, use your stun, auto Q, and then dice back out. Yeah. But if you stay on top of him for kind of a 100-0 fight, despite the fact the first Q missed, you're probably not going to win.
Yeah, and so Caps gets a very early lead, full Kindle Gem bot now as well. Sure, the CS could be answered, but obviously better items in the inventory, so Caps can take any fight. Knows that if he burns Apprehend early, you just kind of slice the dice back away. It doesn't get all that much done, but they trade their auto resets, and it's Closer having to run away.
That's gonna be tough for Closer, right? You know, you don't actually have your summoners up right now, and in that extended fight, Darius likely will win. So being down on summoners means Caps can bully pretty heavily here. You just kind of have to keep looking for these trades where you go in, get as much damage as you can, and kind of dash out, hopefully before Caps can actually retire when he comes out of your stun.
The one thing that's nice is you do have the PvE sustain on Renekton. Empowered Q is quite a lot of health against minions. Obviously a lot more against champions, but that's just kind of what it is.
Uh-oh, 6.
Yep. And that means you have to respect that up until this comes through. Now, in general, the amount of damage dealt by Darius ult is higher than the amount of health gained by Renekton ult. So you have to basically say, okay, well, in terms of health versus health, that's better. Then the burn and the Fury generation, you hope can make up the difference, and it's not always going to do that.
So I think Shojin is available on this map, and I had heard some players talking about building it on this map. So if Shojin is in there, it would be interesting to see if Closer wants to go towards that, because that can really help you a lot in the all-ins, getting potential resets.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's going to elect to go towards it, and he hasn't been getting too much CS. He's kind of just getting zoned off the wave now, and Caps is looking like he's sitting in a pretty dominating position because, you know, if Renekton is quite a bit behind, you're not going to have a lot of a chance to actually burst down the Darius, and I think Caps can afford to go a fairly defensive build to just survive till you get that 5 stack and make sure you're getting that true damage done.
Piece of damage in, and again, it's Q into jump away and not get hit by the Darius axe. It's very one-sided here, 30-15 in the CS mark right now. And there isn't a way in for Closer yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing Caps, you go for the Apprehend, you get an auto, you use the W reset, he's slowed, and then you use that slow to try to make sure you're hitting the outside of your Q, right? And that is the kind of combo you're trying to look for. You're trying to get the quick stacks by just using that auto reset and making sure you're hitting the outside of the Q to kind of quickly get up towards where you can dunk him. But this is pretty one-sided. You got the first kill, and now, you know, sitting at 40 CS to the 16. Closer should be able to pick up a lot of this farm under turret, but you always do have to be a little bit worried about a potential Apprehend, and Caps get a turret plater here.
Yep, one plate could go for a second. There we go, 240 gold earned. And not to mention the 30 CS difference. Oh, that's a big one. Look at that damage, ult and barrier come down. Caps can't quite follow through. I don't think the chase stun's going to be there for the Renekton, so Caps gets to force the recall. Most of that CS is not answered. It's going to be close to 50 CS to 23.
Yeah, Caps goes for the early dunk there, thinking he might have had enough damage, but the ultimate from Closer plus the barrier does help him survive through the ignite as well as that bleed. And the pre-fully stacked dunk really doesn't do that much damage. No. It's so much less. So, you know, he was able to survive, but that's a close one, and it is now full Black Cleaver to just pieces here from Closer. He is so far behind.
Yeah, it's
Caps,
really rough.
Caps feeling like he's just in full control off of kind of that misplay at the start from Closer.
It's a 2,000 gold lead. Like, you start with 1,350,
yeah.
So he's earned 3K to earning 1,500. He's actually doubled the income of the guy.
Yeah, that's tough. Maybe you can catch up a little bit picking up some of these cannons, but...
Sure. Again, big damage coming across, and it's just very easy. Gets the hit. Pull back in. This could be enough damage. Oh, he doesn't have dunk, but the bleed. That's going to be enough with the Q. There's the kill. Caps taking names.
Yeah, Caps just destroyed that 1v1 that is 2 back-to-back dominant performances from him, playing this out very, very well, punishing so heavily on a mistake from Closer. You could tell, you know, he's not as comfortable in these types of matchups, of course. You know, he is a jungler. He's going up against Caps.
Two-member, which means he plays everything.
Exactly. You have to play it all to be able to be on. And this was the initial fight, and the start of the trade was great from Closer, but as we saw in the last all-in, again, he kind of stays a little bit too long, right?
Yeah.
And you're kind of getting, you're feeling like, oh, I'm winning this, but the fact is, if Darius is going to get to 5 stacks, fight turns so heavily, and when Cab's able to hit 5 stacks and then the outside of the queue there is so big. And again, Closer is looking for these sorts of trades, and when he doesn't use the dice and slice to actually get out, you've got to actually use one of them to go in. You're hitting Darius, stun, get your auto trade out, and then use the second activation to get out before the apprehend can grab you. And that is the sort of play you're looking for, where you're trying to get these quick trades, rot down Darius a little bit, and then potentially go for an all-in. But he's overstaying a bit, greeding out for a bit more damage, and Darius hits 5 stacks, and is going to punch that every time.
Well done by him. So now we get a battle of the AD carries. So the bot laners is Uzi versus Bang. And I mean, 2 years ago, these were like the 2 players on the top of their roles in the world, undisputed, right? It was Uzi and Bang. And they're still incredible players, but it's overtaken, right? You've had 2 LPL champions that weren't Uzi at the helm. And it's like, you're still an amazing player. But like as the league moves on and as players get better,
win MSI.
Yeah, I mean, again, incredible players. Bang's got 2 world championships still. Like you can't discount that stuff.
We actually
it's interesting to note.
Yeah, it is. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, kind of in the caster room. And Bang is probably, if you're just looking at straight up achievements, still probably the most successful AD carry of all time.
Yes.
Right? The LCK championships, I believe he won MSI, he won 2 world championships. And then Uzi on the other side is the guy that most people would look at as the highest level performance of all time.
Maybe the best AD carry of all time.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't have as many achievements, but when you look at his individual performances over the years, he's been so incredibly dominant, so famous for his laning phase. People always giving credit to how difficult it is to actually play against this guy in lane. And we are getting to see Varus, which was a real popular pick in the previous format, because Varus could have pressure, could CS well, could pressure the turret.
Yep.
And, I'll be interested to see how Uzi can actually play this out. I don't know how comfortable Bang is on the Yasuo, but Yasuo bot is not something that is that rare these days, so I would assume Bang has a fair bit of comfort on the pick. And, if it goes later on, I think it's going to be pretty damn hard for Uzi, in a full-on all-in, in a small space where you also have to deal with win wall. But that being said, Uzi is so great at punishing, so maybe he can create enough of an advantage or just close out the game before it even gets there.
The one nice thing for Varus is the Q is so fast that you can usually get it out before your opponent, no matter how good you are, can win wall on reflex.
Yeah.
So there's, the E can be done, R can be done. Like that's not that hard to do when you're a player of Bang's level. But the actual Q, you can actually land that fairly reliably in short range fights.
Yeah, that is very true. But even just when players are kind of almost like self-win-walling and playing back and forth through it, that can be really, really difficult, as we've all seen those players do in jungle corridors. And the Ring of Fire is kind of creating a pseudo-little corridor because you're kind of stuck in this small space where win will be very, very effective. Bang, though, getting poked down, bullied out, as we are expecting in this range versus melee matchup. And honestly, as we're expecting from Uzi, this guy is just so good at pressing advantages and so good at punishing any little mistake from his opponents in laning phase.
Sadly missed the cannon, but not the end of the world. He's still got way better CS. A lot of that wave's going to get lost. Well, maybe the cannon gets lost. A good XP, but probably not gold here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, they both missed cannon.
I wouldn't have blamed him if he flashed for it.
I actually think it would have been correct to.
As funny as it is, it's like a kill of gold when you're down.
Yeah.
Like,
I would flash for 200 gold every time.
Unless you think that Uzi can actually kill you during that kind of disadvantage.
I bet you Uzi wasn't watching at that point in time. He was like
I'm
shopping
not gonna bet
for
on that. This is a really good player.
I'm just thinking it was as he recalled. There's a chance he's grabbing the cutlass.
Uzi sees it all.
He just has the senses,
Exactly. He's got the 5 head. He can see everything.
All right.
He's got the map downloaded.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
He just plays so zoomed out that it's just the entire Rifted every time.
Just has that tiny speck on the map.
Yeah.
Kiting back
that's
and
what
forth.
players are to him, are just tiny specks. Like, they're not even humans. It's Uzi and
just
little specks.
Pieces of sand underneath his feet.
And they're coarse. They get everywhere. He hates them.
All right. Well, we'll see if Uzi can continue to bully this. Working towards the Blade of the Rune King. It is going to be Zerkers as a start for Bang. I do think, going for something like Zerkers plus PD is going to be a pretty damn nice little set of items. And that shouldn't be hard to get here for Bang as long as he can pick up a decent amount of farm, get most of the cannons. He should be able to work towards that sort of a completed set, which I think is going to be pretty damn effective for a potential all-in 1v1.
Definitely agree. I think PD is a really, really good in this overall map.
The shield is just great, right?
Yeah.
And we all know how much Yasuo loves the stats on that item anyway, so.
Yep. I think it's good, by the way, that Varus is not going Rage Blade. This is not the game state where you really get the time to stack it up. I'm glad we haven't seen any of that. We've seen a few marksmen, but none of them are going for that item, which is good. Little knock-up land right there. The CS getting a bit closer. Within 10 is not too bad, and the waves fairly close to equal.
I mean, this is something we have also kind of talked about and heard some pros talk about, is the fact that the worst parts of the range versus melee matchups and these marksman matchups is actually the first couple levels, right? And people start at level 3 now, so you're skipping the whole 1 to 3 basically entirely, and there's more expected in. So we're a couple minutes in, and it's a level 9 Yasuo, which all of a sudden is very scary. So you don't just get the ability now as Uzi, kind of just step up in his face and auto-attack, right?
Yep.
Like, he can actually just go in on you and mess you up if you're not careful.
And
so.
Fang has landed like 5 knockups in a row. Like, he's actually landed 5 straight tornadoes. Everyone's aimed at Uzi is hitting. Now, when the all-ins actually happen during the Ring of Fire, he'll probably flash that, but we're going to see, you know, the tornado flash game, right? EQ flash, and Uzi may or may not flash that.
Yeah, especially if you're able to kind of do it a little bit tricky. You know, you maybe dash out from the bush with the EQ and then flash it on top of him.
Yeah.
Those sorts of plays are possible. But Bang looking like he's in a pretty damn good spot now. Blade of the Ring King was completed, so this is a strong point here for Uzi because he didn't go for boots. He's going to have a lot of combat stats right now. We'll see how much gold Bang has in his pocket, if he can get towards that full PD or if it's just going to be pieces. Only 300 gold down now, so honestly not too bad. And when we get a look at that buy, we'll get a better idea of how close.
Yep.
So full PD,
PD Doran.
This is great. Bang is honestly in a really strong spot, I think, at this point.
Yeah, and you should have time, I believe, to clear 1 or 2 more waves, buy another Cloak of Agility for 50 more crit chance, and then say, okay, I'm 100% crit Yasuo, let's do the last fight.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You can get to that 100% crit mark so much more easily now with Yasuo's passive doubling the crit. The new crit cloak item gives you 25%, so
yeah, they just got more
he makes
efficient.
100.
It was a straight buff, so it's very, very, very good. Another knock of lands. He's just not going for the all-in, right? He's only playing for the sudden death 1v1. He's down some CS, and if Uzi wasn't going to recall, you could greed this wave out, but because Bang's supposed to recall, Uzi can greed the wave out. Get a slightly heftier recall. Okay, couldn't afford the cloak, so gets the red elixir.
Yeah, if you can't afford the cloak, the red elixir is definitely going to be
Uzi
more effective. Uzi's going to get a turret play. Is he going to go for 2 and then base?
I don't know if he has time to.
Bang could potentially stop your recall.
Yeah, I think Uzi is not getting.
How much gold does Uzi have?
900,
probably a lot.
Maybe over 1,000.
I feel like you're gonna be your items are so much more efficient on the side of Bang now.
Yeah,
he did take a bad trade there.
He did for plates when he couldn't recall. It's definitely a misplay.
Yeah, because he killed a full wave with a cannon, plus got 2 plates.
What if he wins on turret? Because he's stuck on a turret here and he autos it 18 times. I don't think it's gonna happen, but like, what if?
Bang will look for the all-in, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
There's no way you just let him auto your turret to death. You will 1v1 and lose before that'll happen.
Yeah.
But wind wall down, tornado down. So this is an opening potentially here. 20 seconds on the wind wall cooldown. So Uzi, if you're gonna go for it, you gotta go now.
There's the ult. He can't from it. Look at the damage up, but how do you win this? Uzi waits out the wind, lands the point blank ult, doesn't get dodged, and Uzi takes down the Yasuo.
Yeah, Bang on a flash that. The wind wall was down, the tornado was missed. Bang didn't have an opportunity, and despite the fact that Uzi had a lot of gold in his pocket, he finds the way to win it. And Uzi looking good, moving on. I was thinking that could have been pretty Bang favored when we came to the potential 1v1.
Yep.
He could have found the ult, he had the elixir, he had everything available, good to go. But as soon as that wind wall got used, Uzi knows there's an opening here. So he just walks past the mini wave. Bang tries to step up, but I mean, that is a point-blank ultimate, sidesteps the Q, and you just get roasted 100 to 0 pretty much during that ultimate. That was perfectly played by Uzi, and Bang, one small mistake really cost him the entire game here. It's just as soon as that wind wall is down, you can see he's stacking the passive.
Color for the slow means he can't, walk to dodge anymore. It had to be predictive flash. At that range, it's got to be a pretty much predictive flash. It's hard to tell the ult animation from the auto tech animation.
And I mean, he even maximized his damage efficiency. He actually procced his pressy attack before ulting and using Blade Rune King, Ignite, all these things, right? So he really maximized damage there. To make that look pretty easy, and believe me, I don't think that's an easy 1v1 to win, especially from the stage that they were at and the items that they were sitting with. But Uzi made it look easy, and that is something that he has been doing for many, many years in League of Legends. The
made
guy
it look easy.
Is just too good.
And it's nowhere close to that easy. Even the beginning of that fight, the very, very beginning, sidesteps the wind wall. Right? Or sidesteps the tornado cast through the wind wall. Right? Bang was trying to hide the animation by sort of queuing through the wind wall, and like, oh, don't worry, it's just offensive. Ha! And just off to the side, perpendicular, no knockup. Because if he hits that, I think that's you all in.
Yeah.
Right? PD's done. There's no more buys. You have the red elixir. That would have been Yasuo ult into melee range fight, and that's a whole lot harder to deal with. He's dodging through you. You can't guarantee the ult lands. That fight's very different. That sidestep made it look easy.
Really did, and all the little things there, even having the presence of mind to make sure to step back, during the ultimate, even when he's rooted, to make sure you can't actually get queued, you're not too close to melee range. Uzi did it all perfectly, and that's the performance we expect.
Good job, Uzi. Let's head back to the State Farm Analyst Lounge, where Golden Glue joins Dash and Kobe for a breakdown of the 1v1s.
Thank you very much, gents. That's right. Golden Glue is joining us to break down some more incredible 1v1s. I am absolutely loving these rule changes and how much action it is forcing.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I mean, I'm used to like watching Zillions with no items, like farm to 100 CS, and now we're just watching like these bloody battles with this giant like ring of fire circling them. So it's been really fun watching this All-Stars event.
And we've had a whole host of different champions coming out, and you can kind of see maybe there's a bit of a trend or a meta developing. I'm loving the that are now starting to come in as people see the sudden death timer ticking down. But in general, just a lot of ingenuity here and continues to develop over the days.
I really like some of the diversity that we're seeing, right? Snowball is a useful summoner spell here, especially because
here it was a hugely useful
This is actually
spell.
probably the best case that we've seen because you can use it. He reveals the Akali in the Shroud, use it for the gap closer as well. It's really given a lot more power to the Bruiser champions this time around.
Yeah, we're actually not seeing as much Snowball as I would think. Oh, and this was such an insane upset by Fofo. He played it really well, and the whole game was really close, and it just came down to Tristan in the 1v1. This one didn't. This game really seems super fair.
The Tahm Kench was an interesting pick, to say the least.
The funniest part in the Shy's matches have been his facial expressions. He's like taking his hands off the keyboard. Oh man.
Half the times he's like scratching. Oh, this was super interesting.
We've been hearing kind of rumblings behind the scenes of the Skarner, and it might be a sleeper OP. It comes out, gets the early kill at level 3, and then the second one to finish it off here at the end.
Yeah, that early kill was really exciting, and at this point, it just seems like it kind of ran him over.
Yeah, if you can stack Conqueror quickly, then use that Bruiser champion. Garner and Olaf both get to do that.
All right, Olaf Ekled. Unfortunately, Pabu does get knocked out of the tournament. Did check Twitter, though. He says he forgot to change his summoner spells, which is why
I was about to say.
Flash.
Okay, I was about to say, like, I really didn't like the Snowball flash choice. I thought he was trolling from that, but that was obviously just a mistake from him.
Whippo does move on to represent EU. Move right along to Doingby versus Fofo. This was a big one here.
Woo!
Oh, it was close for the world champion.
What a clean Irelia.
But the Irelia comes through.
This was a little sad. The first fight was really close, but then Darius with 5 stacks with his bleed on, it's just really hard to duel when he's doing so much true damage, and you can't really get away from him once he's this far ahead and has Black Cleaver. Not much you can do.
Versus Bramble Best is rough.
Yeah, I think Caps did a really good job keeping distance too, using Darius's slow and pull.
Defending 1v1 world champion that's moving on to the semifinals. Uzi, though, taking on Bang. The Varus versus Yasuo matchup. We heard Azael say it. He felt like maybe when you get down to the 1v1 in sudden death, it could be Yasuo favored, but Uzi finds the moment.
Look at that. Bang doesn't even touch Uzi. Literally doesn't even get to touch him. That's cool to watch.
It was, that was painful because he just hits him with the slow from Bork and then lands the ultimate there. No flash from Bang coming out.
This brings up an important question because I know that you were talking to us before we went on air that you were warming up some of the guys in the 1v1s, but in getting asked for maybe some opinions on which champion should be played, it's not necessarily a question of what's the best champion in the 1v1. Sometimes it's what are you the best at?
Yeah, exactly. When you're going versus all these, I mean, these are all like world-class players, right? You're not just gonna first time a new champion and be able to do well. You need to be able to express your skill, be practiced on a champion, know like what the outplay potential is.
That's why the junglers are always the underdogs here.
They are.
Now Olaf is rising to the top, so like we got some jungle champions to give these guys a chance here. See Jankos, Levi moving on through.
You just got to look at the. I wonder if we can pull that up once again to take another look at how this tournament is developing. Because there are some really interesting matchups that are forming just ahead of us. The one that jumps out in particular to me is Caps and Uzi on the bottom half of the bracket. Again, Uzi's the only 2-time 1v1 winner in All-Star history. He did it 2 years in a row. Caps is on the verge of doing it again. So they run into each other here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be an interesting one to say the least.
Yeah, that's gonna be really cool to watch because Uzi is like obviously one of the most insane 80 carry players mechanically, the most mechanical abilities, and Caps really just plays so much different things.
Right.
What is Caps going to pull out? Like, you know what Uzi's going to pull out. He's going to pull out some 80 carry. What is Caps' strategy going to be to counteract that?
He had the Heimer just yesterday.
Yeah.
Today he has the Darius. Where do he go next? Of course, within that, you saw Levi still in there, Fofo still there, Bwipo, Mickey X. Like, there's a lot of really interesting players that, maybe weren't seen in years past that are still in the run for it.
Yeah, I mean, we have the clash of Uzi and Caps on the bottom side. On the top side, the Shy is up there, and he's just been cruising through. Like, whichever one wins the Uzi Caps clash
might be facing the side. Or they're in the end of it all. Okay, so now I come back to you, Golden Glue. So had a little bit of experience with the, the setup in terms of going through and select itself. I know that there's been some adjustments made. How do you feel, or how would you maybe attack these next couple rounds in terms of champion that you pick and strategy going into it?
So you basically should look at what the your opponent most recently banned. So that's really important to see, like, that's what that player is afraid of, and that's not what he doesn't want to play against. And then you have to very, very much think about what you want to ban and what you think he's going to pick with your bans. And it's a lot about mind games, like, because you're blind picking both your champions, right? Sometimes you can straight up lose from the champion pick. So I'm imagining they're probably going to try to pick something that's safe, something they're comfortable on, and it'll be good versus multiple matchups. But for each player, it's different, right? So Uzi's safeness is an 80 carry, right? Where Bwipo, he wants to pick Olaf, he wants to pick some kind of bruiser.
Now, there's one pick that we've already seen, but I think both of us are aligned that we'd like to see it again and maybe use to a little bit more success, and that's Poppy.
Yes. Yes. I want to see the Poppy.
Yes.
I want to see someone just get, like, shot out of the ring of fire.
That pick only gives you the one moment at the very end, though.
But it is the best highlight moment you could absolutely ask for. Golden Glue, thank you so much for helping us out to break down some of these 1v1s. We're going to step away before we jump into our next TFT match, but let's tune into this edition of Mic Check, which recaps the day one action. Take a look.
So usually I go lethal tempo on Ivern. Should I not do that this game?
Let's do lane caps. All right, great. So if you go Lee, should I go something? What's good with Lee? Oh, Akali. I will go Akali, I think. Oh, Akali's great. So we fight level 1?
Hell yeah.
They will face it, they will face it. They are?
Oh.
Oh, here, here.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
no.
No.
Help him.
Oh, no.
Oh. I got it.
Nice, Caps. Oh my god, Caps, so good.
Good job, man.
Good job, guys.
You know how I play, man. Never seen me play solo queue before? Sorry to do you like this, but I finished my item, so. I finished my adaptive helm, so I don't think you're gonna have much fun anymore. Okay, I didn't see what happened, but by the fan reactions and your reactions, you just used ult, didn't you? Oh, that's not good news, my friend!
I kind of want to keep Soraka in over John. Well, John just keeps dying.
Becca, as an entertainer, you gotta go 8 out of 9.
I'm here for the win, dude.
No. You're gonna win, but it's way better to win in style. Sayujana.
I have no
Becca,
style.
Sayujana. Trust me. Everyone's gonna remember this as ultimate BM. Oh god.
No.
Okay, and use your item. Use your item.
Yeah.
Oh, that flex!
What the?
That flex!
Is this super beyond? Okay, you told me to do it.
You're gonna win. There's no way you can lose.
No.
Yep, here comes the Skarner slowly walking up. Sad face.
Good Skarner.
Alright, so usually I go lethal tempo on Ivern. Should I not do that this game? Okay, what is this?
He's a flash.
He's
dead.
Let's kill him.
He's dead! Give it to me! Give it to me!
Oh,
Nice!
Whoa! Hey!
Nice.
Nice, guys. Nice, guys. Good job.
Yeah, kill him.
Oh, get him. Good job.
Let's go, dude!
Good shit.
Dude, we got Ocean Dragon, Rengar, Ivern. This is you, sneaky.
God.
It's actually perfect, yeah.
Perfect map.
This is actually you.
I got a really big ult,
Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Let's go first.
You want to BN them or what?
Yeah.
Minions though. My turret might kill it.
Nexus. One hit.
No, let me kill
Caps
it.
control! Caps!
Oh, that wasn't good.
GG.
battle fire. Feel stirred. Prepare to
Hi, Connie.
Hi, Alex. Got your text. That's some accident. I can help you file a claim on the State Farm app.
Cool.
State Farm just calls you? My insurance app doesn't do that. Indeed. Let's split a cab to the con. Friend me. Let's play online.
Me too. I'm good at support.
I forgot to hang up.
You forgot to hang up.
Go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Welcome back to the beautiful esports arena as we jump back into the TFT tournament for the 2019 All-Stars event. I am Kobe, joined by Mark Zimmerman and Joshua Jatleesman.
He's a guest, though. I'm a caster.
But we are joined by him.
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
the host,
I just
the
wanna make sure.
co-caster, and the guest.
Yeah, just want to make sure he's not the same level.
Because you've played the recently.
Especially set 2. I
And
played a lot
overall.
of set 1. I
Throw you as much under the bus as much as possible.
I played a good amount of set 1.
If you at home, though, have questions for us about TFT, then hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports, and we'll see if we can help you in your climb as well.
Yeah.
Shall we get into the game?
I
hear some.
I
I
have a
some
question.
noises. Not yet.
Who is the favorite?
Who is the favorite?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Hafu. I'm not familiar with all the
ranks
players. Like I know Jay Shred actually is pretty good as well.
All right, so that was just a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
First,
I was just saying.
first question, swing and a miss.
I know 4 of the names.
Okay, we got an Inferno map here for the extra attack speed.
I like it.
Looking at Hafu herself, she's got the Brawler's Glove. Thief's Glove and Frozen Gauntlet are probably the 2 best items out of that.
So what's the format of the Legends tournament then?
So these are the Legends. These are all Challenger.
Yeah, there were 8
players.
different challengers that played yesterday. Becca won that one.
These are more challengers.
What does that mean?
These are more challengers.
What does winning do for you?
Not you just need to make top 4.
Okay.
And the top 4 from that group and the top 4.
And the top 4 go to the finals, and that's what matters the most.
Yes.
So winning actually gives nothing. For the purpose of this, like aside.
Yeah, way to hype it up,
winning's
Jat.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well, no, it means to draw attention towards the top 4.
Yeah.
I feel like that should change your strategy a little bit.
Well, yeah, so
because you should play differently if you're going for top 4s versus if you're trying to win.
There's different formats for a lot of TFT tournaments. So like the Rise of the Elements Invitational, the last day really heavily prioritized first places. You saw people go for more volatile hyper roll strategies. This is one where top 4 is the most important. So things like Ocean Mage and some of the more consistent ones should definitely be a priority.
Yeah, so the good early game starts that we should be looking for. It's Woodland Druid and Ocean Mages. What else is?
Predators are super contested as well. Usually in the TFT lobbies, at least the higher rated ones, you'll have at least 2 people typing me pred after the first few rounds.
Really?
Whoever got some Predator.
So there's like cooperative Predator
It's a
taking.
joke. It's a meme.
Oh, it actually is a meme.
Yeah, because so many people do them early.
Well, and you're trying to scare people off.
And there's actually some variations on Predator. Like you can hyper roll early before you level up to 5.
And
Try
what
3-star.
round is the best round to hyper roll if you're going
before Krugs, so you don't spend any money on leveling up.
Well, it's 3 ones. It's the one right after Krugs.
Yeah, right.
Because they've added a lot to the UI since like early set 1, where I feel like most people were jumping into TFT. So like now we're on round 1.
But you also don't have to hyper roll them. You can
Yeah.
go later and you can transition into poison stuff. Most people have been focusing on just getting your right items for stuff like Singed instead. All right, so this is looking like some pieces for the Woodlands Assassins.
Yeah, off
You have
to a
the
good start.
options.
This is actually even better start. I like having the oh, I thought that was a 2-star LeBlanc. Excuse me, it's not.
And the reason why Woodland Druids is such a good start is because the region you get for them is insane early. It's flat, so it doesn't scale very well.
Yeah.
But early on, it's incredibly powerful. Plus, obviously, you get the duplicate champion if you get the full 3.
And they have a lot of defensive things built in. Maokai's passive when he auto attacks after spellcast heals. Ivern gives the shield, and so if you don't have like the DPS check to actually punch through and finish something off, they'll usually whittle you down. In this instance, the 2-star Diana is plenty to actually get some kills.
What's the meta of sitting on 10 gold early versus having a full bench? Because I see a lot of full benches here with people trying to get early econ.
So I would say the higher skill, the more open you should leave yourself. You have a lot of players.
Even if it means you get less money.
Yeah, you buy a whole bunch of stuff. As you can see, you get a big board here so that you have more options. Because the damage early doesn't mean that much. A little bit of damage early, you don't take that much. Plus, you can just have earlier carousel picks for items. And pretty much everybody will be able to scale decently. But having those options is way more important.
Scar's got a lot of money.
He's got a lot of money. He's been in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah.
He's kind of got Woodland Druid, but then he's also got a 2-star Nasus.
I mean, you say awkward. I feel like that's not awkward at all because the more 2-stars, the better.
Man, it's so awkward how rich I am.
Exactly. It's a first world problem. Like, oh, I got all these random 2-stars. Well, I have a bunch of 2-stars.
I just mean that what's the likelihood it actually ends up getting play in?
Having a light warden.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about getting 2 stars 1 cost is they sell for full value. They're like the only.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I just mean like his Diana's not completed. And as soon as he completes a Diana or gets close to 5, you're putting other things in. So like you're starting to round out your assassins.
But I mean, Nasus just by himself is good early on. He's one of the ones that can hold a Morella Nomicon early as well, because when he ults, he gets AoE damage all around himself, can apply it. And it has decent early synergies with the Warden. So just popping in 2 stars early on gives you a big benefit.
Okay, what are the chances Scar wins?
I'd say 1 out of 8.
Still? I feel like he has one of the better starts. He's got a lot of money. He's got early 2 stars. He's surely up to like 1 out of 6.
I'm sticking with my 1 out of 8.
That's the most conservative possible prediction.
Well, we're gonna have to check in on what was Hapu. She's at the lowest health, but I think she had Woodlands now. So
Yeah, but she didn't have that many things completed and wasn't even above 20 gold, I don't think. So she wasn't in a great spot.
Okay.
Man, this feels like a really heavy Woodland Druid lobby.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's a reason, right? It's so powerful early.
That's one of the things that makes this set a lot harder, aside from like relearning stuff, is the fact that in set 1, do you know the exact numbers? Like there were 39 of each one.
It was 39, and it's down closer to I think 30 in this one.
Isn't it in the 20s? Isn't it
Or
like
maybe
27?
Maybe it's 27. Yeah.
Yeah. So if so many people already have Maokai, it'll be almost impossible to 3-star a Maokai unless someone else sells.
Well, that's why I like Hongklaw's position, even though he lost there. He was already in the Ocean Mage package and had some upgraded like Atelia too.
Yeah, and you don't commit to Woodland Druids unless there aren't other people, and then you're hyper rolling. But if there are, they're 1-cost units. You just sell them back at full value.
Yeah, it's
good
totally
early game.
You can take Woodland Druid and just use it as an early game, and then by stage 4 you start selling them off as you put in other things into your comp and complete other set synergies.
I want you to update your Scar prediction to something other than 1 of 8.
All right, I'll keep you updated on the Scar.
I mean, it's such comp bias.
For some reason, I feel like he's 1 out of 4. To win.
I'm bumping him up to 1 out of 6 now.
Okay,
I think you're too aggressive.
Yeah.
See, you can get too focused on the health early, but he does have starting to build a win streak.
Yeah,
so we'll see if you continue that.
He's win streaking with high gold. I
Yeah.
feel like that's just an embarrassment of riches.
This is a critical. We'll see how he does for the transition.
He also leveled there to get to protect his win streak. He knows he's not in the hyper roll game plan, and he's focusing more on keeping a win streak alive.
Yeah, so that also means that he's never going to try max out his Woodlands, because since he's leveled, he's going to be going for a higher cost comp, but we just don't know what that's going to be.
And you can have really big swings in your chances to win later, depending on if you get an early Singe, if you get something early at 5 cost.
The game Becca won, someone else had game win streak in it, and then she just managed to hit all the right things.
She
just really good decisions.
Singe, Tarek as
got
well.
a Crystal Lux, had a 3-star Skarner, 3-star Kog'Maw. You know, she was able to really rally hard. So that's why I kind of agree with Kobe. Where we're like, yeah, Scar's in a really happy, great spot to be, but you still need to actually find that late game.
Yeah.
All right.
1 out of 4 is still only 25% chance. Come on.
I know.
Jet stats, my friend.
I think 3 people is the perfect number for a TFT cast, by the way.
Yeah, you're really into some numbers right now.
Yeah.
This is a slightly different lobby than what we were seeing. There's a lot more levels to 5 here. I think because no one seemed to go hard on Predator.
I think we have a bit of an interview here with Scar. So the optimal number is now going to increase to 4.
All right, yes, that's right. I'm here with Scar. We're going to check in, sitting in first position currently, tied up with Jinsoul. I see Woodland Druids at the moment and the makings of Assassins. This is the composition that Virus ran all the way to top 2 just yesterday before getting taken down by Becca. But explain to me the strategy, kind of the power curve, and how you're feeling about your position right now.
It's called the egg roll comp, but I'm not doing it because Hafu said she needed to do it, so I'm giving it up to her so that she would get top 4.
Oh, this is teamwork.
I don't know if I'll be able to win though from this position, but it should be fine.
Well, so what's the concern then? Because you gave up some crucial pieces. Does that mean you might be forced to pivot at some point?
I'm forced to pivot out right now because I gave it up.
All right, so with that in consideration, 36 gold sitting at, what are you, level 5 right now. What are you looking for? What are the crucial pieces that could show themselves to you that might indicate a pivot?
I'm definitely going to go 100% Force Shadow from this position.
100% Force Shadow. So which are the pieces that we just saw picked up? Scion, Veigar.
These 4 right here.
All right, so the 4 on the left side of the screen. Is there eco involved that's necessary for this? You're gonna have what's the level that you need to be in order to make it happen?
Probably 7. But I'm going for top 4. I don't think I can get unless some really lucky stuff happens.
All right, so top 4 to move on to tomorrow. We're gonna look to Force Shadow. Gentlemen, you heard it here first. That's what Scar's strategy is. We're gonna toss it back to you now.
I'm almost positive that Scar did not say 1 and 4. He said he didn't think he was gonna win.
Yeah, he said he's looking at top 4.
I don't think he.
5%. Chad. That's
what I'm saying. 1 in 20. He has gotten lower odds since loading into the game.
Because he's colluding with Hafu to give away a comp.
But honestly, if Hafu's not going to back down and she keeps the pieces,
I mean, it's true. It's
literally
assured destruction.
Only one of them can roll for those 3 stars.
Yeah, well, and she's actually doing it right now. Skara and a lot of other people actually leveled. I'm not sure how many people are going for the hyper roll, but they call it the egg roll comp. Is that what he said?
So yeah, I've heard a lot of the higher ranked players calling it egg roll. I have no idea where egg roll comes from with those units. How is that? How do you get egg roll?
I have no idea.
Legends are eggs.
There's been a lot of variations of names of like donkey roll or hyper roll, and you're like, okay, so that's just rolling a lot. But what's the egg part of this?
It beats me. I have no idea. She's needs 3 more Renekton's to actually complete this, and she already has a lot of good Renekton items. So
yeah, Renekton is certainly a big part. People are talking about how hard it is to take him down because you get so much healing. She's got the 2 big defensive items, Phantom Dancer and Dragon Claw.
There's 1 more.
Yeah, and she needs to do everything now because next round she'll automatically level to 5, which will reduce her odds to get the 1-cost unit.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't get. She had 5 more potential rolls, I guess.
Yeah.
She just wants something auto completes to get onto the board to free up bench space, so she didn't need to sell any of her units because you basically want all of those.
All right, back in with Scar, the Shadow player. We talked with Lothar a little bit about Shadow yesterday because since not that many people go for it, you can transition like Scar is doing a little bit later into it, and the units probably won't be contested.
Yeah, I mean, this was a weird lobby where I didn't see that many Predators. I didn't see that many Ocean Mages. I saw a ton of Woodland Druid, and what that does is, like, make everyone hyper roll. So other than Hafu, I'm not sure how many people actually went for that strat.
And a lot of people just ended up kind of econ.
Yeah.
It seemed like.
Some Ocean Mages in action, though.
Wow, he's already got Brand.
It is a level 6, already has a Brand.
That's pretty crazy. Brand Annie already completed at level 6 and didn't have to spend too much econ. He still got 20 left for Monclane.
And look at the items. Those are amazing items for Brand. Those are like top tier. Having Morella Namicon to bounce around, as well as the Spear of Sojin, and he put them on the attack speed Hex from the Flame, so you can attack faster and charge up your Sojin mana autos even faster. Big part of that is Ocean gives you the mana early for your first cast, so then you can get your Sojin auto attacks off as well.
My biggest issue with set 2 is I get the good starts, and then I really suck at transitioning.
Why?
Because you haven't played enough and you don't know what all the
I was like, my issue with set 2.
That's the point that I'm bringing this up.
I thought you were going to criticize something about set 2 itself. That's
okay,
a you problem.
It's a me problem.
Let me tell you, there are a lot of...
I'm working on it.
Yeah, there's a lot more options. So a lot of the players have talked about they like the beginning, at least, of this set because there are a lot more endgame comps that you can go for. Poison, Electric is good.
Well, I think
Ocean Mages, Predators,
means more so than there's a lot of things that you can put in your comp in late game that are situationally really good. Like
specking Mystic,
Mystics, getting Clouds, getting
Cloud for
the
dodge.
Poison in. Yeah, like getting all those things and knowing what you're playing up against is a lot harder this set, where there's a lot more stuff you can slot in late game against your specific opponents.
But I also mean fully completed endgame comp.
Yes.
Because set 2 turned into a lot of everyone racing for the same thing.
You mean set 1?
Set 1.
A lot of people
yeah, set 1 was like there were 2 or 3 comps that were the best, and there was a larger pool, so everyone could kind of end up with the same thing. This is a lot more about finding what's working in that one particular lobby, as well as what will counter the others.
See, that's really cool for good players. For me right now, you're not
for
giving
flow
me
charters, it's not that
you're
easy.
not giving me the thing I should do to go win a TFT set 2.
And we've been talking about coaching a lot because these legends that are on stage are supposed to help coach their littles.
Ooh.
And generally, my idea of what's best for that is to give 2 options to your little so they don't have to think about too much.
Give me the 2 things.
And like you're saying,
Scar's going Shadow, so is that one?
So here's what I would give you.
Okay.
I would Shadow, even though that is decent since not a lot of people are going to go for it, so you probably could get it most of your games. But my first 2 that I would give to people are either Predators or Ocean Mages.
Wow, that was such a clean transition by Zarazay there. He actually went all the way from Woodland Druidish Assassin thing into Blade Master Desert transition, and I think this is relatively uncontested. Off that carousel, he also did manage to get the assassin, or excuse me, the Blade Master item on the Nocturne.
Exactly. That's a key part of this build because you don't really want the Aatrox in there, so you want to turn Nocturne into the Blade Master. It's a very, very good carry.
So that's the exact
thing
thing
passive.
Jat is bad at in this set, was that transition.
Identifying when you should transition and how you can do it.
Yeah, he might have gotten a little bit weaker there, but it did free up a lot of his boards, kept him above 50 pretty easily.
Oh, Hafu never got the 3-star for Renekton.
Oish. I think she's sitting on 8 different...
Is it still uncontested?
It's an expensive
too?
board.
It looks like she's still the only one going for it.
Well, she started econing a little bit because she's back up to 33.
Yep.
So she's setting up for a potential another roll later on.
Yeah, probably wait till the end of 5.
Yep.
Because that's what a lot of people do, right? They'll roll really hard right before it auto levels them to 5. Then they'll kind of re-econ and then roll again once they've hit, what, like 40 or 50 gold?
You will never die in stage 3 as long as you're not completely like inting.
Yeah.
And so you go for the hyper roll strat and then you re-econ back up until after wolves usually. As opposed to just keep mashing D, because you'll get more rolls in the end.
And especially for you, Jat, I know you're talking about having trouble with transitions already. You need to be able to do this type of thing very quickly.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at your life total, anytime you get like below 30, I think you should really start spending your money, because you'll see a lot of people have decision paralysis.
That was actually my jam
dying.
in set 1. I would usually ride, I would play very greedy econ, and then kind of grind up afterwards, like once
Once you start to get around the 20s, you get very nervous.
20 is too low. You should you should never really econ below 40 before trying to roll. Because at that point, it's like one unlucky draw, especially in this set when you can tech against stuff. So like if you hard roll and hit 6 mages and then play someone that's MR mystics, you just get really salty.
I spy a singed.
All ready for J
Okay,
but he is Ocean Mage, and that's one of the harder ones, I think, to get a full poison package in, because you need the Ocean Warden setup as well as the Summoner Inferno, which he has all that stuff. So he's in a really great spot. It's just getting the Singed in can be hard.
I mean, Singed is fine, just putting him in by himself.
Yeah, if you have the Morel Nomicon not on your brand yet, absolutely just stick it on the Singed. But the Morel Nomicon's already on the Zyra. I wonder if he would give up Inferno Zyra to get those items on the Singed.
Phantom Dancer popping out of the wolves for him there. That's definitely one of the best
and a
items
GA
as well.
He can go either one.
All right, Scar, he's got a lot to do.
Shadow.
Look at all these items.
He has so many items.
He should use those
got a
items.
Z too as well.
He also got Hafu rolling down.
Not a Z2, but a Z also.
All right, let's see if Hafu can actually hit these Renekton's or Maokai's or Ivern.
Or
Kha'Zix. So full.
He wants all these things combined.
She wants the Maokai, but she can't. Did she have to level so she could get bench space for the Maokai purchase?
Yes.
That is tragic.
Well, yeah, she also has to make moves now too, because you can't keep waiting on this Renekton for her.
Yeah.
She wants to upgrade Kha'Zix as well.
She needs one more Renekton. She's there.
And she has no Nico's help. Would you... That's something that is always a bit of decision paralysis when you have a Nico's help. Like, would you ever use it on a 1 cost just to get the bench space? Or do you almost always want to save that for an endgame unit?
You would only ever use it for the 1 cost if you're like literally about to die and it gets you over the edge. Otherwise...
But if you're also in this scenario and you're about to level as well, like the chances of getting 1 cost drop off so heavily.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Even at 6, it's pretty hard. If you go to 7, you're not. It's really, really rare to.
Okay. I'm going to be sad if she doesn't get this stuff after Skara colluded to let this happen.
All right, let's go. Renekton. There it is.
All right.
Okay. And it's already got the items.
Yeah, so it's a super strong Renekton.
Yeah.
She also has the Kha'Zix in now, so the Assassin. Like this is a pretty good position to be in from the mid game. Not quite as strong or as healthy because this is normally a little bit snowballier of a comp.
Yeah, and She doesn't have the Diana. Oftentimes when you're rolling early, you'll find a lot of Dianas because nobody else goes for them. So it doesn't have the 3-star Diana, but Qiyana in there is going to fill that role. And Qiyana's a very good unit by itself as well, and does give you that assassin bonus.
I just heard we have an interview with Hafu. I'm curious what she thinks of the roles she just got, or if that took too long.
All right, let's get it. On-stage interview, please.
All right, thank you very much, Jad. That's right. I'm here with Hafu, who just 3-starred Nectin. We heard that Skara had to int away the composition so that you would not have an opportunity at it. Did you feel good about hitting it there, or do you feel like you had to invest too much?
I'm definitely behind. I mean, I took like 25 damage, I don't know, I was at like 78 in 3 rounds. And I was like, I need to hyper roll, otherwise I don't think I can catch up this game.
So what do you still need to make this come together and ultimately top 4?
Everything. I need everything.
So what is everything? Is everything a certain, like, level 7, level 8? What are the pieces that still bring this all together?
I mean, I'm 2 off Maokai 3, 1 off Kha'Zix. If I get Qiyana to 2, I mean, I have a lot of upgrades left, and I feel really fragile.
All right, so upgrade sounds like the name of the game. Item-wise, I see that the Renekton is stacked, but in general, with this kind of composition, are these the items you're looking for, or something else?
I'm a little scared without Amarello, and I also haven't done this without Diana. I had like 1 Diana after I rolled it down, so I'm going Qiyana instead, but I still only have a Qiyana 1. So we'll have to see how this goes, but oh my god!
A very close fight here. We'll see if we can pull it off. The Renekton does not. All right, well, with 22 gold left to go, is it eco to what point, and then where are we going?
I mean, I'm going to try to get a Force of Nature off the carousel. If I don't get that, I'll go for Thieves' Gloves, and then I'll try to just get some Mystics in.
All right, there you have it. It sounds like we got the strategy laid out for you, gentlemen. I'm going to let you get back into it, Hafu. See if you can pull it off. Take it away, guys.
All right. We have some live questions fed to us by Twitter as well.
I'm ready to answer them.
Yes. We'll give Jat first crack.
Yeah, he gets the first answer. We can correct him if he's right.
First one is not too hard. Kiwanion asks, what am I looking for when I look at other people's boards, when you're scouting around?
Yeah, you're looking for duplicate units of what you have. So if they're going for the same stuff you have, and if they're further along than you are, that's a good thing to notice. Also, if you're seeing counters to your current comp, you should understand that to try and pivot.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the first thing that most of the pros say when you ask them, what's the most important thing, is to know, quote unquote, the meta. So you know what the strong builds look like. So if you scout around, you can see what people are going for.
The other thing worth noting is if you hadn't played in a while, the left side that shows your synergies, when you hop to another person's perspective now, it gets updated to their board. So
That's so helpful.
Some people actually scout super quick now just by glancing at the left side, and you can just tab through and see how many people were in Woodland Druid early game or something like that.
Yeah, but then like the higher skill test will also be check their bench, because sometimes sitting on the stuff that you need to complete some unit if they're actually scouting themselves as well. So if you're going for a Zed, they'll just hold a Zed to be jerks.
All right, question at number 2. Overtime here. Ryan J asks, which comp do you think is the hardest transition from early game to late game?
Do you want me to answer that one?
Yeah.
You get first crack at all of these, Chat. Swing for the fences.
Wow. I personally think that Woodland Druid is a very difficult transition into late game. Skara has struggled to switch to Shadow, and Hafu has also been unsuccessful so far. We're seeing it, the results are right in front of us.
So the most difficult ones are going to be the ones that include a lot of these 5-cost units, because those are the most difficult to find, right?
I mean, some I would say are just like bad. Like Light's a really difficult transition, and so is Ranger.
Well, isn't Light just weak until you get it? Well,
yeah.
That's not really a transition.
Yeah, I know, it's just saying.
Well, also, it depends. It's made difficult by what everyone else is going.
Yeah.
So if a lot of people in your lobby are going something, then it's going to be hard to transition into it. But I would say some complicated ones are like Poison Electric, the Blade Master Desert Assassin, maybe, because that one requires a spatula. You don't really, like I said, you don't really want to have the Aatrox in there for your 4th Blade Master.
That was just like unreliable.
Exactly. A lot of the ones where that rely on spatula have been kind of removed in this set, but this is one. This Blade Master one we're looking at.
Yeah, it's not really, a lot of the openers that you use will have a couple natural things that you go into. There's not that many hard transitions where you're like, I'm in this, but now I'm going to this, kind of like Scar did.
Yeah.
Generally, people don't do that much. He did find this on 3 I saw. Hafu is not far from the Maokai 3.
Yeah,
but
he's 15.
close to dead.
I'd say a big thing too about transitioning and in the late game is looking around, scouting boards. Do you need to put in Mystics for lots of magic damage? Generally, Mystics are just good in general because a lot of magic damage is in the game from Champions Ultimates, but those types of things, or how valuable it is stuff like
All right, well,
you dodge.
I have to see if Narcus is going to be the first one to drop here. He's only at...
Oh! I'm going to say yes.
Big brain, Jet.
I'm going to say there's a 7 out of 8 chance he's the first to drop.
Well, we'll have to see. I always love the feeling of like, well, I don't love the feeling, but the bit of relief that you get at the PvE round. So good, you get all the items back, you get to get that little bit of extra gold that you can then roll down on.
Okay, one Maokai, got it!
All right, two LeBlancs.
I do this also. Do you move your mouse over the pieces? I do it to check mentally so I don't pass over something that...
Yeah, but she already completed her Kiana.
And she's never going to go for Kha'Zix 3, so she passed on Kha'Zix.
Yep.
That's definitely a trap that you can fall into as well, just hoarding that you're never going to...
Narcus is in the 4 Cloud Glacial Berserker comp. Really interesting.
Well, he's playing up against the Ocean Mage guy as well, though, so the dodge doesn't help him that much, right?
Yeah, it's not great. You still get the mana regen even when they dodge. Olaf might be able to...
His Ezreal's going off, too.
Yeah.
And having the 2-star Olaf, he might clutch... Oh, what's that Lux? Is that a Glacial Lux?
I think it's a... It is Glacial. It's not a Cloud.
That's pretty big.
Wait, is it a Cloud?
It's Cloud because he has 4 Cloud. Yeah, you have 4
Cloud.
Yeah, exactly. Cloud scales really well.
It's also really good to just buy the Cloud Lux because it denies it from everyone else. Cloud as a 2-cost synergy is one of the best in the game.
I didn't see that he had Cloud Lux. That's actually big.
Yeah, because like I'm saying, it's not only good
my prediction
for you, but it also is good for slowing everyone else down. You think he's not going to die first anymore?
It is no longer 7 of 8.
It is pretty hard now to pull off Berserker and Olaf-based compositions because Berserkers have a hard time getting enemies backline. If they just put frontline units in front, separate their DPS backline, then it's hard for Olaf to actually get back there, and they increase the mana on his ultimate.
Someone's getting knocked out in this fight.
Yep.
All right.
Hafu at 15, Levo at 6.
The Nami 2 is going down in the silence.
Here's the Brand ult, though. Only got a single cast.
Kiana's going to pop off, too.
Yeah.
The Spear of Sojin ults are coming through. It is a big wipe.
There we go.
Narcus actually got knocked out too, so you managed to be correct still, but...
He could have just ran a little bit further to the corner.
Scar's smiling. He's got his 3-star Scion there.
Yeah, but he's
still no Yeez for super endgame Shadow.
It doesn't seem like anyone's really playing around the Inferno Square that hard in this game.
It's not one of the ones that you can play around the hardest.
Just generic speed.
Yeah, you basically just put it on one of your carries until it gets 3 items, and then you move it off and put your secondary carry on there. Like you see...
Yeah, it's not like the Cloud one where you put an Iceborne Gauntlet tank, and that's what you need to compete.
Ooh, still sitting Brand 1 here. He's got 1 Brand on bench. Has never been able to get to the Brand 2. That really boosts your DPS when you're running your
It does have a 3-star, or excuse me, 2-star Thieves Gloves Yorick, though.
Yeah, but
against Assassins, too, it's just so brutal. Like, Ocean Mage does have a couple of tough matchups in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't hit your 2-star Brand, it's going to be real rough.
Yeah.
This is a close one.
Yeah.
No one's really running away with it.
Yeah, Zhao was on a really big win streak, but he started dropping off a little bit, too.
Force of Nature? No.
No, I think best thing to look at might be Titanic or Giant Slayer, depending on...
Also, in these ones where the items, even though you often look at items and these are completed ones, you can go for the 5 cost. If you're slotting in something like upgrading to a Yi 2 or Sins or something like that, it could be one of the changes where usually you're looking at items, but now you're looking at the units. Because 5 cost upgrades make the world go round.
Yeah. I wonder if that Ionic is a little...
2 Sins.
Ooh,
1 more.
Got no money left.
Wow.
Oh,
well, one away from a
Sivir 3.
Sivir 3 is pretty crazy. Doesn't have the best Sivir items. You usually Sables or something on her.
But look at the Yi 2 here for the Master comp.
Well,
okay, he's pretty strong.
This is why I love the Blade Master comp. You just get so many carries. Like, his Nocturne's disgusting. The Yi's going to be strong. The Sivir's going to be gross. Like, so many things become late game threats. As well as having good front and backline damage.
Hey, we got the brand 2 here.
That 3-star Vladimir with the Ionic. And he finally got
Well,
Brand
the Nami
too.
got popped.
Okay.
Brand, did he get the double cast though?
No, just one, I think.
Yeah,
no, he
like
has double. I
He'll
think.
ult again right after GA.
Yeah, he got.
Hit the LeBlanc in the corner.
I think actually
he's got it.
Hafu's gonna die here.
Yep.
Upgraded that Brand just in time.
Scar's at 1 health. Okay, I think Scar does not have.
Scar said he was aiming for top 4. He just needs to
I mean, his
outlast one
aim's
more.
pretty close. If you're aiming for top 4 and you get 5th, that's still pretty close.
But that's a miss, though.
It is a miss. But it's the type of miss that goes around the rim a few times and then goes out. Or it's like a James Harden dunk.
Those are some obscure references.
I mean,
for a lot of the audience.
The James Harden dunk went pretty viral.
Oh, he didn't get the extra Kindred.
That's a really.
He's got a 1 Kindred.
A 1 Varus, a 1 Yorick.
Oh.
This is, yeah, he hit only Sion.
This team is Sion.
Well, Scar put all his items on the Kindred. Get hindered.
Oh, this is rough. He's playing against the
and he's playing against
Blade
the Nog.
Master Assassin.
He's in the corner already. He knows.
He knows it's over.
Scramble, Scar,
hold on.
scramble.
He's scrambling, but his Sion is.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough.
Sion!
Is it?
Nocturne's going to 1v9.
No, he's not.
Oh, wait, it got one shot by the
Get back in
Vanguard.
there, Scar.
Got it!
Great,
Yeah!
Look at the shocked face.
The dream is alive. Top 4, let's go.
He actually has a lot of upgrades, too. He's won both of them, so.
He really needs Kindred.
Imagine if he had 2 stars.
Oh, Kindred!
Got the Kindred.
Well, I heard him on stage from where we're
you can
sitting
hear his
right
laugh.
now. Yeah.
Okay, what are the Drake items as well? Because sometimes this can be really.
Dragon's Claw is decent.
Yeah.
But not.
I saw
ideal.
the kill. What's the name of the one that gets stronger every time you get a kill?
Deathblade.
Deathblade. There's a Deathblade on one of these. That could be huge.
Deathcap's huge as well.
Yeah, these are good Dragon items.
The Deathblade, sadly, for the Ocean Mage player, which is not the best.
True.
Used to take it, but.
Can you do
You'll
two
definitely take any item.
You can't do 2 Deathblades on one character, can you?
I've never tried it, but I don't think it's unique passive, but I think you could.
It's a lot of BF swords.
Yeah.
You get a lot of money. I like this change, too, where you get the small money.
Yeah, as you whittle it
points
down.
Off a dragon. Feels quite nice.
Deathblade 1-star Nami.
All right, roll it down, roll it down. Where's the Sivir? Okay, Kha'Zix's upgrade. Definitely take that.
Okay, do you sell your Scar? Yeah, he's going for the Sivir.
Realistically.
Oh, and he's out of cash. The Yasuo one's still in.
And he's still holding out hope for a 3-star Nocturne later
I
with the
think you
28
just give
health.
up on that.
All right, Dragon Claw on your Kha'Zix or your Yi? What do you got?
Yi.
Kha'Zix already has enough survivability for the most part, just running around.
I mean, Yi also does resetting aggro, meditate, but I would also go Yi.
All right, let's see. Scar got his upgrade.
His Scion is very strong.
That was a weird Nami ult. Went only in the corner.
Oh, the Val's hard. The Brand has the GA too. Yeah.
Oh, it's dead. Over.
Run! Scramble! Scramble!
Oh, okay, he's dead.
But
Can you?
oh wait.
No, no one else can get eliminated.
Because
They already took damage.
Jinsoul had already lost.
Biff,
Yeah.
that was
But it's-
close, chat. That was around the rim.
It was. Maybe he can submit something to the league and maybe get it overturned.
I doubt it.
I'm
but,
done with my obscure references now. I'm sorry.
Ooh, there's a Nami upgrade.
Yeah, and it's Deathblade Nami.
Okay, if he hits Sivir 3, is that enough to just win the whole lobby?
Not really.
I need to see the
I
other
saw
one.
a 2-star Zed there. I want to see the items.
Yeah, because
True.
Zed is a late game win condition all on his own.
But Blade Master Desert Assassins has a really high peak.
Oh wait,
there was at least a Redemption.
I think I saw GA and a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, if that's Redemption, GA, Phantom Dancer, Zed. That
oh,
is,
it's Dragon's Claw. Okay, so it's not
Okay.
quite as crazy, but that's still pretty gross.
that's really, really
What are
good.
the best Zed items? Wouldn't Ionic Spark be pretty troll as well, or does it come online too late?
It works for all. It works for.
It would be more like a third item. The best,
Yeah.
I think, by itself is GA, and then I think second
GA,
best is
yeah.
Redemption. But
Because you get a billion of them.
yeah, I mean, if your Zed doesn't die early, the Redemption
look at
better.
him go!
This is
This
goofy.
Zed.
Yeah. If your Zed's gonna die early, GA's better. If it's not gonna die early, Redemption's better. But they're really close. 3-star Vladimir actually.
These are the most annoying games when you really just want to get Sivir 3 and you sit on it for 5 rounds in a row.
You have 20 gold basically just chilling there.
I want to see it.
There's a Tibbers upgrade. He's got to give up on his.
Do it.
Yeah.
You're at
That's
8
actually
health.
really
I mean, he's
big.
top. So we know who's moving on to the final.
Actually, yeah, that is the goal.
Yeah.
Now it's just down to
Pride.
honor. All right, the Blade Masters, can they take down the Zed? Zed2, great items. Hasn't been hit yet. Does he get off the first shadows? They start chaining. He's actually getting pretty low.
Yeah, it was the first redemption, though.
He got the Nocturne down, though.
Up to Zed, baby.
He's got too many Zeds up.
You see, chat, there are full compositions, and then there are
And there's Zeds.
Zeds with items.
2-star
Yeah.
Zeds and
What's the
2-star
easiest
Zeds.
late game transition? Oh yeah, the 2-star Zed with redemption.
I mean, this is also good because Ocean Mages has summoners in it, and it's very easy to get in there, giving your shadows
And it
more
pumps mana
longevity.
into him.
And exactly, it pops mana into so you can get those casts as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's,
there was a
it's actually a
Sivir in
really
this
good Zed
carousel.
comp.
I've seen a couple people take the I know it's not called Quicksilver, I just called Quicksilver. The
CC break thing?
Yeah, the CC break.
It is, isn't it?
Is it called Quicksilver? Yeah. Okay. I doubted myself because there's an item of
I
Quicksilver in the league as well.
doubted you, Mark.
Ever?
Wait a minute. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he popped the items off intentionally because he wants to get better Sivir items. That was really
That was
good.
clean. That was actually clean.
Just gotta move him over one.
Get everything
now.
onto this.
Okay, is the 3-star Sivir enough to take down the 2-star Zed?
Well, we have to see who gets the main
So,
board. Okay, he's
yeah.
got the clone board, which means Hongolian's taking down Jay Shrite, who's on the win streak with the crazy Zed. So I think
I think this is going to give us our top.
Classic brand fight here. Oh, Nami Wave actually going halfway. Doesn't hit the other brand.
got the double brand cast, but
Nami Wave out to the side there
Zed's
again.
Here comes the
still up.
Zeds, yeah. Zed Dragon Claw is just so brutal for another Ocean Mage player. Look at
Don't you love seeing the call downs of all redemption?
It was funny because there was like 2 Zeds almost dead, and then suddenly there was like 5 more.
It's actually one of the most hilarious units because of the item multiplying effect.
So I want to test your TFT knowledge. You've seen both the comps. Right now, which one do you think will win?
So I always bet on
Zed.
2-star Zeds and 2-star Singed comps. So there's only one of those.
If his Sivir had disable items, I would maybe consider it. Because
Right.
if you Swordbreaker is that, it can be pretty brutal. But he doesn't have any way of actually locking anything down. That's the one problem with the Blade Master comps. It's pretty much all damage.
I mean, yeah, silence, hushes are very
Yeah,
good.
Hushes can be really good too. Like any of those disables on your Sivir can help, but he doesn't have anything actually.
And does he even have healing reduction for the Zed?
All right, look it out. You can see in the back. It's Zed versus Sivir. He pops the first shadow. Redemption comes down.
Oh, he killed it.
Sivir's done it.
Hey,
the 3-star, baby. Oh,
he's got
What?
it.
it's brand versus
So
the
that's what,
world.
now you can reposition.
And that was actually pretty good, getting Zed onto the...
Oh, he got a sword. Oh, he can't get it on anything great though.
He's
Yeah.
already maxed out his Sivir.
Yeah, even on a Nocturne it can be super good.
And
but
you put it on Kha'Zix, I guess?
prob-
Or do you put it on the Rek'Sai because the steel will make him live longer?
I just put on the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I think Kha'Zix jumping around.
What's the other one? Is it...
I think it's Rek'Sai or Kha'Zix. You put it
No,
on.
I
you
mean,
put it
what's the
on
other item? What's the other
Oh,
item?
that's a
I'm trying to look at the
Hurricane.
board. Okay. That's not gonna help a...
Yeah,
You
Zed's
don't
already
think so?
maxed.
That's not gonna help a mage player.
I guess you would put it on.
Man,
I don't know.
I just give it to Annie.
Yeah.
Did he have the Nami in here? Was he the Nami mage player? No.
No.
So he didn't get the 2-star Nami for him yet. All right.
I mean,
Jay Shrite actually did really well in a lot of the Twitch tournaments that we were doing for TFT too. All right, let's see. There we go. He gets a Nami, but
yeah. I mean, you'll take Warden out for that.
yeah.
Thing is, his Janna was acting as bait for Zhao Zhe here. So I wonder if Jay Shrite wants to.
What was that?
I vote Kha'Zix. What are you voting?
I think you should go on the Rek'Sai, but
Okay.
he's actually gonna. Is he gonna wait to
Wait.
see who goes on Zed? And then he's just gonna
Oh,
put it
that'd
on
be
him?
kind of smart.
No, he's not.
All right. Yeah.
Kiana,
Okay.
All right.
He's disarmed. This Sivir is.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the 3-cost Sivir bait.
Oh wait, here's some
3-star.
Dead Shadows though with redemptions coming down.
But the AOE.
No. They
Okay.
Okay.
Zed.
Uh,
Okay. That's it.
Shadow Clone Jutsu!
Wait, is it going to be enough? It's 13 damage.
It's enough. Look how many there are.
Yeah, but those they don't count.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, only one. That's the funniest thing with Zed late game in a really close fight is you actually have to lose to it like 3 or 4 times because you do only like 10 damage around.
Because usually the real Zed is not left.
Yeah, so you're just doing little legend damage.
This is likely the final bout.
Yes. So the Sivir needs some help to kill the Zed, it looked like. Because last time there were multiple units that turned onto the Zed. Just Sivir there, it wasn't quite enough.
Well, really, you need to get him onto Zed early somehow.
Yeah, but
you can't because you put it on an assassin, so he can just bait it with Nami every time, and the Zed's going to be gone.
All right, where's he going?
Yeah,
back
can't
to
get on
Janna.
Zed.
Sivir's unharassed at the moment.
He's on Zed. Zed.
Her Rage Blade's really stacking up though.
No, but there's too much mage damage, it feels like.
Real Zed is dead.
There's a bunch of high health clones.
No, I think the Sivir's got it. I can't tell. Wait, no, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, my money on Zed is safe.
Yeah, it looked scary for a second, but
the Sivir's not.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Know, man.
The ults.
Wait, the healing reduction's gonna come in.
Overtime!
Wait, what happened?
Oh my
Sivir
God!
not taking damage.
She has Hand of Justice healing. She has the
she procced it.
She got the healing.
Oh my God!
That's it. No, it's not.
Wait.
4 health.
Oh,
okay.
Hand of Justice is 50-50 whether you get auto attack damage or you get the health on hit.
And the health on it in overtime is just
in
too
overtime
much.
with the Blade Master reset.
Yeah.
On all those clones.
That was an exciting TF.
Now we're down to betting on Hand of Justice. What's it gonna be this time?
I can't even tell from spectator.
If you have the glowy thing under the healing.
Yeah.
He keeps moving his Sivir around as well, because the fact that Sivir was full health early. Yeah. And he's moved the Kiana as well. I want to see where Kiana jumps.
I think it's healing again? Question mark?
You wouldn't know till now. I can't tell.
All right, let's see.
Ooh, Nocturne just one-shot.
Yeah,
he's gaining lives.
Yeah,
he's gaining
plus
lives.
50. Look, she's got the plus 50.
Yeah. And Nocturne's popping off.
Oh, yeah, he's got for sure.
Yeah.
He's quick this time. J-Shrike.
There you go.
GG.
The 3-star Sivir finally delivers.
I think I'm ready to hop in.
You've seen enough? You're ready?
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Get up there on stage? Or just going into ranked?
I mean, I might be able to play in the Littles game.
There you go.
Yeah, I could hop in ranked again, though, because they reset.
The only qualification for the Little is that they can't be Challenger.
I'm not Challenger.
So,
not
yes,
worried about
but
that.
they can be Grandmasters.
Okay.
And I feel like you'd still get slapped.
Maybe.
Definitely.
Never mind. I was gonna go to bat for Jad. I think he could do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially since we've been teaching him this whole time. We've got much better direction than the legends give to the Littles.
There has to be a
normally.
villain. In the anime here of Jat, where he's the protagonist, you're on his side.
My TFT set to journey.
I'm the doubter. All right, we're going to update the overall standings as well. And we're going to have another round, which is the Littles, which they'll give a little bit coaching to later. Becca, of course, won the first round of the Legends fight that we had. She's still on top.
Yep, Jazze, the other winner. J-Shrike getting second, Hungolian third, Jinsel fourth.
All right, so Jat, what you said you're ready. What are you going to aim for then? You lay out your plan?
Yeah, so...
Or are you going to remain flexible and try your hand at the mid-game transitions?
I'm going to remain flexible. I'm going to start with Woodland Druids.
Okay, that's
I'm
good
going to
start.
type in chat to scare other people off of Woodland Druids. I'll tell them I'm crazy. I don't have Elo anyway. I'm going to roll.
Don't mess with me.
Yeah. And then I'm going to get luckier than Hafu did, actually get to the end of the roll, and then I'm good.
Okay, so you're
That's
just in a
top roll.
hyper roll.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just go
that's
Predators
simple.
then. No one Predators this lobby. It's really weird.
Yeah.
The Woodland Assassin.
No one started with
hyper
Predators,
roll.
right? Like they.
Yeah, if you don't get it, it's kind of hard. But even then, I think, yeah.
Or I'm just going to econ to 8 and try and get Singed and Zed.
Yeah.
Those are the alternate.
Just remember to look for Morella Nomicon parts early, so you
Yeah.
can make one for Singed, and then
GA
all the Zed items. Yeah.
And the Redemption.
Yeah. I'm ready to go.
He's got the full kit.
Yeah. Easy.
Look either for hyper rolling on
And I have
Druids or
TFT
go for
mechanics.
these.
Like I know how to sell and do all the hotkeys and stuff.
But okay, what I will say is, like, recognition is the most important thing, I think, more than the mechanics for like making the fast plays and decisions. And if you haven't played too much set 2 before and you're not used to looking at all the icons in the shop and stuff like that, that will slow you down more than your mechanics.
Ooh, yeah. Also, something I learned when I was playing on my laptop, turn off flux because all the colors can't really tell the difference.
Because you grinded TFT in preparation for this event, right? Like you went from unranked to diamond before you started this.
I did, because I quit.
All right, that's enough about Kobe's credit. Let's.
I quit the set 1 a while ago. Okay, after the break though, the LCK and LPL All-Stars take to the Rift. But before, we are going to hear from Shox, who has caught up with the reigning world champion on his All-Star experience so far.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Doinbi and Jisun assisting for the translation. Doinbi is of course a world champion, but did get knocked out in the 1v1 tournament. Doinbi, what happened in the 1v1 match versus Fofo?
네, 도인비 선수 월드 챔피언이신데 아쉽게도 1대1에서는 이제 탈락을 하셨어요. 1대1에서 어떤 일이 지금 일어난 건가요?
이거 1대1이 생각보다 많이 힘들더라고요. 생각해야 될 게 많고 아무래도 약간 이렐리아 이런 잭스, 레넥톤 이런 챔피언들이 좀 강세를 보이는 것 같은데 그거를 잘 몰랐어요.
So I think 1v1 is trickier than I thought because there are so many things to think. So I think Jax, Irelia, Renekton, those are the champions that's going to be really strong, but I didn't really know that.
Okay, well, that is unfortunate, but you can still play the other modes, and there is a big clash of LPL versus LCK coming up. First, I want to know, what role are you playing? Are you playing mid, or are you playing something else? And what are your fighting words for the LCK?
그러면 네, 하실 수 있네요.
네, 저는 뭐 미드 라인을 그대로 갈 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 미드를 할 만한 사람이 없어요, 저희 팀에. 그게 문제고, 두 번째가 저는 빡게임 할 것 같아요, 아무래도. 근데 약간 챔피언은 약간 질게임 위주로 가면서, 근데 게임은 당연히 게임 내에서는 빡게임을 할 것 같아요.
So I'll be sticking to mid lane because there's no other player to go mid lane. So I'll be going to mid lane, and also I think I'll be a little bit try hard. Well, actually about the champion pick, it's gonna be like for fun, but in game it's gonna be all in.
Who are you most looking forward to kill in the game and take down?
그럼 LCK에서 누구를 제일 죽이고 싶으신가요?
어제도 얘기했는데 클리드 선수를 0킬 10덱스 만드는 게 목표입니다, 오늘.
As I mentioned yesterday, Clid, my former teammate, I'm gonna make him 0-10-0.
You're gonna make him suffer. Fantastic. We're looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jisun. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be back with that show match of the LCK versus the LPL. Don't go anywhere.
Scramble, Scar, scramble!
He's scrambling, but his Sion is...
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough.
Sion!
Is it? Nocturne's going to 1v9.
No, he's not.
Oh, wait, he got one shot by the
Get back in there, Scott!
Yeah!
Zimmer's still untouched.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Know, man.
The ults!
Wait, the healing reduction's going to come in.
Overtime!
Wait, what happened?
Oh my
Zimmer
God!
not taking damage.
She has handed Justice healing. She has the
she procced it.
She got the heal.
Oh my God!
That's it. No, it's not.
Wait.
4 health.
Oh.
Okay.
J-Strike.
There you go.
GG.
So it's our 6-month anniversary today. Got you these.
I'm pollen intolerant. I've told you so many times. Wow, a bloodthirster!
I know how you love to lifesteal.
I do. They're all gonna suffer.
You're welcome.
So many are gonna suffer.
with Jankos, who is well on his way to maybe win the 1v1 tournament. I don't want to jinx it, but you just beat Tian as well. What's going on? How did you become a 1v1 god all of a sudden?
Well, I mean, I played 1v1 only once before, and I didn't really like try to win back then. But now, since with Mickey and Caps, they like really sweat to win. They really try. They practice before as well. So I got motivated more to like kind of try my best as well. And I would say I was pretty lucky with Tian, but it was really close, but I won, and I'm on my way to Levi now.
Yeah, very good. Also, all the EU players are doing good in the 1v1 bracket. What do European players have that they are so good in 1v1s?
Well, I think that LAC is very skilled, as we can see.
True.
And clearly in G2, everyone else except for me was the issue, because, well, I won my 1v1 against Tian. But yeah, I just think that we as LAC prepared really well. Like, we actually discussed picks that are strong, and we did play some 1v1. So I feel like we treated like kind of seriously, because Caps like really wants to take the trophy again. So all of us are trying to stop him, and he's just trying to win.
Oh, okay. Yesterday, Tyler won. You know, why are they tryharding so hard? Like, why are they banning our champions? People think that EU is tryharding a lot this tournament, but is that really a bad thing?
No, I mean, I think, you know, like a loser would say that, you know? Like, if you lose because, like, enemy team was better and you don't accept it, then you say, yeah, they were tryharding, and, they banned my champion and I can't play anything else. So I feel like, yes, we are trying to win, but that's because we treat winning as having fun, you know?
Yeah.
Like, sure, you can have fun and play something troll and then lose, but is it really fun after all then? So since we are having fun when winning, then we are just winning.
Yeah, finally, the biggest news, you got your picture with Faker. Now, if you guys don't know, this has been a journey. Jankos has been wanting a picture with Faker rather forever. How did it happen?
Well, I wanted to do with Faker like throughout the whole year, but I never got a good chance because we always played against Faker, so it's awkward to take a picture with him. But today I kind of like manned up at some point, and I saw he was sitting alone on the couch. So I thought this is like the best time because he wasn't really doing anything in particular. So I just like took my chances and walked up and asked. And he was, you know, Faker is a super nice guy, so obviously he said yes. And then like, I was so happy. And yeah, I have my picture now, so I'm very happy.
Wonderful. It's on Jankos' Twitter. It's a great picture. Thank you very much. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
The real victory for all of EU, Jankos finally getting that Faker. It took him like a half an hour to work up the courage to go in that room and ask Faker for a picture, for the record. And of course, great interview, Shocks.
Faker's very personable.
Yeah, he's really nice.
He's like super polite. If you walk into a room, he'll just like make eye contact with you and say hello.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And it's time now. This is my favorite part of the day because it's a regional grudge match where I have no immediate personal stakes, and neither do you, Jet. It is LCK versus LPL. And first up, let's take a look at that LCK lineup as they load onto the Rift. In the top lane, it will be Clid. In the jungle, it will be Faker, flexing on his two jungle compatriots in the mid lane, Narakyle in the bot lane, and Madlife on support. Madlife back. That makes me so happy.
I do like how we have two jungle pros, and it's Faker jungling. The LPL team that we have is the Shy in top lane. That seems a little stacked. With Doonby in mid, Uzi in bot lane, Cat support, and Fireloli in the jungle, who also was a pro jungler for a long time.
Yeah.
This team looks really strong.
Look, the thing is, though, if you're LCK now, and you win with Faker in the jungle and two junglers in your respective solo lane, your bragging rights have shot through the roof. And as we heard from Jankos, you have a cop-out excuse, too. It won't be tryhard pick, but it will be, you know, we were playing.
I'm actually on Jankos' side here. You know how calling someone a tryhard is like loser's mentality? You know what they call tryhards in real life?
What?
Successful.
Oh, wow.
So I am totally fine.
Are you telling me the path to success paved with, you know, half-assing it your entire life?
Weird, right? Oh, also, after EU so shamelessly bailed out NA's top influencer, Tyler 1.
Yeah.
There's no bans in this one. It's blind pick. So everyone's going to be able to pick what they want in this LPL LCK show match. I'm all for it.
I'm also for it because EU has already won.
Yeah. Just get it in there, and then they make the rule change. I'm sure it was EU who called it in.
Well, and this is the thing. This would have been my fear going into this one, right? Is that I think that, like, while there are certainly a number of signature picks, there's a lot of big champion pools here on the stage. But if they had banned out, say, Madlife in this match, and he just didn't get to play a hook champion, there's enough bans to take him off of a hook champion, I would be extremely sad.
Now, the other additional fun fact is if for some reason Mad Life chooses on his own in blind pick not to play a Hook champion, I will also be excited.
Then it's fine.
No, I'll be real sad. Like, on the one hand, yes, I want Mad Life to have a good time. On the other hand, I want Mad Life to play Thresher Blitzcrank.
Yeah. We could also have an Aphelios mirror matchup. Or no Aphelios whatsoever. So
Also,
after you and I
had the
cast
Aphelios
Aphelios
podcast.
yesterday, we learned what all of the symbols mean. Because that's the important thing when casting Aphelios is you know he has 5 guns. All the guns do, but I didn't know the symbols.
That's true.
So we're going to explain that in game if it's picked. We also have some graphics for assistance.
Oh, you got us graphics.
Yes.
That's the best.
It is the icon of the gun and a brief description of what it does.
Fantastic.
Yeah. The green one is the sniper rifle.
Yeah,
Remember
that's
that.
true.
The blue one is the fire flame.
Blue is for burn. Yeah, for those.
Red is for heal.
Red is for healing.
Purple is for slow. White is for chakram.
Yeah, there you go. Easy.
Yeah.
Now, there's obviously a lot of interactions. I don't know. I got really excited about this champion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know from my 5 minutes in practice tool if I'm going to be good at this champion, if, you know, this champion's going to be crazy powerful or weak, but it's interesting, and it's unique, and it's new, and it's got so many weird interactions with it in the context of his own kit that it's kind of like the learning process has been super fun because it's not, all of the interactions are not super obvious right off the bat.
Yeah, we're about 3 minutes out of this, so I apologize if you're not interested in the newest champion that will soon be joining the Rift in Aphelios.
And look, if you're not, there's a solution, and it's called ban every game. But I don't recommend that. I instead would recommend listening to us now so that you can have an edge or a leg up on the competition.
Yeah, and my biggest recommendation is actually not trying to read the Aphelios instruction manual and don't try and memorize all the abilities until you've just gone into a game and shot all 5 guns. Because once you do that, I feel like the kit really starts falling into place.
Yeah.
And then the learning process of figuring out, oh, I want to combo the sniper rifle with the slow gun or any of the cool combos your brain are going to start making is what is going to make this champion cool. So it is a blessing and a curse to get a preview pack. This particular champion, who on paper is so hard to conceptualize, but to me, once you play him in game, it hopefully kind of just falls into place.
Yeah, and I think it also, so this is interesting because we were talking a lot earlier today about kind of MMOs and kind of like the raiding experience and how like peak MMO for a lot of people playing was like going into a raid blind, right? And like learning these things as you go. And I think it's a similar experience for me watching Aphelios be played where you're like, okay, on paper I can see like 2 or 3 interactions, but then as you play him more and more, you're kind of going through this organic learning process. And when you figure out a new interaction, you feel so smart.
Yeah.
And that's like the 2 to 3 week period before, you know, like whatever Aphelios one trick figures out everything that's optimal that I'm looking forward to, where like everyone gets to feel super, super big brain when they learn a new Aphelios interaction. They're like, oh, this is super exploitable. I'm going to beat people with this.
And I hope at least one of these guys pick it, so this whole duo podcast ends up working, because we do have.
Will that stop us if they don't pick it? Will we not just continue?
Play it? I hope not. Just I have enough respect for us as casters that we wouldn't talk about something off screen for 40 minutes. But maybe it could happen.
You know? Yeah. No. The only thing I will say, this is my one note to anyone who wants to play this champion, whether you're jumping a normal game, is that the green gun, Calibrum the sniper, has extra range. Every other gun, don't worry about what it does. You can read the tooltip as you play. You can kind of learn organically. But knowing that when you swap away from that gun, you're going to lose 100 attack range is going to kill a lot of people in the first weeks. Because I don't know if the orb walking, auto attacking experience, A-clicking experience changes a lot when you randomly gain 100 range.
Yeah, and if you have the white gun, you want to be really close to them, because your next auto attack can start as soon as the basically boomerang thing returns to you.
Yeah, you only get 1 boomerang. Well, need more. Yeah, well, regardless. We'll say 1 for now. It's one more nuance than that.
Enough.
But this ends the Aphelios podcast, episode 2. We might get an episode 3 depending on how this blind pick goes. It's looking like we're going to get an episode 3. I hope you're excited. But regardless, we'll talk about some of the other picks that could come out here. And so far, no one's locked in.
Well, yeah, because the LCK is cheering. They know they have 70 seconds left, so they're waiting for late game of this blind pick. Is Doonby going to play Nunu mid? That would make it okay for me. That
I'm actually so ready for this one. Ender only plays AP Nunu bot lane nowadays, but I kind of vaguely understand it, which is you have Snowball and literally no other abilities. But that's all that matters. You only need the one. Has anyone? Okay, Nunu locked into the. They can't swap the blind.
I bet
right?
you. I mean.
No, you can't. Why would you even need to swap that?
Yeah,
Why would
right.
you let that? You just.
Faker's gonna play Zach again, isn't he? He played Zach mid last All-Star.
It was so disappointing.
Okay, he just lost.
Lee Sin. That's Faker Lee Sin. That's gonna be. Ooh, okay, I take it back.
Rammus against the shy top Steta, who might just ult the Shyvana, which would be epic.
That would be sweet. I like top Kalista. There was a lot of rumors about Kalista with
playing Aphelios.
bonding a champion that wasn't in her lane when we were at MSI. I heard a lot of rumors when Nico especially was powerful. But there it is. That's if you were waiting, the only thing that mattered to that entire champion select is as we get the players through is that Mad Life is playing Thresh. That's right, folks. Nostalgia in full effect.
Agreed. That's why he's here. Sen is also in the game. Very strong new champion who we haven't been able to see that much of. I've played a lot of this champion as well. Very good. Very strong.
Yeah. It's hard for me to have a strong. I felt like she was so strong on initial release, and a lot of people weren't super comfortable playing against her.
Yeah.
But the 3 games I played where I did well. I can't tell if it's like the champion is super good if people don't know what they're doing, or if you know it's just very beginner friendly when she first came out.
Yeah, I mean she has quite long range, and the thing that I personally like about playing Senna is I'm not that good at high attack speed marksman play, and that's something that really starts hurting me when I get up into Diamond. But
yeah.
Senna has such artificially low attack speed, I feel like it's an 80 champion that I can actually play.
And unlike Jhin, who has 4 shots and is kind of difficult to farm on, Senna doesn't run out of ammo and have like this huge return attacks. But here we are. It is LCK versus LPL. EU came out on top over NA through the power of bans. So we've taken them away, and that means your players play their favorite champions. Some surprises in the Predator Nunu mid for DoinB.
Yep. So you start Snowball.
That's true.
You clear the first wave fastest in the game because you just get a big old snowball roll. It kills the backline minions, takes the frontline minions low, which you can finish. And then since he started Boots, he can immediately roam bot lane at level 2.
Which is pretty easy setup.
Yeah.
I would say. Now, looks like we will have a bit of a delay here on stage. I'll keep you guys up to date as I get more information. Oh, that might be it. We just needed to let Uzi know that his mama loves him. But could also be technical issues. So here's the thing. Cassio bot with Conqueror is I'm pretty excited about. I haven't seen Cassio bot in a while, and obviously she's one of the big mage Conqueror abusers alongside Ryze that I've heard a lot about.
Conqueror is nerfed 0.24 as well.
That's true.
So the amount of healing you get on a ranged champion has been reduced. It potentially is still the best keystone for Cassiopeia, but we'll have to see. Phase Rush arguably better, but in bottom lane where you're going to have to kind of stand still and duel, it's probably fine.
Yeah. So it was a small resolution issue. We're going to be getting back into game shortly. So don't worry, we're going to get to witness many things. But just recapping, the big oddities to me, the interesting things. One, we get to see Faker play Lee Sin, but Lee Sin a very conventional jungle champion, so while it is Faker, it is slightly less wild. But definitely the LPL team has some very unique picks, and it's not just the Nunu mid. Shyvana in the jungle outside of solo queue, not something I'm used to seeing. And the Shy on Kalista top, Halo Blades Kalista top. Did you see who he bonded with? I did not.
I have not. I imagine it would have been Shyvana.
I would hope so.
Yeah. There's also the prop bet for this game. Do you remember the prop bet?
I do. Well, it's a push-up contest with Tyler 1.
Yes. So Kobe and Dash both predicted teams.
But I don't remember who predicted which team. Do you remember who predicted which?
They literally just told me, and I've already forgotten. So Kobe LPL. I've been told twice now. Dash LCK.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to find out. I think Dash has to be feeling a little optimistic right now. Because there's a lot. Well,
look at the team. The Shy?
Yeah, but look at the
picks.
Uzi? Look at the picks. You got Life on Thresh.
He's not even starting mid. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this Nunu play.
He's just going bottom.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Uzi's going mid. Wait.
Uzi's going mid. Oh, I know this. This is exactly. I played Nunu Volibear, and this is the same thing. Nunu just waits, and then he rolls in as the lane starts. This Mad Life's already dead. He doesn't even know it yet.
He can flash.
Yeah, but here comes the ball. Where's he going to go? Oh, out of the way. Yeah, that's fine.
But they got the flash level 1. Now he can TP top to 1v1 the Rammus. They've lane swapped already, so they're breaking the rules. of the lane assignments.
But we could also be witnessing Season 10.
The birth of a new meta.
The birth of a new meta, yeah.
Believe me, when Nunu released, Mark Z immediately made a video about Nunu mid on Twitter. For some reason, it didn't catch on.
It's, I mean, when you hit the snowball, the big snowball, the biggest snowball ever, some would say, it feels really good. When you don't, the champion really doesn't do a lot. And turns out building full AP makes you pretty squishy.
And this is also a better lane for Kalista with a partner than the solo lane Kalista. So.
Yeah, and this is pretty, honestly, I really love this laning combo. Kalista, whenever she's popular, is just a massive bully in the early game. Halo Blades, making a lot of the trades that much more favorable for her. And Senna, with early sustain, with CC for potential follow-up, going to make it very difficult for the Cassio to find those really long, extended trades.
Senna's early game is really, really strong. What I found interesting is getting access to early tier is actually really, really beneficial on Senna because you're pretty heavily monogated on your heal. So that's one of the reasons that Marksman Senna has been higher win rate than support Senna, even if support Senna is more highly played. But the nerf to her on this patch that we're playing on right now, 9.24, which hasn't hit live yet, is that the chance of dropping a soul is greatly diminished. Uzi's done for.
Out there, Faker going to come in and find the kill. That's what you want from a jungler. Come in, claim the credit, Q the wrong way, get him anyway.
The BM red buff walk away Q in the opposite direction kill by Faker is a 10 out of 10.
And there you go. And now you know why Faker's in the jungle. He's like, look, guys, I know what it takes to win a game.
I mean, it's true. Faker's going to roll swap in 2000.
What is this, the preview? So it's going top lane. Okay, Firelaw is here. Should be fine in the 1v1 individually. Now the retreat comes
That's a fast Rammus.
That's a very fast Rammus. Now TPing in. There is no way they make it out of this one. Taunt connects. Cat is running for the hills, but been flayed backwards and taken out. Clean play from the side of the LCK. 3-0 so far in the game.
All right. The Shy's going back to top lane. Because he's like, I played top lane for years. I do not get 5-man 4 minutes in.
Yeah.
Uzi's saying, bro.
He lives on the island. Faker.
This happens all the time.
Flash W away, but here comes the snowball. Yeah, Mad Life's there. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but going to be really no follow-up. Just going to move in and maybe try to take a camp? No, instead he's just going to go mid.
Moby boots first. Nunu. Watching this gank one more time. So it's two Predator top laners with tele. So they're maximizing their speed. It's the Predator Rammus. Look at that gap closing distance.
It makes you wonder why we haven't seen more Predator Rammus in competitive play.
It really does.
But that's like, the thing that you can definitely say is that while, well, how's that thought? This is a bit of extent. These guys can't actually kill each other. Wait, maybe they can.
I mean,
there's
a
lot of damage. Oh, they both just have Moby boots. I thought for sure Khalid would have actual items at this point in the game. No, they both have Moby boots. They can very much kill each other.
He has the rejuve beat advantage. Gotta watch out for that.
Really in the Predator Rammus versus Predator Nunu matchup, Jett, I don't know how experienced you are, but I will say the rejuve beat is the difference maker.
Yeah, once the other player gets the first rejuve beat, you just open. There's nothing you can do.
Go next, guys. It's not even worth it. That 150 gold, there's no coming back. And the thing is, I think if the Nunu or the Rammus start a fight, the other team probably loses. Because there's so much good follow-up on both sides.
Yeah, and even though everyone's basically playing off-roll, they're still playing champions that they're generally going to be good at. So Uzi obviously is a great Vayne. Echo is a champion that Peanut can get a lot of reps on in the jungle, even if you're going to be playing it in the mid lane. So we're in for some pretty high-level play, even if it's a little bit for fun.
Yeah. I mean, Peanut there, I think, cancels the Q animation with the E, so he clearly got the knowledge.
This team's not really with him here.
No, that's going to be good damage. Just instantly dies.
Get him, Madlock. Get in there.
Madlock go over. Doesn't want to go over. That's just going to be Infernal Drake, kind of donated by Faker. A consolation prize. He says, hey, we got these 3 kills, but you can have this Drake.
Extra good for Shyvana.
Extra good.
Yeah. Get the Armor and Mar bonus off of every Drake. Still.
That's such an odd passive. But it does feel really good when you play Shyvana and you get a few Drakes early.
Yeah. I mean, she is a dragon.
Yeah, that's true.
So I wouldn't call it odd.
Well, I mean, we make her kill her family to get buffs. I find that odd, Jett.
I'm going to think about this for a second. I need to tread carefully.
I think it might be time to move on. Uzi doing great in the mid lane.
Have you ever
Five
had
CS.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, you have Klein open. Can we get a Senna stack?
Yeah, sure.
See how the old
I don't
Soul
really agree with the Null Magic first. Oh, this is actually going to be an Athene Senna. Which,
oh, yeah, and then one for the sickle, for the AP, really,
Athene's
too. Or not the
Ardent
sickle.
Senna is actually fine in the support role. Almost no one does it because it's just more fun and thematic to build lethality, but like win rate-wise and AP ratio-wise, it's fine. Senna's at 17 souls. So 70 hasn't gotten bonus range yet. That'll happen at 25. And here comes Rammus.
And he's just so fast. And no matter how invisible they think that they are, Rammus will still walk away. Dang. All right.
Well, they're Misty.
Peanut now needs to get out of there. Quick dash
Doonby.
for the wall. But
Counter
he's
it.
now coming in. Just smack Peanut right into
Hex
the neck while
flash.
he walks near.
He's in
Down.
there.
Good hook comes in from Mad Life. Doonby now moving in, but he's not going to be able to curve that one. He did not watch enough into growing up. Could not drift the snowball there.
He perfected the mid lane Nautilus. He mastered the mid lane Galio.
And he's learning.
He's learning.
One snowball at a time.
Yeah.
And here's now Fire Lolly really taking off. Sadly, won't get extra stats for taking the Rift Herald. Can luckily get 2 of them.
Yeah. Rift
Book
Herald
does connect.
Rift Herald also buffed on 924 as well, so the first charge will do more damage. We'll basically always get 2 plates.
Oh, follow-up is there. Shy taken out. Cat now definitely going to be in trouble. The lockdown, that delayed CC costing a lot, but here goes the CS. Dude, I thought he was going to kill someone. I thought for sure. I was like, oh, here we go. But the Nunu doesn't even have AP quite yet. Fire Lolly here, ult available. Clid now moving in. The taunt will definitely connect. Fire Lolly can try to get something done. Great pushback. Saving Private Uzi right there in that moment. The ball is rolling. Shyvana, where's the E at?
Snowball
There's
or
so many
Powerball?
people.
Who will win?
Here. Doobie, curve it! Curve the bullet! Okay, he doesn't get it, but Clid will still go down. Should still on the heels there. The ult coming out, taking his time. Nunu bot and Doonby get the kill, but cost him his life in the end.
That was fun. I guess the snowball did kind of catch the Powerball. You would think Powerball would always outrun, but I was mistaken. This is looking better for LCK than I thought it would. But I guess their comp is better because one doesn't have a Spectre's Cowl Moby Boots Nunu.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the cowl here. Maybe better in the long run. Uzi slowly but surely getting chipped away at by Peanut here. But Uzi does still have flash, as does Peanut.
Yeah.
And sadly, Cat still only level 5.
Ooh, nice.
That was good damage.
Get that soul.
That's the thing.
And winning fights with Senna feels so good. It's just soul here, soul
like,
over there.
That's an extra 80. That's an extra 80.
Okay, so the Powerball was already running out, and he didn't have Moby's active because he was in combat.
Couldn't hook this one, though. Yeah, sad.
You can really turn a snowball more than you think.
Yeah, it's very generous.
Yeah.
It is not like Sion. It is much, much more generous.
That's what I was going to say. Playing Nunu and then playing Sion makes you really bad Sion.
Yeah.
Because you expect to be way turnier than you can be.
You're just going straight into the wall. Yeah, it's semi truck turning radius versus like compact car turning radius here.
Yeah.
You're not making it around the corners on Sion. There's a reason you guys do Sion Speedway and not Nunu Speedway.
Yeah, because the Nunu Speedway is just where we go.
Start to finish. Yeah, it's not a challenge.
It's like setting up an obstacle course that you can walk through. Like, it's just not
thrilling challenge, to be sure.
Yeah.
Oh, the Rift Herald is going to do a little bit more, obviously. As you mentioned,
they
buff
funneled
this
the
patch.
golden Nunu.
Well, because really, the Spirit Visage Power Spike is going to take him over. Faker knocking the wall.
out.
Faker should definitely be dead. Cat gets ult, snipes Faker. That's exactly what the LPL wants. Now here comes the snowball. Peanut walks out of the way.
See, I think he could have kept turning.
Yeah?
I think he could have looped all the way around.
But the thing is, if you hit the wall underneath the tower, I think you die.
Yeah.
But you're right that he didn't commit, and that is always questionable.
They're setting up the Drake. They're going for the late game. They want the Dragon Soul. It's going to be an Ocean or Mountain Soul.
Okay.
That's how the new Drake system works. Basically, the first 3 Drakes are always going to be unique. After this one, it'll turn into one of the 2, either Ocean or Mountain Souls. The terrain will change. Here we go. What's it going to be? Ocean.
Mount?
That's bad for Nunu, actually.
Yeah, because now there's more walls for anyone to hop over. Hold that thought. Shy has now been grounded. Cannot do anything. Cassio just shreds through this duo. The setup is there, and Mad Life and Narkile are just popping off your Faker. Does not connect the Sonic Wave, but this bot lane is doing serious work. Deshai, I'm glad he went bot lane and not top. I feel like that balances the scales, but maybe too much in the favor of the LCK. As now Firelol is just doing what he can to hold on. Around it, but it won't be too consequential, and still some solid AoE on the Flame Breath there for Shyvana.
Yeah, I mean, really good turret defense. From back away now.
Faker going in. Doesn't opt for the insect.
Faker can
gonna walk him down, conquers their war upward. It's all too easy. Just finds that one.
Watching Faker Mad Life team up like that, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Or even just watching Mad Life do work on Thresh again.
Yeah, just do before. Here we go. Shy. This is definitely not the fight that he wants. Oh, I asked, and Faker delivers into the play. That is synergy. That was incredible. Clip it.
Yep.
Throw it on Twitch. We've all been waiting for it. You might not have known it up until this moment, but you were.
It's time for Mad Life to sign with SKT. The alley's ready.
This is the Harlem
Faker's gonna switch to jungle.
of CC chaining.
Easy Hoon's going back to mid.
Bring them all back. He needs another Azir skin. Narkyle, though, knocked to the wall, will be taken down. No! They didn't get it! Doonby!
Oh, no.
That's so infuriating. The channeled ult doesn't get it down either, and Faker just keeps going. He's merciless. Even in a for-fun game, he will not relent.
Clint. LPL may have won Worlds 2 years in a row, but really, Faker is jungling and beating LPL teams.
Out of his mind.
What does that really
sadly,
mean?
I think has... No. Mad Life is there. In a game with Peanut, Faker, and Clid, I did not think I'd be saying Mad Life is MVP, but Mad Life looking like MVP right now. Faker manages to dash away. Firelol jumps in, gets the shutdown. The taunt brings him back. Not enough mana for Mad Life. Not going to give his life for this one either, but the hook barely going to miss. This is a little aggressive. Peanut, of course, has his ult, can just pull back, but not going to be able to finish the kill there. And with no mana, has activated the Predator, is on the hunt for Shy.
Firelol, he's back in. He's got ult. AP Shyvana.
But it's just going to get taken out here. Delayed CC, but he will still get locked down. Easy kill pickup for the Senna. Cassio hovering off to the side. The Shy should most certainly be dead. Has, of course, the ability to dash away.
Oh,
Narkyle to finish one. The Cat misses the snare, and that should just be instant death. Peanut walking on the way in. Narkyle going to get the double kill. 8, 0, and 5.
That was actually pretty clever, where he could have killed the Shy, but he decided to wait for the double kill instead because he's so ridiculously strong. Watching this again, though.
Oh.
Faker. Oh. Kick into the hook mid-flight. The dream.
There's a fight happening. It's really hard to talk about it after that replay because that seriously was my favorite play of probably the last year. That was awesome.
Favorite play of All-Star 2019, I'd have to say.
Definitely. And to be fair, obviously, it would be, if that had happened in like a World Final, it would have been a little bit different of scale. But still,
What are you trying to say about the scale?
That World Finals are very important, Jed. I'm not trying to imply anything else,
All right,
sir.
Let you off with that.
All right, thank you. All right, so it is support Senna. It is Mikhail's, which I'm not as excited about as Athene's. But
yeah.
Given the 2-5 scoreline for Cat, maybe just trying to, you know, funnel resources into Uzi.
Fun fact about Mikhail's is its 20% heal shield power amp is the highest amp of all heal shield amp items. So even though stuff like Athene's will heal for more, stuff like Ardent Sense will give you the attack speed, if you're just looking for that big heal on what item, it would be over time, right? It would be the Mikhail's. If you're not doing much damage. I think Athene's is better on champions that can dish out damage as well. But maybe the CC break for like a Rammus taunt is considered important.
Big deal.
Yeah, I can see.
And look, at this point, if you're Uzi, you're like, all right, the Shy, you've had your fun. We're going to funnel resources into me, and I'm going to carry. But that is a Mad Life hook connecting once again. He'll be trying to walk his way through this one. He's going to be able to snare at least one opponent. Now channeling the ult. That's going to be a big combo. Here comes the Shyvana. Doonby still alive for now, but he does get taken down in the end, and now they're chasing down Mad Life. But still, he manages to live, goes golden at the time, and now Cat has to run for the hills, but it is Peanut on the flank, and the LCK is dominating the LPL in this show match.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say if Uzi was there, that the LPL would have had a better chance in that fight.
Sure. I don't think it would be going out on a limb, though, to say that they also would have gotten aced in the end.
Ooh, maybe, especially if they're not killing Cassiopeia at the very start.
Yeah. Very strong Cassio.
And that's kind of one thing about new Conqueror mages, or just any Fed champion with Conqueror, is like, yes, you're not killing them as fast because it's not doing the true damage anymore, but just the raw amount of healing you can do, especially because Cassiopeia with Twin Fang is already healing a lot. Once you're fed, unless you're bursted down really quickly, you're just going to carry all the fights. Because, I mean, look at this. They actually get a Nunu stun at the start. Joinby buys a lot of time because he gets the shield from the Senna ult as well as from his own ult. But because they don't instantly kill the Cassio, he just heals back up.
Yeah. And I mean, it's post-mitigation damage now, right? And so when you're fed, you're just doing more damage, you're healing more. On top of that, more levels under your belt. You're a level 11 at this point, so you're maxing out on that base Twin Fang healing. And now you have 10 stacks on a Medjai's. You're Narakyle. And when I look at the opposite side, if I ignore the items, I'm excited to see the next team fight. If I look at the items, the next team fight's going to be a slaughter. Uzi, though, stepping forward, taking a bit of damage back from Rammus.
The 20-minute Rage Blade he's going for. He's going to make it.
It's okay, guys. The 2-item power spike. Like, before they nerfed Rage Blade, and all you needed was Blade of the Rune King and Ginsu's, and you could literally 1v5 any team fight, assuming you had Peel. But we're working towards some first items, you know. LPL is on a budget right now.
This is a roughie for the LPL.
We have a second Spectre Scout. He's building...
I mean, it has to reduce the Cassiopeia damage.
No, Adaptive Helm is a great item. It's just like build one or the other. Why do you need both? But it's also AP Shyvana, which with Dark Harvest, which is an incredibly obnoxious champion as the game goes on. So the just scale option is alive and well. Not my favorite thing to see in a show match, but definitely a viable pursuit.
Yeah, and losing out on the third Drake really hurts them because it just delays their potential Dragon Soul by a lot.
And Mountain Soul, it's not super great. It's always obviously a good thing to have, but it's not super great against this comp because it's a lot of sustain for the enemy.
Yeah. Like, the shield is one thing. Another thing about having the soul is it just means you have multiple stacks of the Drake, and the armor MR is going to be generically good in all.
Especially when you're building both the Spirit Vicious and the Adaptive.
Just imagine how much MR you're multiplying.
So much.
So much. Now, getting the Mountain Drake in the first place would be pivotal.
Yeah, I think incredibly difficult given that Mad Life just hooked Uzi, and Uzi just not going to have a chance. Can't make his way out of the box. Narakyle now legendary and absolutely fearless. 3-member strong here. Firewall, he can look to throw some Flame Breath down. They walk into the pinch. Will connect Faker. That is a massive hitbox. Nigh impossible to dodge if Tron is in a good position.
14 stacks, as well as a Spellbinder on the Cassio.
Oh, but this is... Peanut.
Okay.
He's too patient. Too many players get scared and dash ahead of time. I see, that's the thing. In lower ELO, my bastion of hope, people just get scared and dash away, and then Nunu just catches them anyway. But if you just wait, yeah, you can't curve it fast enough. Although that I would love to see from the enemy team's perspective is the snowball through the Senna Mist and then the very fast Wraith coming out of it.
True.
You know it's a Nunu, but that's a very scary image.
Yeah, I think Doonby's going to have to go back to the workshop on this new solo lane champion Dark technology. Or maybe this is just an unlucky game.
I mean, to be fair, it's been a rough bot lane for the Shy and Cat as well. And it's not like Clid was like...
Pick up the souls! How many souls does Senna have? Cat's still level 8, 39 souls.
Are they funneling resources into anyone, really? No, they're all kind of just sharing farms.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 12,000 gold Cassiopeia to a 6,000 gold Vayne. There's not much funneling to be done in that case.
Not a lot of gold to go around, eh? Well, Wits End second appears to be the choice for the Shy. Really solid item on melee champions, and obviously just generally good against the sheer amount of magic damage pressure on the team. The real question for me is, can they get some of these shut down? There's a juicy 700 gold bounty sitting on top of that Cassio.
Yeah, I mean, that is what I do to prevent my team from tilting, is every time they want to surrender, I just say, guys, it's winnable, just kill the people with the big bounties.
There you go.
It works less often than it doesn't, but it still works sometimes, so it's worth the try.
I like how you made that unnecessarily complex, just as a sentence. You're like, let's just give him something to decipher here. All right, 5K health, dropping, steal, Baron,
steal.
Could be the big difference. But here comes Split into the middle of everything. Doomby, can he get the finish? Does not look like it. That is absolutely massive. Narkyle, now Legend, no hesitation, flash coming from Mad Life over the wall means that this fight is just going to get going. Where's Thoth going to go? Can he predict it? He doesn't need to. Throws the play out. Will not be able to. Yes, he gets the hook! And that should be it. Narkyle, now legendary. A beautiful fight from the side of the LCK. Did not fear going over that wall whatsoever. And Faker's just going to continue to start that one up because this Cassio will delete it on the full stack Magi.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be Baron for the LCK. And in this situation, if we're talking about ways to try and come back in games, I say, great job. Mad Life bounty down. Next up, Cassio.
Yeah.
So
or
now,
TP into the pit and steal it.
Yes.
Not actually a jungler and may not
Nunu
be as
could
good
eat
at
it.
fight.
Come
on.
Oh,
Peanut is a jungler. Nope. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Faker gets the Baron. Fire Lolly finds a single kill, and Nunu will now zoom his way out
to the death chamber.
Oh, Cat, no, that's not where you want to be. Whoa. Faker killing spree. Fire Lolly not going to run, but he will get stunned. Not going to get Dragon in time. Is slowly getting chipped away at. Health very low. Is he going to go? Peanut. Oh, so the Shy trying to find his way back in, but I don't think this is a good call. Needs to get out.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
Gets hit. Good predict by Faker. Will dash out to safety. Could get stunned up, but actually is managing to stay on the edge here. But stepping into the Cassio, never the right choice when she's 15-0.
Yeah, 25 stacks Magi's. That puts him at 589 AP pre-death cap.
That's a pretty big number. All right, here comes Cat. We do not get to see Ghost Nunu, but that's pretty big.
I think it was.
Ulti could now come out, but they've hooked Uzi! He's already dead! The fight's already over before it even begins! Doomby doesn't even really get to use the ultimate.
Man, this is a stomp.
Yeah.
16K gold.
Yeah. I mean, turns out Mad Life's still very good at League of Legends.
Yeah. This is not the Shy's best day.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing the old Kalista top anytime soon. Doomby just gonna get kicked out, won't even get the satisfaction of ulti, but Fire Lolly will get a big shutdown. Is gonna be traded back. Doomby does die, and the Shy desperately trying to retreat. Gonna have Proc Conquer, and Flit is kind of just zoning everyone off with the threat of a Powerball.
Oh man!
Forward, can ult back. Ooh. Wait. Yeah, Mad Life kind of hovering back, ready to throw that lantern if necessary. So, yeah. All right, Jet. So you were talking to me about what you say to your solo queue team to keep them in the game. So okay, we've gone over bounties. Do you have any other tactics? I feel like the other.
Yeah, I'll say we have 2 out of 4 of the required dragons to reach Dragon Soul.
Nice.
We should try and achieve that. People get really annoyed with my optimism sometimes, but if you feel like playing it out, I suggest these tactics.
There you go.
I think something I tried once in 2015. This didn't work, but I bet the team that they can't end the game by a certain time.
Ah.
So their ego makes them want to do it.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. You have to entice them with something they actually want. So back in 2015, I said something like, I bet you can't win in under 20 minutes, and if you do, I'll tweet a picture of it.
Oh.
I tweeted I did.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So these aren't necessarily stories.
But what if you're not Jat and no one cares if you tweet a picture?
Yeah, so this is not a very transferable skill.
To you, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it didn't even work for me. But
Might be the final
like
fight. There's the kick flash coming in from Faker as he does leap in. They'll be backing off. They're going to pick up a quick kill onto Doomby as Faker will go into the GA. Quick going to hit 2 there, but he might just get taken down. Big ult comes down from Senna. Uzi off to the side is actually getting a lot of work done. Very difficult for them to get on top. He's giving a lot of respect for the Mad Life. We'll get invisible there briefly, camouflaged by the Shrouded Senna.
Just hiding.
Peanut does get
Hey!
Oh, Uzi?
He
has to go. It doesn't matter. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Cassio got to hit the vein. The game was over. But up until that point, it looked real close. 34-11, 16K gold lead for the LCK. Bring back Mad Life. Hashtag it. Bring back Mad Life.
He's got over 1,000 AP on Cassio.
Promote Narkyle. More Narkyle.
Agreed.
All right, I love it. Little fountain kill BM. Faker's gonna kick him back. That's
another
great.
shutdown.
That's great. Anytime you see Faker BM, it's a treat. He's so polite, you know, mixing it up, diving into the
get to
fountain
20.
kill.
Get to 20 kills. Come on.
Ooh, hook him, pull him back with a play. Good job. All right, beautiful game. Really? Once again, just wonderful.
It's really
Look at all
Cloud
that love.
Templars.
Yeah, Cloud Templar really bringing the team together.
Bring the glory back to the LCK. I mean, I gotta say, Dracos, before the World Championship.
Yeah. You were big.
I foretold the rise of
Korea.
Yeah,
China,
I said
Korea.
2018,
Yeah.
it's an aberration. And then, not only did they win all 3 of their groups,
yes,
they also demolished the LPL in the regional show match.
At All-Star 2019.
Don't worry about what happened in between. Remember the 3 group stage first place wins and this match.
Remember, folks, if you want to win an argument, just cut out the context that doesn't support your argument.
Yeah. You can try it. Sometimes it works.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I love it. You know, I respect it. I like your, you know, kind of breaking it down, how you keep your team going. It's like little arms, little
What do you
signals and
do?
goals.
You just surrender?
I don't type.
Okay.
I haven't disabled my enter key, but I should because I take it very personally. I'm a very competitive person. I have a hard time.
I mean, you take what you say personally?
No, I take what other people say personally.
Okay, so you just
And
don't want to engage.
EU West is not
Yeah.
the beacon of positivity that many
Are you
think
sure?
it might be.
Maybe you just don't understand the culture.
Yeah, you're right. Those
American
very
living
offensive words mean different
Yeah,
things in
it's
different
friendship.
countries.
It's banter. Come on. Yeah.
Okay, so highlight for me, definitely Mad Life. The Mad Life Faker kick, right? That has to be the
Yes,
highlight.
that was the highlight of the game.
There can't be a better highlight.
No.
Maybe when we see wait, who won the push-up contest?
Well, it's going to happen.
This could beat the push-up contest.
Yeah, so someone's going to duel Tyler 1. It's Dash who picked LCK, I
God,
believe.
you remember this time. That was
So
a test. I
said I
definitely knew that.
believe. So that's one of those things you can do
Yeah.
where you're right until you're wrong. Correct, they just told me. So Dash won the bet, which means Kobe then has to do the push-up contest.
And as we heard from Shox, Kobe really wants to show off his sick muscles.
Yeah. Well, Kobe said he would be confident in a pull-up contest.
Huh.
But the push-up contest is going to be more difficult because he doesn't train those as much.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he had the option to pitch the push-up contest.
Yeah.
And he did, or the pull-up contest, rather, and he didn't. So I'm just wondering if he's getting his excuses out ahead of time.
I also think that Tyler 1 is pretty strong.
Yeah,
and mysteriously never wears sleeves.
Is it a mystery? He takes the sleeves off. It's not like they don't just disappear. All right, well, to hear from the victors, that's enough from us. Dash is standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much, Dracos. That's right, I'm standing by with Peanut and G-Sun, who's going to help us out with some translations. Peanut, you just announced actually recently that you'll be going over to play in China for LGD, but getting to play one more time on stage with the LCK, you got the victory over the LPL. So talk to me about this win here and what it meant to get one final win for Korea before going over and playing alongside some of those LPL players.
네, 이제 피너 선수 최근에 중국에 있는 LCD로 이제 이적한다고 기사가 났는데 이제 가기 전에 마지막으로 이제 LCK 팀들과 한 번 더 호흡을 맞춰서 LPL 팀을 무너뜨렸습니다. 이 승리에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
네, 뭐 즐기는 자리니까 이 승리로 뭐 엄청 크다지 않지만 엄청 재밌게 했고요. 뭐 서로 재밌게 게임을 즐긴 것 같아서 뭐 승패보다는 즐겼다는 거에 의미를 두고 싶어요.
Well, I mean, this event was so festive and we all just enjoyed it. So regardless of the results, I think we all just enjoyed this event.
Speaking to the fun of the event, a bit of a reunion for your SKT playing alongside Faker. However, this time around, you were the mid laner and he was the jungler. How would you say he did as your jungler here today?
즐기는 자리라고 하셨는데 또 하나의 그런 요소가 이제 SKT의 동료였던 페이커 선수 한 번 더 경기를 하셨는데 그때는 이제 피너 선수가 페이커 선수를 위해 정글링을 했는데 이번에는 이제 피너 선수가 미드였고 페이커 선수가 정글링 해줬잖아요. 페이커 선수의 정글링 어땠는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 정글을 가서 상혁 형이 미드 감수성이 좀 풍만할 줄 알고 미드를 많이 올 줄 알았는데 생각보다 미드를 너무 안 와가지고 제가 미드 와달라 해도 딴 라인으로 가더라고요. 그게 좀 아쉽지 않았나 생각합니다. 네.
Well, I hoped or believed that he will understand mid lane a lot, so I was expecting a lot from him, but actually I even asked for him to make a gank, but he did not. He was going to other lanes, so a bit sad about it.
I love it. I love it. I don't know if you know this, but there was a little bit of a Vegas wager placed on this match. Kobe and I, one of the other analysts, we wagered. I said that the LCK would win. He said that the LPL would win, and the loser had to face Tyler1 in a push-up contest that will take place tomorrow, most likely. So first off, thank you so much for winning, because now I don't have to do the push-up contest. But two, do you think Kobe can beat Tyler1 in a push-up contest?
네, 이제 이 얘기에 대해서 알고 계실지는 모르겠는데 이제 분석 데스크에서 이제 LCK, LPL 누가 이길 건지 이제 서로 내기를 했는데 이제 이분은 LCK가 이길 것이다. 그리고 또 다른 코비라는 분은 LPL이 이길 것이다라고 해서 이제 피넛님이 이겨주신 덕분에 내기를 이겼는데 내기를 진 사람은 이제 북미의 스트리머 초청받으신 타일러원님이랑 팔굽혀펴기 내기를 해야 되거든요. 우선은 정말 감사드리고 이제 누가 이길 것 같은지 팔굽혀펴기 내기.
제가 뭐 정확히 잘 아는 건 아니지만 눈으로 봤을 때는 네, 타일러님이 이길 것 같은데 네, 타일러님이 이길 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, I don't really know a lot of information about it, but as based on what I saw, I think Tyler1 will win.
Yeah, I think so. So I agree with that entirely. Peanut, congratulations on the victory. Thank you so much for the interview. G-Sun, of course, thank you for the translations. We are going to head over to Shox and the Analyst Lounge to close out that matchup.
Thank you so much. And well, Peanut obviously inadvertently really burned Kobe because he said, all I can go off is what they both look like and how strong they are. So Tyler's gonna win. So I thought that was.
And Tyler's got some pretty big arms.
Yeah. So I think that's maybe it was very polite by Peanut, but he still burned Kobe, which we all enjoy.
I also agree, by the way, that and I actually know Kobe pretty well. He's going to lose.
Okay.
Kobe also agrees.
Yeah, I think
Kobe knows Kobe very well.
This is a massive underdog story. This game was amazing to watch. It was a lot of people got very interesting champions, and there was no one banned out this time around. The player of the game was Narakyle because absolutely popped off.
Cassiopeia? I mean, it was great.
I mean, it's like a meta thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a big meta pick, but a lot of CC from the squad. Like, shout out all the hooks, shout out Faker's ganks, but he put in the damage really well.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well. He's playing Conquer Cassio. It's a really strong pick right now. Also really, really good into Kalista because the miasma makes it so hard for Kalista to use the passive. So, got really far ahead and was really good at snowballing that advantage, finding all these picks out of brush, utilizing the ultimate to set up the stun. And if you face check a Cassio like that, you're going to die.
Indeed. I also love that Peanut said in the interview, well, yeah, I was expecting Faker to give some ganks to that mid lane, but he didn't. Faker did play well also on the Lee Sin, and I think everyone did. They had great synergy, and it was, I would say, a landslide victory for the LCK mixed team. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, it seemed pretty one-sided. It seemed like the LPL team was trying to have some fun, trying to do some crazy stuff.
Fun? Uzi picked Vayne, like he always plays Vayne.
Picked Nunu, went bot level 1, and then TP top lane. If that's not having some fun.
Okay. I think you're right.
That's some next level strats.
No, I was about to say, because Uzi actually always picks like the AD carries or the marksman.
And he was mid-Vayne.
That is true. So this spiced it up a little.
And he won lane, but the problem was, is where's the team? Uzi was 1v9 that game. To step up to his level, I think he was done wrong.
Yeah, it's always the same. Was there any pick that you say, okay, now that I saw this, I'm gonna try this myself because it was so strong?
No. The Cassio, but I'm already playing it. It's already good. Wasn't convinced by the level 1 gank Nunu. Wasn't convinced by the Ramastop.
Not convinced by it. I'm sad there was no Aphelios. I wanted to see that in this game as well. So that's a bit of a miss, but fun game overall.
Yeah, very entertaining game. Congratulations to the LCK for picking that up. And as we move on, MasterCard is keeping the excitement going by highlighting fans of the day for another leg of the All-Star event. Today's fans are a father and son duo, Reese and Frank, who are here to celebrate Reese's 16th birthday. The pair regularly attend the LCS regular season in LA, and today have received limited run bum bags and MasterCard All-Star jackets to celebrate for making the trip out to Vegas. I'd actually spotted them in the crowd from yesterday already. And
happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday to him, and also cool of the dad that he goes with. I hope he's having some fun of his own. Well, they got some goodies, which is always fun. Time now for a commercial break, but on the other side, we get another set of TFT Littles as Bwipo, The Shy, and Pluto try pilot their own set of Little Legends. You won't want to miss it.
they chant against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
뭐 요 정도 형. 와, 박수. 나이스.
可以啊。
Shy has now been grounded. Cannot do anything. Cassio just shreds through this duo.
온다 랜턴.
잠깐만 이거 찰게.
페인 갔어요.
괜찮아 이긴데?
이겼다.
저까지 텔 템.
야, 패시.
And now Cat has to run for the hills, but it is Peanut on the flank, and the LCK is dominating the LPL in this show match.
And we just saw some highlights from that LCK LPL matchup, which, by the way, I think that's my favorite play so far of the entire tournament, that Faker Lee Sin to Mad Life hook. But now we're going to get into some TFT action. The tournament is going to resume for the 2019 All-Star event. I am Kobe, happy to get into the matchup between the Littles now alongside Mark, Dracos, and Jat. We just keep on adding more clowns to the circus.
I thought the 3-man TFT cast was superior to the 2-man cast. So by the same logic, we had a fourth.
All I'm saying is when you added a third person, we got to see that crazy Zed versus Sivir / Nocturne play. So if we add a fourth, does the likelihood succeed? I think so.
I think as long as we're watering Kobe down, it's good. So the more people we add in so Kobe can't talk, the better the cast becomes.
That's good, or I'll just have to shout over whenever Mark tries to start talking. Let's take a look at who's competing this time around, though.
We got Solo's gang, Tio Feeder, and Bwipo. Lothar actually joined us on the cast yesterday. It was very insightful. So he's probably a favorite
he
for me.
He seems really good.
So,
yeah, he's not.
We went over the rules for who is a little and who is a legend.
Right.
By last set, Lothar would be a legend.
Yeah,
because he was challenger. But this set, he started playing late, and he's a mid, so he's a little.
How the mighty have fallen.
So in the game, I asked you who would be the favorite.
Yeah, it's
Didn't have an
Lothar.
And we're also biased because Lothar came up, and he was a better third caster than Jat was.
I don't know about that.
He actually taught us things, whereas Jat just asked questions.
Yeah, the Zed thing was sweet. I didn't know about the Zed thing.
What?
The first Zed shadow counts as an additional assassin, so partway through the match, you get the 3 assassins.
Yeah, you still need 2 to... Well, you should probably still want it at the very beginning so you have the assassin trait.
Yeah, for sure. But like even that little thing is just...
All right, first things first, let's change up some of the key bindings here.
Yeah, we got to make sure...
Much more important to see than any item selected.
So Bwipo, as the LEC representative, I do know has played a decent amount of TFT.
Okay.
I would not call him a super high level player, but I would not be surprised if he has 1 or 2 strats under his belt. Like most beginner or set 2 players, I imagine it's probably hyper roll predators. Probably, but we'll see what he gets.
Well, the Shy, known for dominating Summoner's Rift, as well as the ARAM map, as well as 1v1s. So can he do it in TFT as well?
He does claim to be not that mechanical of a, like he's more of a thinking player, he says. You know, when he was interviewed about how good he is, he's like, well, it's not about my mechanics as much as my thinking. So this is the perfect game for a low mechanical player like the Shy.
I judge how
that
much...
took a turn.
It was
so like
sarcasm.
If you could test one thing, let's say you know nothing about any of these players, I think how quickly they buy champs is a good correlation to how much TFT they played.
That and how much they mouse over their abilities.
Okay, that's a pretty big one too.
Your advice there is very similar to when people ask, okay, how do I have confidence in my life? And they say, just fake it. Just fake confidence until it's real. That's what you're doing. Just instantly buy the champions like you have a plan, and eventually it'll be real.
That was pretty fast.
Sola Gasang is ready to go.
Ooh. Look at this. That's speed.
Actually, yeah, this was...
Yeah,
no hesitation on the Woodlands.
I would like him to buy that Kokma, though.
Oh, Eddie has hotkeys.
A lot of hotkeys here.
Lothar also.
Lothar,
his options open.
Yeah, he talked a lot about trying to stay very, very versatile. And again, this is one of the sleepers, I think, in the Littles match because he's very good at teamfight tactics and lots of other card games.
Yeah, he's got a long background of different ones. I do like the Infernal with Qiyana if you find the Diana in the opener with the Woodland Druid.
Yeah, and he does have the early Qiyana. Qiyana is just a very good unit in itself, even without specific synergies. A lot of players would talk about the value. Because her ult is so good, you can get double stuns off it on priority targets.
It's also very nice because two very strong early game units, the Diana obviously going into the Woodland comp, as well as the Zyra, who scales very well later in the game, are both Infernal. So while Infernal isn't my favorite synergy in the game, it's definitely something that's much easier to achieve on this Infernal map.
Talking about what type of units you want to upgrade early, we just saw Teo Feeder there. He had two of the best. Zyra is insane as far as mage, summoner, ocean composition. You can put items on her. She'll carry you very, very far through the mid game, and you keep her even in the final build. Plus, he had Renekton. Due to the healing, extremely strong.
Got some early lightning, or excuse me, electric out of Whippo, but
now Ornn got a lot of good AoEs there, and Volibear's going to try. Diana's level 2, so this might be a rare case of a defeat for a Druid. Level 2 Diana here, taking her down.
Really nice stack, actually, for the electric. Doesn't always work out that well in the early game.
Level 3 beating level 4, too.
Yeah, it feels bad. You invested early. That was actually a 5v3.
And yeah, the Shy using early money as well. A lot of players do not want to invest early money into leveling to get those early wins. Not quite as important, and getting your econ going. Level 2 Vlad, though. 2-star.
Committing the gold.
Was that a little move there, leveling at that point, just to get the Vlad in?
If you have something big to put in,
like a 2-star
then you can if you're trying to go for that win streak.
Didn't even hit a synergy, though, when he threw it in.
I don't think you needed the synergy. That would have been up electric and just gone for the 2-star Vlad.
I mean, it doesn't. It's one of those traps where you're like, well, it's minute econ because I'm at 16 anyways, right? But it will eventually.
Yeah, it's a little short-sighted for later because it adds up.
One win under his belt. There's not really an argument for preserving the win streak, but could start the ball rolling.
One thing to pay attention to is early item completions. Things like Phantom Dancers and Morellonomicon will always be super high value. So you'll see people go for the pieces of those items even pretty early on. And just have a champion that's a mid-game carry. Like something that is a 1 or 2 cost champion that even if you upgrade to 2 stars, a 1-cost champion, you can sell it back later. So anything with AoE is pretty good at that.
Ooh, well,
here's a Pred player.
Yeah, I like this so more for Exocen. Already has 2 of the important pieces of it done. Renekton not quite that important.
I would for sure put that level 2-star Renekton instead of the Mundo, though, because you're not getting poison with it.
100%.
And 2-star Renekton is a very, very beefy champ. Let's see, what has he got on his...
Did he hear you? I think, good job. Good job.
Well done, Little. Now, look at the item completions. You can make a Spear of Sojin. That's one of the best tier items there. But also, having both of them, you can make a Seraph. So
I think I like GA Seraphs maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I would agree.
Big damage, though, coming in from Lothar on these Assassins.
But there's the spin.
Yeah.
Renekton 2-star is a big boy.
And this is one of the things that I really love about set 2 is that it doesn't feel bad to invest a lot of items into your 1 or 2 cost units early. Because in set 1, if you put all your items onto it, like Darius, you got a 3-star, yeah, it was pretty good, but it could never really outclass a lot of these carries, where I feel like all the way through mid-game, a Maokai with items, a Renekton with items, so good, and it's just so oppressive for most comps to deal with.
Spoiler, they released a little cheat sheet with the nerfs for next round. Renekton and Maokai are both on the list.
Oh, no!
You thought it felt good, Dracos.
Yeah, Singed is on the list. Yeah, but Zed, I guess that's one of the ones there that most people do want to see find their way there. Negatron Cloaks are usually left till the end because Dragon Claw is one of the good ones, but besides that, maybe Zephyr. Not a lot of other good options to combine. I guess Ionic Spark is decent as well, but not a high priority, especially early item.
They make a lot of okay ones, but not that many that are like build enabling or anything.
Yeah.
So you usually see people go for other things.
Exocen got Predator again, realized he had to maintain the synergy there. Doesn't get to use the level 2 Ornn. Bit sad, but could level, but I think you just wait.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe is a big fan of the Poison Electric, so having the Ornn there 2-starred is okay. But
yeah, currently it's going to cost him some econ.
You would sell here, right?
Yeah.
Because you're basically trying to set up, I think, for hyper roll predators, right?
Or I would have switched them maybe. Renekton's super good early, but not going to use it later. So you put in your Ornn and you sell that one instead to get your 3 and hit your econ.
Yeah.
Just to keep your options open for electric later.
Yeah. I got some Twitter questions earlier. We use the term hyper roll a lot.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't know what that means.
So hyper rolling is the idea that you really focus on econing pretty hard up all the way until the start of the 3rd stage, and you don't level before then. And then you'll be forced to level from level 4 to level 5 just by the natural XP the game gives you. And before that happens, you spend all of your gold. And that's why it's called hyper rolling, is because you literally dump 40, 50 gold into rolling to complete your 1 cost units.
And you want to do it really fast because you want to maximize your interest. So you save all your money until this 1 turn right before you're about to level, and then spend it all and pick your units up very quickly. Those are the intense moments of TFT super early on, because there are mechanics and quick recognition of what is good in your new hand and what you don't need.
And you have to be able to recognize slight shifts in what your comp can do. If you're getting one more of another unit, you need to be able to adjust. For the most part, Hyper Roll Predator is pretty easy to see, but the small adjustments can be a big difference. And managing bench space gets really annoying too in some of the situations.
very hard.
And of course, if you're very, very new, the reason you do it at 4, right before you get into 5, percentage chance to get different tier units changes, and 4 is kind of the optimal balance between getting tier 1 units, finishing up those tier 1, tier 2 units, and having enough gold to roll an insane number of times.
I will also say, Solo Gasong, if I'm saying that name right.
The comeback LeBlanc.
The 100 health player is the person who was clicking really fast at the start. So there's something to my theory of the fast clickers are generally the better TFT players.
Let's check
Look at how fast he's moving his units as well.
Yeah.
There's something to this.
He moved things a lot 1 hex over, but it didn't change very much, especially since this is Krugs.
If you want to impress Jat, just move things in little circles.
I mean, Faker presses a lot of buttons when he plays.
It's like the people who like walk back and forth in
He
lanes.
clicks the fastest.
Do you remember
he tabs around.
I know for a fact Jat does not spam around F keys when he's jungling to look around
I click the minimap.
at the map.
Yeah, I click the minimap instead.
If you wanted to be faster, Jat, and your own rules, your AP would be better if you spammed with your F keys.
Well, no. If I did it, it'd be better. So my theory is still true. It's just not something I
you're just not there. Okay. That's the thing where you see how you could be better, and you just have your own limitations.
There's a lot of that in life. Yeah. It's like, a lot of people could be better if they went to the gym daily.
That's profound.
It just doesn't happen.
Very profound. That's why we've got you here.
It's funny too, because
you see that you should eat healthy.
It's just going to devolve into Jat life lessons.
The Shy got the early cap here. So this is a really cool twist that you can put on Ocean Mages. You can put your mage cap on either a Annie or Nami later, something that's going to get a lot of value at testing. Getting 2 Tibbers is super big early, and Nami getting longer knockups basically with double waves.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where he goes. He's kind of in between Woodland Druid and Mage right now, and I assume he wants more to go to Ocean Mage, especially if you pick that item up.
Yeah, basically it's just so harmonious to have Ocean, which gives you mana for your double cast, and then your Mage obviously synergy going to get those high values out.
And clearly designed that way, right? You've got both Vladimir and Syndra very early on to set that up, so.
Also on the cheat sheet for nerfs coming up, Ocean was one of the only synergies there.
I feel like I got to see this cheat sheet.
It is on Twitter is where I found it.
Are there Woodland Druid nerfs?
I saw at least Maokai on there, and I think Ivern as well.
So basically
2
small
of the
hits.
champions.
Small hits to all the popular stuff.
For sure.
Aside
Except
for
for Zed. Yeah, Zed was the one thing I saw a lot of people were like, wait a second, Singed is here. All these things are here.
I think the thing is like for me, losing to Singed is much less immediately tangible than losing to Zed. You see a Zed get 30 redemptions in a round, you're like, that feels.
But Zed's also cool. Hell.
Yeah, super. Okay, you're right.
Interesting point, Daniel. Very interesting point. But we have an interview ready with a more interesting person. So let's throw it up to the stage. Dash, is it shots?
Thank you very much.
much, Kobe. I'm standing by with Bwipo, who's sitting in 4th position. That's winning position when it comes to TFT. Bwipo, I already spoke to you earlier in the competition here, and you promised me that EU was going to smash NA. You fulfilled that promise. You're crushing it right now in the 1v1 tournament, still in it. And here you are in TFT, but if I'm taking a wild guess, this is probably your least comfortable game mode. How are you feeling about how you're doing so far?
Honestly, right now, I feel like if I had the right units, I can mount a comeback. I've got 2 Scions, 2 Kindreds, and 1 Malzahar, actually.
All right, so we're looking at 2-star some units. Did you get an opportunity to talk to your legend? Did you get any advice before coming into this matchup?
I talked to multiple people, try and see what they were doing, and they all suggested that most of the people that I was playing against would probably be hyper-rolling, so Econ was a good strat, so I'm going to try and Econ Shadow and see what I can get here.
All right, so 50 gold feels good. We've got the strategy in sight. Of course, we need to make sure that the RNG is on our side. Lastly, in terms of items, you are aware that you're supposed to use these. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see on which unit I want to put them.
All right, beautiful, beautiful.
Right now, the item I'm going to pick right now, because I'm quite low, is going to decide which unit I want to make really strong, and then based on that, I think I'm going to start doing some rolling as well.
All right, well, since I've been here, you've gone from 4th to 7th. I feel like I may have cursed you. So after this carry round, I really hope you can hit the rolls and get yourself to those 2 stars. Best of luck. Get back into it. Guys over on the desk.
Thank you, James. There, but also you can always play it off as I wanted to get first pick on the carousel.
Yeah, and Bwipo kind of is giving away that he's focused on econing. He's okay to lose streak a little bit. It's all part of the strategy. I always love econing on Shadow, because Shadow feels like one of those synergies that just goes mostly unnoticed in a lot of the very powerful meta comps. And so while it doesn't, in my eyes, stack up to a lot of the other ones, getting a 3-star does change that.
Yeah, and you can 3-star Kindred later into the game at higher levels too, because it's a higher cost unit. Not going to be too worried about it. And you can peek with some... Ooh, extra Malzahar is picked up here. He gets his 2-star that he was looking for.
Yeah. Let's see what else. So a lot of people rolling right now. Willing to give up that extra point of gold. Yeah, Teofeeder more in the Ocean mage category, but doesn't have any Vladimirs.
All right, here's general rule, especially for Ocean mages, because we're looking at this. Most people will wait until level 7, which usually you get to if you're econing either right before Wolves or right after Wolves. Basically, you want to get to the PvE round, which doesn't cost you anything. PvE rounds are almost always free wins. Then spend all of your money, because you have a much higher chance at your 4 costs, level 7 rather than level 6, and that allows you to get Brand, which is usually what you're going to hard carry with. Otherwise, you can put your items and carry with Zyra.
It's also a comp that kind of needs to be 7 and 8 to really turn online. Like, theoretically, Predators can be online at, like, level 5. Same with Woodland, Druid, Assassin. Whereas, like, Ocean Mage has a really hard time getting there.
All right, we've got an upgrade here. Jay Strite has joined us for some Challenger advice here. Hot off of the victory. How you feeling?
I feel good to be here. I'm so glad and was so close, and yeah, was cool. Was a really good match.
Yeah, you had the Zed that we were all betting that the Zed was going to be able to beat the Sivir, but then the Hand of Justice buff seemed too crazy in that fight.
Yeah, it's for me. I had that win and didn't happen, but that's fine. We still have tomorrow, but. I had the perfect settings on that. I don't know what.
It really looked good. I immediately put all my money on you, but then he 3-starred the Sivir. Did you get a chance to give any good, quick, like Challenger advice to Little that you were paired with going into this?
Yeah, I talked with Goku. It's a little legend, and I said some strats and follow this and see what's happening.
All right, give us the insight then.
Ocean Mage and
So for Ocean Mages, did you tell him like try and get to level 7 and roll for your Brand, or did you give him extra pointers on?
This is, you need to look for your lobby, because sometimes you need to roll in the level 6. What's happening in my lobby, like I had 3 people doing the same composition.
Yeah.
Then sometimes you need roll down on 6, or sometimes you need echo to 7 and roll down to find the Brand.
Yeah, your lobby was actually pretty weird. It didn't feel like there were any Predator players in your lobby. It was all like, felt like a ton of...
Yeah, I don't remember any Predator. Is the first thing that you check in the first PV, how many Predators have.
Yeah.
Because you need
Who types me Pred first?
No one. This was the point. I didn't see any Predator.
So why specifically Ocean Mage? Do you just feel like this is kind of like user-friendly, like if you're just getting started on set 2, that this is kind of the easiest comp to pull off, or do you feel like this is one of just the stronger comps that people can get started on?
It's a easy composition to you transition since the early game to late game, right? It's if you see the solo, he starts with Oceans, what make he feels good, and he can eco and see like if he gets like Zed or something in the late game.
Yeah, that's one of the things too. I feel like there's a lot of good pivots if you start out with Ocean. The summoners are a huge part of it. Summoners are so valuable, especially since a lot of them are higher cost units. And he got Brand, he got a 2-star York already. If you just even have the mana gain from Ocean on those summoners, that will also carry you.
He got 2 Greens level 6, was crazy.
Yeah.
and he had like the win streak, like I think was 7 win streak, something like this.
All right, who's the top here?
It feels like the Shy has come into this looking to redeem himself after a difficult Kalista performance in the show match, because he's doing very well, rolling reasonably confidently. He has to have some TFT experience.
A lot of upgrades here.
Ooh, this is awkward though, because I want those items off my Zyra, but then that's gonna you're already kind of in the ideal spot though.
Well, one of the things that Lothar said yesterday that really stuck with me is like talking about Zyra, while yes, less immediately powerful, probably more reliable than the Brand in the sense that the Brand ult can fizzle depending on who you're going up against. The Brand ult doesn't always come out, but Zyra feels like always you get some value.
Also, Mage Cap can't go on Brand.
No, I didn't mean on Brand. You put that in the Annie or the Zed later. I would like to hear what Jayshray you would do in the Shy's position where you have a lot of items on your Zyra. Do you just keep them there until much later, or when do you look to move them off?
Normally it's what he gonna do. If you see he's holding a Zyra there, it's probably for when he gets some Zed, he can put the items on Zed. It's Zyra with this Mage Cap, it's really good to make you echo the early game because you literally win all your mates because these are Mage.
Yeah, I actually like when people do that, where they have like another completed unit that's just going to go in, but you get the items off, so you still get to keep the Zyra.
I also think he might be going for 6 mages because he got the Mage Cap, and he's holding extra mages on bench. What? So I don't recommend that, but he might go that route.
So here's the thing. You gave Goku Ocean Mage advice. He's immediately gone light Berserker. Are you happy with this adaptation? You're like, oh, this is good, or are you like, light?
I'm glad because he didn't force his comp. It's what I always advise. If you don't get the champs, don't try to force. It's what make you lose. I remember he got like 6 veins, and it's because he's going vein, right?
Yeah. Not quite enough to pull out the victory there. But
needs to get one more light, and he's stuck at 5, even with the item on.
I want to light Zed. I feel like that's you know, that's the dream.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but now in this patch, I think if you light Zed, when he clones, it's gonna multiply your synergy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the best. All right, what did he end up getting? Let's track Goku because that's your little, and he's on the bottom.
He picked up a Yorick, which I don't know if he has yet.
He has a Yorick already on the board that I saw. I think this might be 2-star Yorick. I don't know if he only had 1 or if he had 1 on the bench as well. Obviously not ideal to get the 2-star off of this because it does force the glove to be used, but no.
Well, he's got another Brawler's Glove, so you can just make a Thief's Glove on Yorick is actually...
That's not bad.
All right.
He has the Soraka he can put in once he can level, so I think he's just going to focus more on leveling.
Yeah, this is the Shy that I was talking about. See, he's holding a lot of these extra mages that are not high-value mages, the Talia and the LeBlanc here, and he does have a Mage Cap.
The thing is, he has more than 15 echo, then doesn't matter so much.
Like, theoretically, when he does all in, he should sell those for whatever...
the level.
Yeah. But until then, it's fine.
The biggest thing is he is doing Mage, and if you don't have Morello, it's so hard you win. You make like top 1 without Morello.
And they only have 1 more PvE round up here on round 4, because in round 5 you start getting the completed items, and you won't be able to make it.
But Pluto's doing surprisingly well. I like the comp that he's putting together. Electric is one of those synergies that it feels a bit gimmicky, but when it really starts to take off, does do some serious work.
I mean, especially if you get good Zed items too, it can get pretty obnoxious because each of those Zeds is like making that huge electric burst.
Yeah, and Phantom Dancer's not it's not obviously not the perfect Zed item, but it's pretty solid.
How do you feel about the mid-game Ezreal carries? Because it's a pretty good like mid-game carry, but I always feel weird selling it since you lose a decent amount on it.
Yeah, I didn't try so much. I don't feel so much confidence with range because the other comps are scaling so much, like Ocean, the Predators and everything. But it's good. It's doing a good job.
Well, and the crit there, he just one-shot. I could not see what backline unit he one-shot there, but he definitely just one-shot someone with the crit on top of the Death Cap, on top of the Archangels, so...
Yeah, I mean, he has poison already. He has 2 3-star Predators in the Skarner and the Kog'Maw, so he's now with Singed. All right.
And he has a Nico.
Yeah. He also has a Giant's Belt, so if he can find just a wand.
He's just chanting for a large rod.
He used 3 wands on Ezreal. That feels so bad.
All right, they're not wands.
they're
rods.
They're needlessly large rods.
Needlessly large
There
rods.
you go.
He has used 3 of them on Ezreal and does not have a Morellos, so it feels a little bad, man.
All right, well, Jay Stride, we got one more question for you for your match tomorrow. What is your favorite comp? Like, if it's not contested, what would be your favorite comp to run tomorrow?
I like so much the electric.
Huh?
Electric comp.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Me
but
too.
it's too hard. It's you need Z2, you need the scale to the late game because the biggest problem is you can't equal in the early game with electric. You lose to the most of comps.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you like using as a bridge? Like, what would be like your early game comp to set you up for electric?
Normally it's Predators because Predator is really strong in the early game, and sometimes you can do like what I did. It's if you watch the match, I was trying to transition to electric. I was trying to drop something, but I didn't get the to electric, and I tried to get Luke's electric, but didn't come.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to be subbing Jat back in. So thank you so much for coming out, Jay Strite. Where can we find you? Twitter, Twitch, any place you want to shout out?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch, YouTube, Twitch. It's my nickname, Jay Strite. It's so hard to spell, but yeah, shout out to everyone in Brazil, everyone here. I'm so glad to be here and be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tomorrow.
Thank you.
So we did have our first elimination during that. His little Goku.
Oh no! Oh no! Get back up there quick!
Sapped all his power for
unintentional, we swear.
All right, we're checking in with Lothar's at 9 HP here.
He was supposed to be one of my favorites, but then he went.
Do you remember? Remember when we talked
level
about
1 Singed with Morellos.
Okay.
But there are a lot of other Singed that are already grabbed up, so it might be hard for him to fight his way out of this hole.
Yeah, and he's also got just Berserker Glacial is not a real composition that people look for.
Also, this Ezreal is incredibly strong. Like, I understand it definitely is not the ideal late game carry, but it is just one-shotting everything.
Yep.
Whiffs the Qs. I missed 2 Qs.
That's why I expect the sell later, because Ezreal, single target can also whiff these things, is not that great for late. It's a huge mid-game carry.
I think the only thing that's awkward about it to me, I would love it, except for some of the items are really not ideal. I don't mind Archangels, but I think those rods are better used in other places. Like you're talking about the Morellonomicon, obviously, an item that you really want to have in every single game just about.
Yeah, and Lothar did drop during that time. Ripperoni.
Rest in peace.
Let's go down the list. We got a bunch of Ocean Mage players. We still have the Shadow focus. Whipple was talking about
5 Shadow. Let's do it.
His strat was, hey, not many other people are going to go Shadow, so I'll just look for Shadow if nobody else is for it. And you can get your 2 stars very quickly. He also has found the Yi, the end game Shadow.
Yeah, but he's going up against the Shy, who has the kind of dream Ocean Mage comp online.
Yeah, but he just got one shot by the Veigar. Brand can carry.
Oh, no.
The Timbers fight.
Rapid Fire Kindred.
Kindred's going to chunk.
She just jumped fire.
2v1 though, no.
Oh, no.
Oh. Those bears are so strong.
We're almost to top 4.
Ooh. Who's going to get the Force of Nature? So when you have completed items on yourself, they are the ones that haven't been built in the game. Oh, he passed it! No!
Everyone's picking it.
All the question marks.
No one wants it.
It's a 5-cost Force of Nature. Oh my goodness.
How did he pass on that?
That went to almost. He's second place. Then he
Plugo
got.
took a red buff instead of a fawn.
Okay, I can understand potentially the redemption if you already have like a Zed, and this is just like best in slot item potentially for the Zed.
Yeah.
But I don't know red buff ever is close. If there's anything that ever wants red buff enough.
Solok Zhang is second place, and he got the Force of Nature.
Yeah.
That is sick. Smurfing. All right, let's see if Bwipo can find the extra Yi. He's got one more Yi to 2-star.
Needs two Malzahars too, potentially.
Oh, that's the Kindred.
Oh, well.
I've seen 3-star
Yeah,
we have seen this.
Runan's red buff.
With the red buff. That's why he took the red buff.
He didn't take the red buff.
Plugo took the red buff.
I thought that was Bwipo who took the red buff.
Plugo took it.
Oh, okay.
Because he was last place.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll see.
It's a good pick.
How many great comebacks are we going to see
Zephyr
from
got him.
Blade Master 3-star Sivers?
That is a very high value.
Zephyr.
Is it going to be enough, though?
Pops.
I think it will.
I've been really impressed by 3-star Sivir. I don't think any... Oh, no.
Oh, the Zephyr won the game and eliminated him. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, now he's not top 4.
Just hit the 3-star Sivir.
That's what's really good about Zephyr on this patch is you pretty much always know there's a hyper carry or something very important on one of these tiles. And so you almost always
I don't even think it was on the Infernal.
Yeah,
it wasn't even on the Infernal. It was
that was
in
just
the
the
middle.
closest unit?
It was just in the middle, yeah.
Well, we're going to pretend you didn't say that so we can talk about the big brain play by whoever knocked him out.
Bwipo.
All right, there's the 3-star now with the static shiv.
That's a lot of mana. Instantly going to ult, and then you ult him.
Perfect.
There you go. I can read tooltips. That's what I'm here to provide.
Look at what he's fighting, though. That's a Zed with Redemption, Phantom Dancer, Dragon Claw.
So this was the player who took the Redemption. Tio Feeder took Redemption.
Oh, baby. All right, my money is back on the Zed. It didn't work last time because the 3-star Hand of Justice Sivir.
But the
I'm doubling
3-star
down.
Sivir is gone.
Yeah, I'm doubling down again on the Zed with pretty much perfect items.
Is there any poison player?
All right, let's get another interview. Dash, I believe, is ready on stage. What have you got to tell us this time around?
Thank you very much, Kobe. That's right. I'm with Solo just saying who I saw pick up a Force of Nature from second position. That had to have been a surprise on the last carousel.
Yeah, we left it. Actually, Plugo did me a favor.
Ah, okay, yeah, Plugo went out in 5th and gave you the Force of Nature to make sure that you're sitting pretty. But taking a look at your composition here, we got a whole lot of synergies. Ocean, Summoner, Inferno, Mage, Mystic. Do you feel lucky to have gotten all of this, or what?
It's a new and exciting comp here, right?
Yeah, very much so. We heard Jay Schritt talking about it too. He said to his little, that was the advice he gave. Go for the Oceans, go for the Mages. I have been told that you were a top-level Dota Auto Chess player before coming over here to look to dominate the TFT world. How do you feel you're doing so far in mastering TFT and making the rise to rank 1?
Oh, that's been okay. Oh, I was hardstack rank 2 for a long time, so there was no rank 1 yet. So.
Okay. But in TFT, you think you have what it takes to get rank 1?
Hopefully, yeah. I need to win this tourney first, right?
Like that a little, but I mean, we're sitting at 10 of 10 up here. Do you think that it's even possible for you to drop another round here from now to the finish? Look at the Shy's comp. Oh, we got the 2-star Zed over there. What would it take for your comp to beat a 2-star Zed?
Oh, I need poison. Like, I need Singe because he has Dragon Claw, so I cannot kill him. I need Singe to deny him.
So you would be comfortable just shoving a Singed in here simply to get poison without anything else?
Yes, but don't tell them, right?
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let me cover your mic so that they can't hear that. Well, either way, we're down to the last couple rounds. I don't want to distract you too much while you have to make some final adjustments on the board. We just saw what happened when that Zed pops off. So best of luck to you. Throw that headset back. You guys at the desk.
Thank you, James. Yeah, don't let anybody hear about that secret strategy of Singed extremely.
Controversial. Bad character, I've heard from so many people.
Solo actually took place in that Rise of the Elements tournament that Lothar cast, so I probably should have actually put my bet on the person who competed in that tournament.
As opposed to the caster?
Mark,
yeah.
That's caster bias.
I didn't even need to know that. I just saw how fast he clicked at the start. And
This is the thing I don't understand.
The Shy and Solo are the two fastest clickers in.
I answered that question before game.
Yeah.
Can't answer a question like 20 minutes later and be like, I answered it better with more data and information.
Yeah.
All I'll say as a follow-up to that is we witnessed. I'm going to hold that down. We're in the final moments. We can get away from
Oh, here's one of the funnest things. Dracos, take us through a Mage Summoner versus Mage Summoner when the ground is filled with Inferno squares. Zyra plants everywhere.
So what you're going to want to do is turn away from the keyboard momentarily because there's too much going on to track. And you take your hands off, you lift them in the air, and you hope that your Zed gets to spawn more Zeds, or the game's just over.
Yeah, looking to watch which one double casts as well, because since nobody goes the 6 mages anymore, you just have the 50% chance.
Wow.
Is that an Ocean? Oh, baby.
That's going to be bold.
That's early cast for the Zyra as well. This is a 3-cost Zyra with a Spear of Sojin. He's spamming those 3 plants. Does he have a Morellos anywhere, though? No Morellos in this side. That's going to be big.
Yeah, he's already lost to the Zed once.
Get some emoting out of Tio Feeder.
Yeah, let's see how Solo does in this one.
Nice
lot.
Nami wave.
Yeah. I'm not going to pretend I know who's winning this right now.
The floor is lava is
I think the Zed
basically
is
all
winning.
you need to know.
Is the Zed winning? Oh, yeah, the Zed is won.
The Zed is always winning.
Tio Feeder, actually, the other important thing to know is that everyone is Ocean Mage, and he has a Dragon's Claw on the Zed. So there's actually no way to really kill the Zed. Because Shy doesn't have healing reduction, and even if you do, that many redemptions coming in, you can't really burst through it. So I actually think there's no way that they can deal with the Zed outside of bringing Poison into the comp to delay his ults.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially Zephyr him, and that helps a bit, as well as Poison. I feel like those are like the only 2 ways.
Zephyr is probably your best bet, but if you don't get it offered to you.
Yeah.
It just, the thing is it's one of the reasons I think a lot of these fights are so hard to track is primary Zed has already, gotten the item active off, and as it feels like everything from that point on is a little bit easier, but the Zed is actually just unkillable. I've never thought that I would be excited about Brand auto attacks and Zyra auto attacks, but here we are.
Well, the Shy is potentially trying to find a way to fit Zed into his comp.
He does.
But there's double Iceborne Gauntlet, Thieves Gloves, Annie on the front line. That was a smart play by Shy. Once he saw it, he actually moved the Annie up.
And instantly the board is filled with ice.
And fire.
As well as fire.
Do you want to?
No Game of Thrones season.
Yeah, okay.
that was
I thought All-Star 2016.
There you
when
go.
It was Fire vs. Ice.
Look at you, Mr.
All right,
Right. You got it. Wow. Mark. Really appealing. I want to see the 2-star Zed just because I think if you just swap the Zyra out.
But the problem is that he doesn't have items that he's going to be able to put on it. Yeah. Zed, it's all about the items.
Got 2-star Lux.
Yeah. Get those knots out of there. You're not getting. You got to accept it.
He's like, do I have enough health to lock?
I mean, he can lose. He can lose 1.
He's going to lock it. Okay.
Okay. I like trying to kill someone because if you can just find 1 win over Tio, you might be able to beat Solo. Let's see if he can stop this Zed.
I just don't see it.
It's just, All right. Here we go. Nami Wave buys a bit of time before he gets to cast ult. But there it is. Now there's 2 Zeds and the game's probably over. Yeah.
Yeah. Confirm for me one more time, fellas.
Well, he's not out yet, so he can still get second as long as he manages to play into Solo, because no one can stop the Zeds.
This little lobby was way stronger
than the other little
players.
lobby.
I don't want to say anything negative about day 1 little Legends.
Why not, Mark?
It's like, there's just a difference. Like, some people are clearly more, a little more experienced here.
Lothar and Solo Gasong were both challenger players in set 1.
Yeah, and Lothar didn't make top 4.
Yeah.
But it's important to set strict rules on what counts, You got to be, D3, D2 to play in the LCS/LEC. You got to be challenger to be we can't just let people in because of how they did in set 1, Mark.
That's true.
Yeah,
you got to earn your way up.
History.
It's a different game now.
What are the 3 items? So we got Ludens for 2. That doesn't, probably put it on Brand?
Yeah. Something that casts faster. I think
Zyra.
maybe I was going to say Syndra can be good.
Well, Nami, you want as much flat mana on Nami to
That's
cast
true.
early
It does
as
have a
well,
mana
too.
component.
It's a level 2 Nami.
The Shy does have tier 2 Master Yi. And Thieves Glove, okay.
Basically, fight for second, baby.
Yeah.
We're just waiting to see
Cross
rolls.
fingers and not play Zed.
Because no one got healing reduction.
No, I don't think so. All right, so he gets Solo's board. Solo rolls the Zed.
Solo's looking to hide.
Yeah, he's getting in the back right corner.
He's getting close to that Singed. If he could just make it through this round, he might be able to get poisoned. It's not looking bright.
He has killed a fair amount of the main units. The real Zed's still alive, though, I think, actually.
Yeah. There he is in the back.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And just like that, all you gotta do is avoid the Zed and you'll be fine.
I mean, top 4 still moves on to tomorrow,
Yeah,
though.
it's true.
So goal accomplished.
Wait, so are you? Is it top 4 based on the pairings? Are little pairings and legend pairings separate? Are the results of the little and the respective legend put together? Fine. All right, we'll figure it out.
I don't believe so because I saw a top 4 from the little from yesterday moving on already.
Yeah.
So I think it was separate.
Which is good.
But hopefully. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Some people will be sad about
This is the size. Can you do anything to try and take this Zed down? This is main quest accomplished. Moving on.
Well, there's already multiples on the board.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about it. Teo feeder.
Yikes.
I mean, just getting Dragon's Claw against the double.
Oh, it was enough.
Hey!
What? There you go.
Late game, a lot of damage dealt from the little legend. Teo feeder takes it with the smart pick of the redemption. He gave up the force of nature
carousel.
on the carousel to take the redemption. Really smart heads-up play by Teo.
And honestly, I think at that point when you have, at the time, obviously it looks really crazy, right? But when you already have the Dragon's Claw, when you already have the Dancer, that healing just makes you actually unkillable.
Yeah, I would say you're saying probably best in slot for Zed, who's one of the best units in the game. And yes, Force of Nature can help a ton with things, but I think in certain situations,
Yeah, I mean, the surprise was that there were like 4 or 5 people that passed up on it. Not just the guy with the Zed that was looking for a specific item.
Yeah.
Bunch of others as well. Still, I'm impressed with the Shy getting second there. He just dominates in so many games.
Well,
and we talked about how stacked this lobby is.
I want to say that the top 4 from this lobby,
You're gonna tell us they
3
click
of
fast?
those 4 players will be top 4 in the next lobby.
Are they going to click faster?
Yeah, that's the question.
They were the faster clickers. I was watching the last Littles game. We didn't see any Volibear, Hover, Tooltip, Read, Sell 'em all, Buy One Back strats in this game. This was high level.
You're just calling people out?
A little bit.
If you go back and know which player he's talking about,
Yeah,
otherwise
sure.
you might just be a vague reference.
That's my game.
Vague references? That's a poppin'
James
game
Harden
to be
dunk,
in.
selling Volibears. You're a renaissance man of random references.
All right, let's get an updated look at the standings then to check in and make sure that we've got it all correct for tomorrow. Sneaky, Clit, Seros, Vi, the Teo feeder, which we just saw with the Zed, the Shy, Solo, and Whippo.
And so here's the thing. I remember all of these people from this lobby, and I Whippo lagging a little bit behind, but the other 3 very confident. Yesterday, it's a bit of a blur, because as mentioned, that lobby was all over the place, so I'm not sure what to think of all those players heading into this one. I feel like today's group just has to be heavily favored.
I remember Sneaky won with Woodland Druid Assassin. But I remember watching as he was kind of doing some of his roll downs, and it wasn't like the optimal level 2 rolling situation sometimes. So
He was level 5 when he hyper rolled.
Right, because he pre-leveled a little bit earlier. So, I mean, these are things that he can learn for the next day because it's going to be really close.
It's going to be really close, but we'll have to tune in tomorrow for the exciting
have your
conclusion.
predictions for the winner?
I think it's either going to be Teo or Solo.
Not the Shy?
No, I think he had a great run.
Okay.
But I'm going with those 2. Because I felt like if I chose 3 players, that's just too many. But if you go 2, you can pass off choosing 2.
Yeah, I would go with Solo Gasong. Whippo, I want to believe him, but he's got a busy day tomorrow. He's got a couple of different events he's competing in.
Yeah, and I think it's the Shadow was a good attempt, but sitting on 5 Shadow for so long. We'll see. We're giving Sneaky the credit to shape up. We'll see if Whippo shapes up.
The Shy will win.
The Shy will win. Okay.
All right. When they're not all on stage, the All-Stars are actually soaking up the magic here.
Soaping it up.
You know, you got to get clean magic.
Soapy magic.
Soaking up that magic here at the Esports Arena as we hear from Shocks in the MasterCard VIP Lounge.
I'm here with Closer, who is participating in many of the festivities at All-Star, most notably maybe the 1v1 tournament. And your next opponent is Caps. How are we feeling about that matchup?
Definitely not feeling too good, but I'll do my best.
I do also want to talk about your big move. You are moving over from the TCL to NA to Golden Guardians. How have you enjoyed your time in America so far? Not to say Las Vegas is representative for the rest of the USA, but how have you been finding it here?
Yeah, everyone says that. I'm really excited to play in bigger stages. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to. I just met Golden Glue as well. Yeah, everything is perfect for me.
What are you most excited about the American lifestyle?
I don't know, like everything is really good, like food, city, like everything. Yeah, and it's a really big opportunity for me to prove myself, so I will definitely not waste it.
Yeah, absolutely. The best of luck to you, and thank you very much. I'm here with Akemi and Johnny, respectively in Vi cosplay and True Damage Yasuo, and I have to say, you look absolutely fantastic. Just the level of detail in these costumes is wonderful. First up, I'm just going to ask you about your experience here at All-Star, Akemi. How have you been enjoying the festivities?
I've been enjoying it very much. The energy is so great here. I always love coming to these events and just being surrounded by other fans and all that fun stuff.
Johnny, same question for you. How have you been enjoying your time here?
I've been having a great time watching the games. It's always entertaining to see the pros put into like just very strange situations and seeing how it pans out.
That's a good point, because it's not as serious, of course, as Worlds, and they're having a bit more fun. Can you tell me, for these respective cosplays, why do this for Vi in this case for you?
Vi's always been a favorite champion of mine, honestly. I love all the detail. I love the steampunk aesthetic to it, so I was just immediately drawn to it.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Value
Zephyr.
Is it going to be enough, though?
I think it will. I've been really impressed by 3-star Sivir. I don't think any... Oh, no.
Oh, that...
What?
Oh. Nice, got him. Nice.
No, so sad.
Okay.
Top four. Oh my god.
Welcome back to All-Star 2019 and the MasterCard VIP Lounge. I'm standing by with Nikki Taylor. First question, Nikki Taylor, your first time here to All-Stars in Vegas. How are you enjoying it so far on day 2?
It's a lot of fun. I got to play in tandem mode with Sneaky. That was cool. I've been eating lots of food in Vegas. So.
Food is fantastic in Vegas. Let's talk about that tandem mode because I think from a spectator's point of view, it's always one of the most fun to watch. But I recognize that it must be entirely chaotic and crazy to play. And when you got 20 players on stage, there's barely even space to move. But how did you feel you handled that alongside one of our LCS pros?
Well, I think it went great. I didn't expect it. I was really nervous about it. And then once we got on stage, I was like, oh, that's right. We have to coordinate with like 2 other players for our support. So, but it went really well.
Right, that's true. At ADC position, I didn't even think about that. It's not just the 2 of you coordinating. Another 2. Did you come up with a system like you and Sneaky together? Was there like a he's gonna let you know when he intends for you to cast a spell, or were you gonna drive more so? Like, what was there any set form of communication?
He definitely guided me a lot, but you know, there's a lot of me just doing my own thing. But we definitely had to coordinate ults and flashes because you know, Miss Fortune's ult's the channel, so we accidentally canceled it like 3 or 4 times.
Fair enough, fair enough. You know, while we were standing here on stage, it was announced, you know, Top Golf after party. Have you been working on your golf swing? Because I'm excited to see what kind of performance gets put up by a whole bunch of esports people golfing and drinking at the end of the weekend.
Yikes.
All right, enough said, enough said. 2020, let's talk 2020 for Nikki Taylor. What's going on?
As of now, just a whole lot of streaming.
A lot of streaming. We like to stream. I like to watch that stream. 1v1s are coming up next. We're down to the quarterfinals, 8 people remaining. Have you been watching much of the 1v1s? And if so, do you think Caps might be able to actually defend his title this year, back-to-back?
Sure.
Sure. There you go, Caps. You got it. Sure. That's as much confidence as I've ever seen. With that, we're going to toss it over to the casters to get into the 1v1 quarterfinals. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you very much, Dash. Nikki, I got to say you know better than to give one word. I know you know better than that. So the last two answers were, yeah. Oh, sorry. It was streaming and sure. So I think Dash kind of monologue
said lots of streaming.
Oh, really? I only heard the word streaming. All right. I missed out. I'm sorry. It was a one sentence
do a good job, though. Sure.
I'll give that one a snort. You know, I'm not even sure what word is deserved in that one. Welcome back. The 1v1 tournament is happening, of course. I am Freak. That is Azael. I almost said I am Azael because that name was first in the order in the prompter, and I confused myself. My brain's not too good. We're diving into the quarterfinal bracket. Let's take a look at the matchups for the top 8 competitors. We kick things off with the Shy versus Mickey X. Does G2 stay alive? LEC player has won so far, but the Shy is a tournament favorite. Yankos versus Levi shortly after. Whippo versus Fofo, and Caps versus Uzi before we lock in the semis.
EU has competitors in every single one of the quarters. They are looking really, really strong here. The Shy, going to be a tough one to beat, though. He has been dominant. This guy is known for his 1v1 style laning. I do think one of the edges, though, that Mickey has is the G2 guys have been prepping. Yankos was saying, you know, that Mickey and Caps were getting pretty sweaty for this. They were working hard. They were grinding. We saw the Shyvana come out for him, or excuse me, the Skarner come out for him. So, you know, these sorts of strategies can get you a really big edge. If you just have a metagame edge, maybe you surprise your opponent, you just knock down Shy.
Yeah, because think about it, right? They keep bringing out new stuff. You ban the old stuff. That's fine. Skarner's the 3rd pick. I'm ready for the 2nd pick now, and you keep on moving up. The guys just got the mechanics. And also he plays so many champions.
Yeah.
Right? Running around the Draven
But
top.
it's blind pick. It's not as though he gets to counter pick Mickey.
I know, and that's important, right? But at least it means that he's got the breadth where you can't just, you know, make the call like, I know what he's going to play here. So that's exciting. That's going to be fun to watch for. And it's just going to be exciting. We're still best of ones. I think the 3 start tomorrow once we get into the top 4. For now, it's still one and done.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Shy can play all kinds of stuff. He played Draven already. He played Fiora. So he does have a very large pool of champions to pull from. Mickey, I am expecting to bring out something tricky here, trying to surprise his opponent.
Yeah.
You know, see if they've workshopped any other picks. Maybe go back to the Skarner if that's not banned out, because that did seem pretty clever. Both the fact that almost the entire map is on the Spire, and also that you can capture the Spire from the bush. So you don't actually have to expose yourself. And Skarner in an enclosed space, especially if you're fighting on that Spire, is so damn strong.
High stats.
You know, the Bruiser with the Conqueror, Snowball to help stack it up really quick. That can be pretty powerful.
And I think this is one of the matchups where if you did have a pocket pick, you bring it out now. This is a time. This is the first. I would say. I realized he played Cortege in the beginning of this thing, This is the first really hard match for Mickey X.
I mean, CoreJJ played Zyra. It was
and got clapped.
It was looking doomed from the beginning. I think that pick just didn't work out. The Shy is someone that I was targeting as one of the favorites to win the whole tournament.
Exactly.
Right? This is a guy that everyone will tell you is so damn good at laning, which is kind of what the 1v1 is. Yes, it's different. You have to pretend there's junglers and all that, but he's such a good individual mechanical player.
You better have a matchup
pull out
lead.
all the stuff.
You must have a matchup lead or the Shy will beat you. I'm pretty sure it's just every League of Legends player has that kind of over their head. The other thing to point out is, we talked about it a bit, LEC has won every time they can. If LEC wins all their matches, it's just a full Europe top four, which means they already know your matchups. They already know your champions. There's nothing left to hide.
That's
the Shy is the
true.
last unknown opponent.
That's true. Well, I don't know if they've all been practicing each other. Is
Bwipo the one man out.
Bwipo in on the G2 scrim blocks? You know, Jankos was kind of flaming his teammates. Maybe he's made a dark alliance with the the Fnatic player to take down his teammates. Because I feel like Jankos would prefer to beat his teammates, rather than help them practice. He seems like, he wants to prove that he could take down Caps.
All right, I see that. That's going to be exciting. I'm glad the players are smiling, laughing back and forth. It's always enjoyable. I know sometimes it's hard to learn enough of the other players' language to get the conversations in, but usually you can get the point across. It's always really enjoyable.
I feel like if I'm Mickey, the strat here is to try to convince the Shy to play a Pike Mirror or something.
Oh,
you know? If you're just like, what the fans would really love if we just played this matchup that I play all the time.
I mean, we saw the Tom Kench just a little bit ago, and that one didn't go so well against him. But
yeah, that was unlucky.
You can call it unlucky. I would call it maybe not the best pick overall. But I'm kind of curious what else is out there. Again, we've seen the Shy play Draven, means the other marksman picks are probably on the table as well. We've seen Trist be your favorite overall, and we are finally into the game.
Ooh,
and we get a Kali Shyvana.
Shyvana coming out here. This should be really, really interesting. I have heard some whispers about this potential strategy. We did get to see, I think it was an EU team bring out this at Rift Rivals. It was actually Shyvana, and it was the Spear of Shojin Shyvana that was played in the side lane. I want to say Wunder played it. I could be trolling, but I want to say Wunder played that.
Well, he was, don't worry.
In the Rift Rivals event. This was something that was kind of, rumored to be a cool special. Could be full AP, could also just, make a fool out of me and be having this Kindle Gem to go towards a Spirit Visage, but that's what I'm going to guess is it's one of these kind of AP strategies, because AP Shyvana can do actually a tremendous amount of damage with the E-spam, and when you ult and then you have Spear of Shojin proc, you can actually spam out the E's if you have access to the wave to reset. Your Q counts as 2 autos, and can be pretty cool.
Now the Shy right now getting early poke, landing some Qs, landing the E as well, all those stacking up Conqueror, dealing some decent damage, and it's Mickey having to play defensively for a while. That doesn't last too terribly long. Obviously the Shy is not hard pushing, trying to deny some farm. That melee gets E'd, but it means also some AoE damage comes across, and it slows the wave. So this one might get lost depending, that one's not going to get picked up there. So Mickey's going to lose some CS, 37 gold per melee, it's certainly meaningful.
Yeah, also worth mentioning that his Barrier Flash is the Barrier Ignite. So one fewer combat spell there kind of for Mickey. The flashes haven't usually been working out. I tend to think that generally when they've been taken, they have lost. We saw, I think it was No Man's tried against Uzi. He lost there. We saw Pabu did come out and say he accidentally took it, but he did lose his matchup against Bwipo, against those combat summoners. So we'll see if Mickey can kind of be the first one to get the edge with this. But the Shy, is going to be rushing towards Gunblade. He didn't actually feel like he had to pit stop for any sort of Doran's items. I think that's the correct read when you're going against Shyvana here, who needs 6 to really have any sort of threat, especially if you are expecting kind of the APE spam style of build. Or maybe you should call it Bruiser. I mean, if you're going Shojin, it's not AP.
Yeah,
but
it's like Shojin and an Amp Tome, and that's the last item you can buy.
Or, I mean, it could even be a defensive item with that, like a cowl or something, but...
I mean, there's also builds, like, for what it's worth, these are components of a
Spear Visage or...
Well, I was going to say Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Right? Those are specifically components of Black Cleaver.
I think Black Cleaver and Shyvana would be mega troll.
It's super troll. Like, I don't think he's building it. I'm just saying what we're shown is those pieces. If Phage comes out, I'm just face palming.
Either way... He knew he wasn't going to be threatened, so just rushes toward that. You don't need the Doran's items. You can just go straight towards that Gunblade, look for the early completion. That is what the Shy will do. And this is something you have talked about a fair bit throughout the tournament, is just kind of mapping out what is the most powerful set of items you can have with the amount of gold you will end up with. And I do tend to think that generally skipping the Doran's items will give you a more powerful end game, in quotes, style of build.
In a lot of cases. Doran's themselves, yes, they are more than 100% gold. They are good items. However, if you need to finish Gunblade and you definitely want to have an Elixir on top, those are way, way better both. And if you do double Dorans, upgraded boots, barely finish Gunblade, and there's no space for your Elixir, right?
Yeah.
And that's actually, you've got to be able to plan around that, so I do like the non-Doran starts. Or if your key item is Cleaver, right, it's a cheaper item, sure, you can get away with the Doran start because you know it's going to have space.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, again, you know, it's not that Doran starts are bad by any means, it's just that, you know, at the end, completed items are more efficient than the Doran's items, right? Yeah. So if you don't need the early game power, don't feel that you can bully or be bullied without them, then I think it's great to just kind of build the components that are going to turn into something else, as both these players have done, right? It's the same reason we're seeing the Kindle Gem start from Mickey instead of going, you know, double Dorans and these types of things to try to have a little bit more early game power, where he knows really it doesn't matter. He's just trying to survive. He thinks he can do that without going for that route.
Yeah, he'll be within, you know, 10-ish CS. It's fine. The fact that, again, he recalled and didn't buy means he's saving for BF sword money, which means really confident it's going to be Shojin Rush, with the long sword kind of chilling for now. And then we'll see what goes on top, because it's going to be about 1,000 gold to spend, and then that'll be the finished build.
Yeah, I think you could go towards MR. You know, that's probably the most
you
could get out of it if you're just trying to not get one-shot by Akali. But the Shy actually getting a lot of turret damage down. That's a couple plates out. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, remember, he doesn't have Flash, so he couldn't actually look for the Flash ultimate. So Mickey will be able to slink away, but more turret damage.
A lot of turret damage. And the Shy can read for this, right? He can go for plate number 4, maybe take the recall afterwards, and then legitimately threaten winning the game on turret damage.
Yeah, especially when plates fall, the turret becomes much less durable.
Yeah, it'll be back to 0 armor.
Exactly. Stacking resistance is gone at that point. So if you get it really low, there is the potential to just basically suicide all in for it. I mean, we saw Caps just ignoring his opponent in a matchup and going straight forward. And it is the completed Shojin, so Mickey does have this. And this is where the build must turn on, or he's just going to lose, because his turret is already so damn low.
Yeah.
But the way this works really is just about you ult, and you're trying to look for E spam, constantly using your autos and Q, which counts as 2 autos, to reset the E, so you can just go like Flame Breath, Flame Breath, Flame Breath, and hopefully have them really, really low. Because he is going E max. You can see it's 5 points E.
All right, so the big thing here is you have to fight him before he's on the turret, for the most part, because the Shy can actually int for the turret once, and it's okay. So here's the ultimate coming across. Big damage. The Shy's so far ahead, though. He's going to kill him outright with rank 2 of the ultimate. Gets that one over the Flash. You saw he tried to dodge ult with Flash, and now the Shy has 15 seconds, 10 seconds.
You can just kill the turret right here, I think. I think it's just over.
He's going to certainly try to. It does have some armor, but this might just be enough damage.
It's so long before he gets back. This is just done.
That's GG. He respawns. Not going to matter. The Shy, the second player to win via the turret. Yes! And the recall swag. 10 out of 10. The Shy into the top 4.
Yeah, the Shy is just too damn good. I respect the pick from Mickey, because I think you have to go for something a bit unexpected when you're up against the Shy. I mean, it's a support versus what most people point to as just the best laning player, you know? Perhaps in the world of any role, the best laning player. I've heard pros make that argument, and I think it's a fair one to take.
But double it, though.
No, there you go. That's true. But the Shy really playing this out well. He got Mickey so damn low before Mickey could even get into the ulted form. You can see the idea, again, looking to reset those E's. The barrier comes out. He gets a second one here, but just barely not enough. And if he started that at full, I mean, he got the Shy to like 10% health, and he didn't even have access to the minion wave for the entire duration of the ultimate, where that's what he was really hoping to get, right? You know, E, reset it, E, reset, and all of a sudden, you're surprised by that damage, and then maybe flash on him and kill him, right? And these types of things. But unfortunately for him, the Shy took a great trade prior to him getting into ult, and as a result, Mickey comes up, but it was close.
And it was another case where Flash could have been the difference, but wasn't. He predictively flash R2 from Akali. You have to predict a flash. Humans cannot time to a melee range Akali dash. You will never dodge it on reflex. So he tried to guess when it was. It wasn't the right timer. R2 landed. That was the kill immediately. But if that was an ignite, maybe it's enough damage in time, right? At the start of the all-in, the 180 health plus all the healing he's not getting through Gunblade because of Grievous wounds, maybe that fight is different. And it's yet again, if it was a different summoner, maybe it's a different game.
Yeah, it's really true. You know, the Shy won incredibly low, so Ignite might have actually just straight up killed him, because this is also fairly level level into the game, right? So Ignite does
Level
scale
11
as you're getting further in. But we are on into the next one. Levi going up against Jankos here. Jankos back on the melee hype train, but not using Snowball this time. It is Ghost Barrier. So I will say I'm a little bit surprised. Ghost is more reliable than Snowball, but Snowball's a very low cooldown, and I feel like when you connect that, getting right on your opponent's face, maybe he's more worried about the disengage or being able to stay on top of him when he's alt tumbling around and these sorts of things. But again, Snowball can reveal that stealth. So
yeah, the first time.
I am a little bit surprised that he didn't go for the Snowball here. We'll see if he has something kind of clever planned out.
Yeah, he's going to have to obviously ult to not get condemned. If condemn hits, you automatically lose the trade. If you get pushed back, it's already over. And that's, of course, a cooldown difference, right? That as soon as Ragnarok's down, now you can go back for it. You pretty much auto-win with condemn. As you mentioned, Snowball could kind of undo that. You can immune with dash, or you can at least land the mark and get back into range. This is going to be exciting because certainly it's volatile. I think either champion can win a 1.5 item 1v1. And it's going to be really up to a couple big things. Is Levi needs to not let Jankos pick up a second axe.
Yeah.
Right? If he hits you with one, dodge in and just don't let the second axe come down because Q-Max is very common. Or dodge it with Tumble in first place and just keep cutting the guy.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of what it's going to be, really. Like, can you actually avoid those axes? The hitboxes sometimes are wider than you see. Levi rolled fairly quick there, but still did actually get tagged. That one will not hit. The other thing is Levi is going to be able to have access to the turret. And, how much does he actually press for turret plates? Because you really want to do that and kind of extend your lead and extend the gold you can grab. But at the same time, if you do get tagged by the axe under turret and start getting chased down, it gets really risky. But from this position, I don't really think Jankos can have much opportunity to try to look for that all in.
Ooh, couldn't find health relic ring there either. Takes some more autos on top of that one. So certainly early. Well, the farm is fine for Jankos. He's actually getting a lot of these.
Yeah, he's done well.
Especially with a little bit of CS drop by Levi from all the harass. Not that harassing is wrong in any case, but this is some farm getting picked up there. Axe actually not hitting that minion kind of sucks.
Yeah, and part of the thing is you're willing to give a little farm for the harass because the harass is what dissuades the all-in. And the all-in is the way that the Olaf wins, right? So when you are playing Vayne into these types of all-in melee matchups, you sometimes have to sacrifice a little bit of that farm to really make sure you're poking them down. Because then if they can't all-in you, it starts to snowball a bit, right? They're not able to step forward, so you get more and more free easy CS, and you're kind of more comfortable to pressure the turret. And it does get better and better.
And point out that we are level 6 now, so you are at the point where Ragnarok can immune a condemn, but of course Levi can turn invisible.
Yeah.
Still, with these health bars, obviously Vayne wins the 1v1 in any reasonable case where you're not hard trolling, and so Jankos is going to be on the back foot until a recall comes through for items.
Yeah, so we'll see. Does Levi actually try to pressure in here to get a turret or two? That's
Whoa,
a lot of damage.
That shouldn't have to force barrier.
He's alive. He's alive.
Yeah. That's the last tick.
But very, very close. And he does force the recall, and it's not a long cooldown on the Ignite. So you shove here, you try to take a turret plate or two perhaps, but there is some risk to him having a better buy and coming back and the all-inning you. So Levi is going to try to play it a bit safe. He wants to make sure he doesn't get caught greeting it out, and just going to be happy with the fact that Jankos will miss a cannon, which is a ton of gold when Jankos is already behind.
Yep, and Jankos' purchase, he could have gone for a Doran's Shield for a bit of extra sustain and kind of stay in the lane a little bit longer. Chose to go for the Doran's Blade instead. Should still be able to finish, in most cases, a Black Cleaver. Should be able to get some decent items by the end of the game here. I also like the Health Relic Steal. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can get that damage out from your Q. It does seem to proc on spells. So if you guys are just tuning in, it's actually a 20% current health. He's going to go.
And there's the ulti in. He's going to try to get away from this one again. Levi needs to get away from the axe as the flash in the same direction, though. This could be even more damage coming across. Going to land it yet again. This should be... Oh, it's a lot of damage.
That was so close. Ragnarok just barely expired, and Levi was able to actually condemn him away. Not from Jankos, and as a result, he's going to be able to pick up a farm advantage. He's going to be the one taking turret plates here and denying actually a lot away from his opponent, Levi. So Jankos looking for the all-in right when he got back at full health to make sure that he didn't get chipped down prior to it, and he sets himself up well.
Some of it was summer advantage, of course, as well. The Ignite was used for what amounted to a poke, really. Because it was just, recall off of, and that meant a little bit extra that he couldn't do. The flash, of course, will be a longer cooldown as well. So there will be a 25, 30-second window where Ghost is up and Flash isn't, and Jankos can use that to all in yet again.
Yep, and he is building towards that Black Cleaver as expected in a pretty decent spot here. It's going to come so much to can he just hit that initial axe to really kind of start that all in? Because if the first axe to really get it going, Levi, I think, is going to be able to create too much. It gets very, very difficult to actually close that gap.
And I actually want to see Levi take a fight right now, like before Ghost Barrier's back up, is just like try to find some way to do battle because you have a small seat.
Yeah.
Use those 20 seconds, use that one wave of difference where you can maybe get something done.
Yeah, I think instead, he obviously is just going to go for that recall. There would have been perhaps an opportunity, especially if Ragnarok's down, if he can get some sort of a condemn off or something like that. Interesting to see that he doesn't feel he can actually complete the full play of the Rune King, so it is just Cutlass, and now he has a Ruby Crystal on top of that, so might just be building some flat health, something like a Giant's Belt could make sense here to just try to survive through any potential burst.
Nice stop, dodges that act.
Yeah.
It's going to be useful. I'm trying to think of the math, and it's pretty tight. With that Ruby Crystal, if you do anything more than that, I think you can't fit the Rune King in the build anymore.
Yeah.
You're kind of up against it. It's like 1,800 gold roughly from here, or 1,600 gold from here to finish Rune King, which
I feel like
you just don't have time for.
when he bought that, he's just not going to get it.
Yeah.
Because generally he hasn't actually got turret plates. He hasn't actually gotten any kill. Yeah, Phage would be interesting. You could go Phage for the additional move speed, or just a Giant's Belt for flat health if you can't actually afford it. It will be the recall.
An optimal play should be Levi shoves as fast as possible,
reset
and then recall. You should have enough time to recall. I think if you stay and hit the turret twice, you're definitely trolling. But you can see he's running Tumble, and he's like, I want to make sure I have enough time. Walk far enough back that I shouldn't be hit by an axe. Start the recall. I'll miss 2 CS, that's okay. Jankos, he might get the recall stop. It's close.
Oh.
Real close.
Yeah, that was really, really close. So it is a Jorms. So I do think Phage would have just been better if he had a couple gold, because as you have pointed out a bunch of times, it's a stacking item. The efficiency isn't there until you've killed a bunch of minions, which won't happen. But it is all going to come down to this. Summoners available, ults up. Both players are going to have their chance. I think Levi wants to make this fight happen earlier rather than later. If you wait too long, you're going to have nowhere to kite in the all-in. So Jankos is actually just chilling in the brush.
I would actually blue trinket condemn right now just to hit the guy damage. And like make him ult, right? Like just do something to poke this guy a little bit.
Does he even realize that he has the blue trinket?
He bought it. He actually bought it on the recall. I think it's available at level 9. He recalled, bought the blue trinket. Because I don't think it's automatic. I think he actually bought it.
The firewall is going to be here. It's actually almost right behind Jankos. So this is out of sync. You can see on the minimap, it's right up on them.
All right, here we go. They're going to try to kite back and forth. Ragnarok, of course.
Oh, nice dodge.
That dodge was needed, and he has the damage. The kill comes through.
That was really nice from Levi. The tumble, the invis tumble through his opponent.
Yep.
Jankos doesn't really know where he's going to go, so he just has to guess, throw out that axe, and he doesn't quite have the survivability. So back-to-back EU players getting knocked down in the quarterfinals. Both those guys had a good run.
Yeah.
Jankos and Mickey. Generally, supports and junglers don't do well in the 1v1, and these guys, I think, handle themselves very, very well. But credit to Levi, another jungler here, and he does start it off with that blue trinket, dodges the first axe, and then this tumble, back through his opponent. Jankos assumes he would be tumbling down to create distance. Instead, he has just gone right back through him. A nice little juke. I'm not sure if Snowball would have made the difference or not, but it did feel like Ghost was pretty much irrelevant. And it's one of those questions that's it's hard to know because it wasn't very close, right?
Yeah.
But if you snowball him and you just leave snowball up, when he tumbles, you still see him, right?
Yep.
You don't actually activate that snowball. You just hit it on him and you try to leave it up for, I don't know, it's a couple seconds you have to reactivate.
Yeah, 3 to 4, I think.
Yeah, something like that. But either way, tight match. It is Levi's game. Bwipo versus Fofo will be the next one.
Yeah.
Fofo coming off of taking... I want to say he took it on Faker, did he not?
Yeah, I think it was Faker. So it was a really good, obviously, win for him. Well done on that one.
Or no, it was Doomby. He took it on Doomby on his Aurelia. That was really, really nice.
Aurelia Rise, great matchup, well played here. So we've got solo laners, right? Top versus mid, going to be exciting here, of course, as well. Only 2 LEC players left in the bracket.
Ooh, Rengar. This is cool. This is actually really, really cool because I have felt like Bwipo got really good pick advantage in both of his previous matchups. He had Ornn into Rumble, and then I want to say, what was the second one?
Something else absurd.
It was Olaf and
Darius?
Kled.
Oh, yeah.
Kled, right? And he had the double combat sums against the no combat sums, basically.
Yeah.
And he smashed that. This one should be really interesting. Bwipo has brought out Rengar a handful of times in competitive play. He is a very experienced Rengar player. There's a lot of brush to push around, including when you get to that final Ring of Fire, you have brush available. There's opportunities to really kind of just the Aurelia. You have your empowered W to actually remove the Aurelia stun potentially here.
This is going to be a very heavy fight. Does land the stun here. Pretty big damage, and jumps back out to the minions, and then goes right back in. Bwipo, I think, ahead on that trade. And
yeah, the W is always really something you have to take into account. And also when you get an empowered Q, the empowered Q plus the regular Q successively back-to-back does so much damage, as anyone who has played against top lane Rengar will tell you.
Yes.
The burst is pretty shocking, so Fofo has to stay away from the wave, and you can see that Bwipo is keeping the Frosty stacks up as long as he could. He wanted to make sure that he could threaten that burst if Fofo ever stepped forward to grab some of that farm.
And you can see it's, level or minions 8-1 right now. Fofo is pushed off the wave. Can't quite win that battle right now. Curious to see what happens later on, because level 6 Rengar is, not the most impactful ultimate. I wonder where he's going. Probably mid.
He's going for the back door.
You get some damage out of it, right? Like, it's something, but I would card's edge every time.
Definitely, and I think that's why Bwipo is trying to play aggressively, and also why Fofo is trying to play pretty defensively. The leap also really does surprise you, because you have a window after you've already left the brush to still actually jump.
Yep.
So you can actually close way more distance than you would think. You don't have to be right beside that brush.
Stun and ignite on. Damage close. Who's going to take it? Fofo gets the kill, trades it back.
That was really, really close there. It looked like Bwipo was going to have it, but he used the empowered Q right as he got stunned. So he didn't actually have the ferocity to remove that stun right as he got hit. And it is Fofo going for the executioners here, trying to reduce a lot of that W healing that Bwipo is going to have. The Conquer also pretty effective. So it is the 100 gold advantage for Fofo, but I'm not sure exactly how the wave is looking.
It looked pretty bad for Fofo. It's stacking up and pushing towards Bwipo, so I think it's a bit more farm for the Rengar, and he had more farm coming in.
Not too bad. They both have about the same amount of range minions.
Okay.
Bwipo had one more, so I think, if anything, should be pretty even.
Oh, that's a
nice
big
dodge.
I like the idea of going for the ult, because I think Fofo was advantaged there, and that ult could have been enough to get a kill. Here comes the small re-engage. Not going to do too much, but it's still a health bar lead for Fofo, and Bwipo's going to have to be on the back foot.
Yeah, I think the Executioners was actually such a smart buy, because Rengar really can get a lot of healing off of that W if you time it as well as you can. Bwipo's looking for this, though.
Gets the health relic. They're going to go back for the
Sun
minion. This is the game right now. Has to run away. Fofo needs that minion. He's not around. Oh, not quite a range for the leap. Close. Bwipo almost got that kill.
Yeah, that was a couple pixels away from being able to get that jump back out on Fofo and take him down. Bwipo definitely going to win the all-in without ultimates available, you would have to expect. Fofo now back to base. We'll see what he does build towards. With double Dorans, refillable, and Executioners, he's just going tank. So he's actually going to grab a Giant's Belt here. Bwipo should be going towards Black Cleaver. He is.
Yep. And the wave is, sort of positive for Bwipo in that the cannon's still alive, can still be farmed. Fofo lost that one. It's smart by Bwipo to sort of recognize the wave state. Unlucky.
Cannon will die, and unfortunately that is worth so much of the gold, but there's still going to be more minions for him to farm here, so he's going to be feeling pretty damn good about that.
Yep. We'll see him hit level 8 first, most likely here as well, as push around, and Fofo now hugging the far right side of the map. They're going to find another stun right here. Dig damage coming across there as the summoners are back up. Ignite's put down, and Bwipo, a bit careful. Ulti's not up yet, but the damage could be enough. 1 Q would kill him.
Oh!
And Fofo limping away at 100 HP. Same for Bwipo. Watch out for the leap. He's almost in Q range.
Oh, that is so close. He has the ultimate. Do you dare go for it? Because you could get Q'd out of the air if you're ulting towards him and he spots you.
Yeah. Charge W, let go Q, and it's enough damage, right?
Yeah. Will reset. I think this is the smarter choice. You could even use the ult to try to take him down if he actually recalls. Yeah, so he's going to use the ult to try to run straight back.
He's got the health lead.
Can he get the cannon?
I don't know if he cares about the cannon. Like, he might legit charge the Aurelia. He knows. He's going to go. This could be the damage. All he needs. He gets away from the stun. And Bwipo shuts him down. That was such a smart play.
Yeah, he recalled. He didn't even wait for his health to fill back up. He just runs immediately back out of the map with the move speed from the ultimate. He got in range, finds him, and Fofo, I thought he expected a lot longer for it to take, for Bwipo to get back to lane. Yeah. He thought he had way more time to be able to reset. Bwipo,
that's smart.
Very pleased with himself. Big brain play here.
That is a big brain win. That's deserved.
Yeah, and Bwipo, here is the all-in again. This was that trade. Bwipo did get it. It was extremely close. The last tick of Ignite, it looked like taking down Fofo in that trade kill, and it was one of our only games that have actually ended 2 kills pre-Ring of Fire. So this was a pretty action-packed one. And remember, the Rengar ultimate gives him sight of that hunted target. So he's able to get on top of him. He steps past the stun, has the empowered Q for the additional damage there. And this was just a really big brain play from Bwipo. Just ult straight back to lane, knowing that he could have that timing. And even if you miss it, it's not that big of a cost because the ultimate is not a lot of in-combat power, truly.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you some ferocity for the push eventually. And like the upfront damage is there for a little, but you're right. Again, not nearly as good. And to your point, I don't think Fofo saw it coming. Again, if you think you are going to get dove, you see the eyes over your head, you hold W, you take half damage when he finally lands on you, and then you hope you have enough to fight back afterwards. Obviously, again, wasn't the case there. Got jumped on, wasn't ready for it. Good sidestep by Bwipo, dodging the stun. We'll see him in semifinals tomorrow. Right now, though, Caps versus Uzi. I think these are two of the only trophy holders of 1v1. I think Uzi has 2. Caps is defending champion.
This is an absolutely incredible matchup.
Yeah.
And this is a finals quality matchup that we're having in quarters. I'm a little bit sad they're meeting this early on, but it is going to be an absolute banger. We have Qiyana versus Vayne. And I think a lot of people are going to be like, well, Qiyana is just going to one-shot up. But there is cleanse for the root, and there is the potential to kind of outplay here, right? You know, so if you can actually dem on the Qiyana, if you can get some sort of juke with your ultimate and using that stealth as we saw Levi have earlier, there is potential there.
Got to point out, shout out Caps' bans. He banned Udyr, something with a Z, and something with an I. He banned Uzi.
What did Uzi ban? Were they both doing fun?
Ryze, Cassiopeia, something.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, there's a C? No, it's not enough.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like more real bans on the one side. Cap's not really caring what his opponent will play. I like it.
I do too. And Qiyana, Vayne is going to be hype. I mean, Vayne I think is really at champs with a walk at you. Like, I really do like Vayne Olaf. That's one of, like, I would say I'd be playing that matchup in general. Qiyana's a lot harder, of course. She can find the CC on you. You've got to somehow from the wall. It's a lot harder to kite. Of course, Qiyana has Invis as well.
Yeah, the EQ being undodgeable is always really, really rough. So it is the cleanse to try to get out of that potential route. Can you actually access water, though, on this map? That is something I didn't actually think about.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
The health relic,
health relic.
I just got information on, thank you, producers.
Yeah.
Can give you water. So if you, I don't know if the health relic actually has to be active though, or just the area.
Yes.
So if anyone knows, let me know. That is actually pretty interesting because the root is generally pretty important to set up potential all-in.
Picks it right away, goes in for decent damage. This is Uzi pretty low as he's sitting invisible under the grass right there. Good poke. Yeah, really good condemn.
Nice condemn. That was actually on the E from Caps, it looked like.
Yeah.
Shoving Caps back and proccing that. Press the attack. Caps going in, though.
Yeah, good ignite. And good cleanse as well. Got rid of the ignite. Oh, no, it was afterwards. He didn't cleanse the ignite. This is the kill. Caps gets the one right off the top.
Yeah, Caps baited the barrier there. He actually went in, did not use the ignite or the barrier, saved his auto and the ignite till after the barrier ended, and just found Uzi. And if you can get a kill like that pre-6, I think it's just going to get tougher and tougher for Uzi, but we'll see if he can prove us wrong as he's going for the early Joram, so he'll be able to stack this up. We'll make it much more efficient, but remember, when you get First Blood, you get a Baron's Recall, so you can head back to base a lot more quickly. Caps, you got to be careful if you're stepping out this far.
Yeah.
You're really low.
He does have barriers, so there's a little bit of extra stuff there, but he wanted to finish shoving the wave, couldn't quite do it, so now Uzi can kind of manicure this a bit and catch up in gold, catch up in XP, stack the Joram's Fist for the 450 gold, 450 health on the item, which is really nice. And then, see if he can kind of stabilize from there.
If you could afford Joram's plus PD, that would be pretty sick.
Oh yeah, that's really
good.
Or
a potential all-in, to try to survive that and then kind of outplay.
Seeing this rated Dirk, I'm definitely going to buy at least 2 cloth armors. I don't care about Ninja Tabby.
Then you don't even care about PD, because you can't actually get PD plus the armors plus the Jorams,
no,
right? That's going to be too expensive. So, maybe even getting like a chainmail or something could make some sense. We'll see what Uzi wants to go for, where he's going to be feeling most comfortable.
Yeah, basically, PD Jarms is already 4K right there, and so with double Thorns, that's 5K. So there's no way to get all that. Yeah, that's just not gonna. Nice guide step though, and this could be scary. Of course, goodbye Cap, sit in the brush, make Uzi switch targets, drop the Silverbolt stacks.
And the Qiyana ultimate is actually quite a long cooldown at this point in the game, so Cap's gonna be having to wait a long time for that to come back up. He doesn't have any CDR. This is rank 1 of the ultimate, so should be back up obviously for the level 11 type fight, but that may mean he has to wait for Ring of Fire, and it could just be a sudden death as Uzi's so on point with these condemns, timing it on the E to actually knock back Caps as he comes forward, taking both his move block as well as actually denying that from connecting.
Yeah, good stuff there. A little damage still comes across, but it is certainly Uzi now favored, and as that Jarvan's Fist stacks, he's going to be farther and farther away from being killed. Again, because you're seeing Serrated Dirk, you want to buy armor to beat lethality. That's the counter, is you do it in that order. So I think there is value. And again, I don't like Tabby because you're spending a lot of money when so much of that kit is spell-based. The 10% damage block doesn't there.
Especially when there's no actual outplay on an EQ. It's just guaranteed to land. It's not as though that.
This is a little bit tight, though. Ignite is up, but so are the defensive summoners of Uzi.
Yeah, he can't catch him, so he's just going to have to go back and farm. Not playing Flash, so he doesn't have that additional playmaking to try to get on top of Uzi and one-shot him there. Uzi going back to base. Let's find out what he will be building for. Actually sells the refillable to grab a recurve, so looking for some attack speed and a longsword. So he's building towards Bladed Rune King, so that is going to be what he will attempt to finish. Caps, I think if you're in lethality, you're going Duskblade, probably, unless you really want the move speed.
There it is.
So it is Duskblade. I think that makes the most sense, unless you're really highly evaluating the move speed from a Ghostblade.
Yep.
But I do like this buy. I think it's going to be about the 100 to 0. Uzi looking for a Blade of the Rune King. Interesting that he did value the attack speed over a potential slow from something, to try him out potentially, try to create a little bit of distance, as you can obviously get.
Cutlass low, run away. No, instead, Duskblade's going to look pretty good. Pops right up, they're going for it right now. Trying to get the kill, goes invisible. Duskblade's re-triggered. You use invis for 1 second, you get Duskblade back. And that was, I saw that dance spam. I'm pretty sure that was a dance spam. So he already knows. Look at that trade, no ult needed. Get out of my lane, Uzi.
Caps, always one to be a confident player.
Yep.
Dancing on him a little bit. Caps will have time to go for another reset. Uzi goes back, he buys a Red Elixir himself. So that could very well be, as far as he's going to get. I don't know that he's going to have enough item on top of this, or enough gold to actually complete his full item for the Blade of the Rune King.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
Like 1,000 gold from now, and you don't have.
Yeah, obviously we can't see exactly how much gold he has, but definitely assuming he's there. So Caps will have the completed item, going to have the advantage there. Going to be looking to shove this in. You want to shove one more wave if you're Caps if you can, and try to get that buy, because the cannon's worth a lot, but Caps, I think, just prioritizing getting the base off right now.
He's got to have Serrated, right? That's why. Oh, he stopwatch. Interesting. And can't afford anything else, so goes.
Okay.
Just buys the rejuve bead.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder if he's going to try to use the stopwatch to do something like you can throw grass and then use the stop bridge a gap on your W cooldown to be able to do another grass throw.
Yeah.
These sorts of things. Also, if your opponent is going into ult to try to go for stealth, you can stealth to try to wait it out, then stopwatch and these sorts of plays. So looking for the playmaking there, and we'll have to track how well he can do it.
EQ in, goes for the invis, grabs the rock, can't get the rest of it. Just a bit of damage, not going to do too much, and Uzi's going to get the push. So once again, can just do extra damage, and Uzi's going to have the wave. So that is some extra DPS. Right, that's going to make up some of the gold, some of the item difference. Goes for the fight yet again, turns invisible. Ring is closing in. Big damage coming across. Uzi's got to be careful. And there's stopwatch.
Oh, but he can get condemned out of this.
I think he blocked condemn. Okay. I think that's what he actually put that in for. So now Uzi's got to be careful. Caps half HP. Again, damage coming across. It's going to be pretty big burst. Duskblade comes in sides, but look at the damage up with their Caps has the barrier. Ult's not going to land. He puts him down.
Caps not able to connect, getting knocked down there. Uzi playing it out so well in the final moments. Never giving Caps a chance to actually get that ultimate to push him towards a wall, staying towards the central location, and having the minion advantage was so big in this because Caps couldn't actually get access to the wave to thin that out and have a more even fight. So if he fought it out in the middle of that wave, you're always going to have all of this additional damage because there's so many range minions stacked up helping Uzi out, and Caps just couldn't really find the angle despite what I think was actually that Condemn being immune with the stopwatch, which is incredibly well played there by Caps. But yeah, I mean, it's just look at all the extra minions here for Uzi. Uzi's healing up off the minions, pushing this in. So when Caps comes back in, as soon as you come out of stealth, you have all of these additional units to focus fire on you. The cannon, there's like 5-6 range minions hitting you, and you couldn't actually scoop Uzi into the wall there, which you would have needed to try to knock him down.
Yeah, and you know, the poor Kiana like running backwards, not going to get a whole lot done right here. He's like, yep, I'm just going to go back towards my side, chase me through minions. I dare you, can't do it. Yeah, nowhere to go is the big thing, right? Always juking towards the middle of the lane, and juking back through his own minion lane means the chase is just not good.
Yeah, so the defending champion will get knocked out in the quarterfinals. Uzi, moving on, has made it look pretty easy on these marksmen against some damn tough opponents.
Of course.
He took down Bang on the Yasuo, now taking down the Kiana, making it look pretty easy in these 1v1.
That is trademark Uzi. He's very, very good. So we're going to have Uzi as one of the semifinals, and the Shy versus I am blanking Levi on the other. Those are going to be hyped. To hear more about the 1v1 Final Four, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Lounge.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Mark and Kobe to break down our quarterfinals in the 1v1 tournament. As we saw, Caps did go down to Uzi, so our defending champ out, 4 players remaining. But we had some very exciting quarterfinals that really came down to some new and interesting picks, as well as, of course, sudden death kills.
Yeah, I mean, all the way from the beginning, it was super hype. The Shy was probably the most dominant one. Like, everyone knew kind of what Mickey was going for, but it just felt like it took a little bit too long to get online.
I mean, the Shy has been dominant this whole tournament. He takes his hands off the keyboard like half the time that he's actually playing. We're headed for a crash course with Uzi and the Shy. That's what I think a lot of people would like to see for a hype finals.
Yeah, that's been called out a couple times. There we saw the Vayne over the Olaf. Solid pick into the Bruiser. This was
my favorite.
Yes, exactly, of our 4 quarterfinals. Bwipo showing up on the Rengar, but the early traded kill made it feel like it could be a really even matchup.
Yeah, it was a super close kill there. They actually had a couple more skirmishes where it almost led to someone winning. And then this really heads up instant recall and run back out into the field, not healing up.
And notice that he saves his full ferocity until he's sure that he just the stun.
Right.
So one mistake, some people will just spam out for the empowered Q to try and get the damage, but he wanted to make sure he doesn't have to use the CC breaker. And then here we go. Even though Caps got early kill, it comes down to the sudden death.
Yeah, a much anticipated matchup here between our defending champion and our 2-time champion in Uzi. The first kill goes over to Caps, but once that Ring of Fire comes in, it's only 1 kill is what you need. The ultimate doesn't come out early for Caps. It's used here more in defense, misses once again against Uzi, so we never really got to see the power of the ultimate from Qiyana against the Vayne.
I mean, he was 0-2 on them, but that's tough against Vayne in general, just such a mobile champion. And the Joram's Fist was actually really big. We saw Levi buy it too, but that was like late into the game after he didn't really need it. He just killed Olaf in what felt like a counter matchup. But this one felt really important to getting a lot of extra health on the Vayne to be able to sustain through any potential all-in, and you would need like an extra rotation or 2 from the Qiyana, which I thought was what the stop was supposed to get.
And I love that Uzi is sticking to the marksman, picking the Vayne. Showcasing like how important it is to get these correct condemns, these correct tumbles with stealth off.
I will point out, I found it interesting. I don't think I ever saw Caps throw out the water. Because we did hear, as the caster said, you can't get it from the health rune, if you pull it in that regard. I'm not even saying it's optimal. It was just very curious that he opted not to go for it in that matchup.
Yeah, and he did seem to know about it because I saw him grab it once or twice when clearing minions. So it wasn't like did Caps know or not? I'm pretty sure he did. So he must have just thought the damage or the invincibility helped more in the fighting versus Vayne. But either way, I think it was just the condemns really forced his hand.
Yeah, Uzi on Vayne. That's about as much as you can say. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as we get down to our final 4 players and those matchups. Much anticipated. That will take place tomorrow. First up on the top side of the bracket, we have the Shy and Bwipo. Bwipo, let's see if he's got another champ up his sleeve or if it'll be the Rengar coming back out again. And then, of course, Uzi versus Levi.
I'm looking forward to Bwipo keeping the EU dream alive. And he does it in, like you said, style. He's got different picks every single time.
I want to just see who makes the Shy keep his hands on the keyboard the whole game. Nobody has done it. Nobody has done it.
And then again, what will be the answer against Uzi, right? He has so many different marksmen at his disposal. If you ban out that Vayne, will he go back to this where he beat, Bang's Yasuo? So there's still so much at his disposal. Will Levi really have something up his sleeve to kind of put it to our 2-time champion, our most winningest 1v1 player in history?
Always rooting for the jungler, the underdog Dash.
Well, it's similar.
Go get him.
Both Bwipo and Levi are using like weirder picks to try and get by against like the super mechanical, oppressive, the Shy and Uzi. So it's actually kind of similar sides on both brackets.
Without a doubt. Now that takes place tomorrow, but from today to Sunday, December 15th, Alienware is hosting a sweepstakes to give away 4 of these customized All-Star 2019 themed Alienware M15 notebooks. Whether you're here in Vegas or watching online, you can win one of these monsters by visiting the entry page at alienware.com/LOL Esports. Make sure to check the rules though, because there are some eligibility and exclusions that apply. Once again, that URL is alienware.com/LOL Esports. Those are some pretty slick.
I get to use Alienware for my own work. I'm very happy about it. They don't want to plug my own shows, but they are as well.
They're
top notch.
Yeah, and exactly. And now you were grinding, right? Some TFT, a nice laptop.
In the hotel,
exactly.
Yeah.
So a laptop would be good for that. Let's hear though from the Demon King on his All-Star experience as we hand it off to Shox for an interview.
Thank you very much. I am here with Faker, who has been to a couple of All-Stars in his day. So Faker, what's been your personal favorite moment of All-Star so far?
네, 이제 페이커 선수 모셨는데요. 페이커 선수는 워낙 올스타도 꽤 많이 와보셨는데 여태까지 와본 올스타 중에 뭐가 제일 좋았나요?
저는 작년이랑 올해가 가장 재밌는 것 같고 즐길 게 굉장히 많은 것 같아서 또 선수들이 편하게 게임할 수 있는 것 같아요.
So I want to say last year and this year because there are a lot of things to enjoy. So I think the pro players are able to kind of be relaxed and enjoy all the things.
I also saw that you hung out a bit with Tyler1, who is of course a very famous and interesting streamer. What can you tell us about your activities with Tyler?
네, 그리고 타일러 원 분이랑 이제 조금 담소를 나누는 그런 장면도 봤는데 조금 유명하고 조금 재밌는 그런 분이잖아요. 어떤 분이랑 생각하시나요? 얘기 나눠보니까.
일단 굉장히 에너지가 넘치는 것 같고 또 저는 굉장히 에너지가 없는 편인데 그런 면에서 좀 대단한 것 같아요.
So I think he's really energetic. So as a person who has like no energy, I think it's really great, awesome.
Yeah, he has a lot of energy. Now, what is very cool about All-Star is that a lot of the people and the fans here can take photos with you and talk to the pros, which is, of course, very special. And a very special moment was created today when Jankos took a picture with you. And he had been looking to take a picture with you for several years already, and it made him very happy. What can you tell us about that moment?
그러면 사실 올스타전이 또 특별한 이유가 많은 팬분들도 여기 와서 페이커 분님이랑 이제 사진도 찍을 수 있고 말도 걸 수도 있어요. 이제 그런 소중한 순간 중에 하나가 오늘도 이제 양코스님이 양코 선수가 페이커 선수와 사진을 찍어서 이제 포스팅을 하셨어요. 사실 페이커 선수랑 사진을 찍기 위해 몇 년을 기다렸다고 하는데 그 순간 어떠셨나요?
일단 양코스 선수가 제 팬이라는 거는 몇 번 들었는데 이렇게 또 같이 사진 찍자고 해주셔서 저도 오히려 감사했던 것 같아요. 근데 하도 사진 찍어달라는 분들이 많으셔가지고 그냥 뭐 그렇게 중요한 순간이었던 것 같아요.
Well, so I heard that he's like my super fan for a couple of times. So I was also very thankful that he came to me and asked for a photo. But there are a lot of people asking for a photo with me, so that was like one of those moments.
Okay, I see. Well,
not important.
Thank you very much, Faker. Enjoy the rest of the All-Star event. Thank you, G-Sun, as well. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
GG, he respawns. Not gonna matter. The Shy, the second player to win via the turret. Yes! And the recall swag, 10 out of 10. The Shy into the top 4. They're gonna try to kite back and forth. Ragnarok, of course.
Nice dodge.
That dodge was needed, and he has the damage. The kill comes through. Charge the Aurelia. She knows. He's gonna go. This could be the damage. All he needs. He gets away from the stun. And Bwembo down. That was such a smart play. Look at the damage up with their caps. Has the barrier. Ult's not gonna land. Uzi puts him down.
Igennem spillet og hans karriere skabt en ny relation, som jeg vil værne om altid.
welcome back to the 2019 All-Star event for our final bout of the day, the 5v5 Assassins Clash. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, joined by another premier Assassin player. We know you love the Assassins just as much as I do. Skarner's one, and so is Udyr.
Yep.
Mr. Joshua Jat Lee.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think by the rules of the Assassin mode, it's the things that show up when you type it. But Assassin in my heart,
yes,
for sure. I'm an
That's
Assassin
what we're
player.
talking about right there. We are going to go ahead and jump now into the players competing on the Rift here today. On the blue side, we've got Evie in the top lane, Peanut in the jungle, Caps at mid with Beast at bot, switching things up there with the names a little bit, and support Sal9.
Assassin mid does seem a little OP, but I thought the same thing of the LPL lineup. On the red side, we're going to have Sia in the top lane, Levi in the jungle, Faker in mid lane, Faker v Cap.
With an assassin.
Not allowed to play Zac because he's not an assassin.
Thank goodness.
That's good. Wei Xiao in bot lane with Red Mercy. Really excited to see Wei Xiao back playing League of Legends because he was just such a legendary AD carry from way back in 2012.
And speaking of who's allowed to play what and what's happening in this mode, one thing I do want to go ahead and make clear to people before we get into Champion Select, it's not just strictly the characters that are classified as assassins. Some fan favorites that aren't always built to be a glass cannon but can have an assassin build, like
really?
Lethality Lee Sin and Lethality Jarvan, are permitted as long as the players do not go for the bruiser options and strictly build the lethality items.
Can I build a health crystal?
Is it in an
Only
Edge of
if
Night?
it's part of.
Is it in
okay,
an Edge
yeah,
of Night?
only as part of Edge of Night. Yeah.
Yeah, if that turns into a Jarum's Fist or that turns into a Randuin's, you're gonna get a smack. But if it turns into lethality, you should be good to go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Faker versus Caps.
Yeah,
in
I'm
an
looking
assassin
forward to
versus assassin
seeing.
matchup.
Last year, I remember casting the All-Stars versus Chinese All-Stars game, and when Faker locked in Zac mid, I was so
We were
bummed.
both there, yeah.
Yeah, it was so much of a bummer. But this year, he's in a mode, no Zac allowed. It's got to be something popping off. It's got to be something with a lot of damage. I love Chad builds. I love 1v1s. I love PvP. This is the mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. We just got through some pretty exciting 1v1 matchups. Unfortunately for Caps, he fell to Uzi, unable to defend his top. Really unlucky that he's playing Uzi in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see the 2017 champion versus the 2018 champion not play in the quarterfinals, personally.
I mean, I would have liked to see a best of 3.
You do have to beat the best to be the best, so Uzi's on his way.
Well, Uzi's back on track there. Of course, we know Faker having already lost out earlier on in the 1v1 tournament, so that's not exactly his cup of tea this year, but maybe we'll see a pop-off game here in this Assassins matchup.
Yeah, already a little bit of banter being handed back and forth in the lobby. Levi says we have Faker, and then Peanut says we have Caps, former teammate of Faker back in the 2017 World Championship. And we're into this blind pick. Let's see which Assassins get picked.
All right, both sides with some early Wukong and Lee Sin hovers. It is a total blind pick, so we can get some mirror matchups. We could get 5 rosters of the same champion if everybody's of the same mind here.
Oh man, if Faker gets that could be a real pop-off. With no one being able to build defensive, you just get a Spellbinder on Diana.
And it's new Diana, because we're on 9.24. Because this
is it with the charge
yeah,
E-ult?
We saw her in one of the games earlier today in the tandem mode. It's the Diana that has the dash on her E, and her R is the Moonfall with the orbital cannon attached to it.
That's sweet.
So yeah, it's new Diana.
It's probably less bursty than old Diana, but better pre-set.
Not quite as strong with the Gorgonzola, not as much cheese built into this Diana, however. A lot of burst potential still there. So the Wukongs are locked in on both sides. The Lee Sin's locked in on both sides. The other picks do look like they're going to be different. We got Echo and LeBlanc for the blue, Shaco and Quinn for the red.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Jungle Fizz. I feel like Peanut might get a little bit outpaced by Levi, but Caps has already taken Lee Sin, and Peanut was like, dude, what are you doing? That's Assassin Jungler. I have nothing left. We'll see.
It should be a fun one. We've got two different Lees, 2 different Wukongs. You can have both monkeys spinning around in circles as big old Beyblades with Lee Sins kicking them into each other. This could turn into quite a hectic battle.
Yeah, it really could. Conqueror is on a lot of them, which is interesting. I like the Electrocute or the Dark Harvest. Is Dark Harvest banned in this one because of the high kills? I'm shocked that no one has taken Dark Harvest.
I don't actually. asked, so I never got to find that out. But doing a quick check of summoner spells as we load into the game, there's one exhaust for Salnan on the blue side, and on the red side, both Red Mercy and Faker took exhausts to shut down all ins.
Not a bad choice. I think Red Mercy Shaco will potentially have some effectiveness. It's really hard to pin that guy down.
All right, blue team, they're scouting around early. So I was talking a little bit backstage before this one started about what we were going to expect, and I figure this is going to go one of two ways.
Okay.
Either it's a constant fiesta bath with 60 kills on both sides by 15 minutes,
Yep.
or one team just completely annihilates the other team at 15.
Yeah.
Based on Snowball
Yeah.
and Assassins. Or we have a dance party in the river at level 1.
Well, that's option C.
Yeah.
It can also bridge back into option A or option B, so I'm okay with this outcome.
That's also the new Lee Sin skin for Levi, isn't it? The Nightbringer one?
Man,
It's
this
for both of them.
Playing on the patch that hasn't come out yet is really just
it's tripping me up.
Doing weird stuff to my brain. When I watch Faker, I'm gonna click on this.
Okay.
I'm gonna
what
read
do
the
you
tool
got?
tips to make sure.
What do you got?
Just making sure his E is a dash.
It's
yeah,
that Diana.
E is
guaranteed.
Lunar Rush for
Yeah.
sure. You're right. So it's a 22-second cooldown ability at rank 1. He hasn't skilled it yet. W is what you should be doing on Diana anyway.
Right.
It still resets his cooldown if the enemy is affected by Moonlight, but then the big change is the fact that R pulls in one or more enemy champions, the Moonlight will crash down and deal damage. So it's not just a vacuum that slows anymore. You actually do some AoE teamfight damage. That's like a 100-second cooldown now. So a little bit more pre-6, maybe a little bit more flexibility in this reworked Diana kit.
Right, so I do not expect this to be a resident sleeper, farm up, wait till late kind of a game. I'm kind of surprised we haven't got a kill already, so I'm going to take your bet. Who gets the first blood and who gets first blooded?
Okay, I'm going to guess, but you also have to guess.
Okay, I will guess.
Because
I
it's
posed
the
the
1 in
question
10.
first. Yeah?
Yeah. So Levi will get first blood.
On to whom?
Oh, jeez, that's like a 1 in a... Okay.
Yeah.
Levi will get first blood on to mid beast.
Okay, I'm going to say... who do we got here? I'm going to say Wei Zhao gets first blood onto mid beast.
Why are you picking on mid beast, Flowers?
Because he has mid in his name and he is bottom.
Yeah.
He is out of his element, clearly.
Also, a little known fact, he's alt-tabbed right now, thinking of his next Dopa video, trying to figure out how Dopa plays Echo bottom lane. He's going to get a great tutorial on it later.
All right, well, we can expect a little bit of educational content after that, but for now, we'll see whose screen ends up being black and white first. Red Mercy setting up some traps, but it could be Levi. He gets himself over the wall, but the damage going to chase after. There goes your Fizz. We're both wrong. It's first blood over to Caps. And Faker's trying to get himself away. A little bit more damage would seal the deal, but Faker is out.
Levi was involved, at least.
That doesn't count.
I think it counts for some.
It counts for a congratulatory, you tried.
Thank you. That's something.
That's.
I mean, sometimes that can be the best
Easy
words
to
to
please.
hear after failure. So it depends on the person, on whether they respond well to negative or positive associations. But anyway.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Caps just gave Faker an association with a turret dive, and so that's another one under his belt. 2-0 here for this mid lane Lee Sin.
Peanut did say he had Caps on his team. And so lethality Lee Sin is a very true assassin. I've seen it actually pop off in Challenger solo queue games. Especially someone like Caps is going to have the mechanics to be able to pull it off. It's basically, a lot of it is just like QRQ. Yep. But there's little weaves and animation cancels you can do in between, making sure you get your E damage off, making sure you get a few autos, to actually 100-0 once you get ahead. And Faker was already low, getting into the turret, still had the ignite, seen by Caps.
That being said, if you fall behind on lethality Lee Sin, it quickly becomes a turbo int, and you just try to go in, and by the time you've got your leg up in the air to try to spin around and kick somebody, you just end up falling over dead yourself. So we will have to keep an eye on the tempo this man's able to maintain this game, see how far ahead he can stay. 800 gold lead right now, pretty much all on Caps.
And also something I want to theory craft later.
Okay, what do you got
I'm just going to, someone else will do it for me. I'm just going to propose what's happening.
Okay, you're just going to plant the seed.
Yeah, Serrated Dirk no longer having the passive on it, which does extra harass damage. It might be better when building your first lethality
item to not upgrade it and just keep building more swords.
Okay. So you just want to pile on as much AD as humanly possible.
I don't know if the lethality is completely worth it versus just getting more swords and then getting the lethality once you fully upgrade the item. It's close. It's way closer now than it's ever been.
All right.
Just a thought.
All you people out there who've got the mathematician skills that I absolutely do not have, go ahead and figure that one out and let us know so that we can figure out exactly how that's going to calculate itself. As bottom side, red team looking to make a play here once again. Levi goes in, exhaust drop down. There goes SoundOn. It wasn't mid beast, but it was his lane partner.
Bot
yeah.
lane.
So we at least got something sort of right.
He's doing fine.
Yeah. He tried.
Yeah.
Topside Wukong versus not actually turning into a whole lot of much. We've got the corrupting potion onto our red side Wukong and Seiya, so he's got a little bit more sustain at least. But
versus the Doran's Blade. Yeah, it's a bit of a handshake agreement for now.
Well,
until the first player hits 6, in which case
that would be Evie, and that would be a dead Wukong on the side, and that means a 3-1 advantage here for the blue team. As Caps popping Faker here yet again. The man is a balloon, and Caps is walking around with a handful of needles, just throwing them all over the place.
I gotta say, Faker's weakness might be the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some would say it's G2 players because of the last 2 best-of-5s.
I could agree with that.
There's something there, but I also think that in these environments, he tends to go a little bit less hard play. This was really nice by Evie, actually, letting the minions kill the minion, which gives him level 6, and surprising Seiya with it. So once he's gotten that first blood as well, it is a little bit hard to swing the mirror matchups without anyone else going up there to help.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing we don't normally get in regular play because there's no blind pick, is the mirror matchup, right?
Yeah.
You're literally just now a weaker version of your opponent because he got more money and experience than you.
And it's not like Wukong has skill shots.
No.
He's just stat check.
Wukong's the most, binary champion in the game.
Yeah. Although, this isn't going to be a problem for these players.
Right.
But a lot of Wukongs don't auto before their Q.
Which is
so you should E-auto Q. It'll make sure you electrocute. You can auto-attack reset with your Q. It's way higher damage. And the lower you go in Wukong elo, sometimes people don't even Q before their ult.
Yeah, it's just ER, which is not correct.
You have to Q before your ult because it gives you the armor pin.
Yeah.
So in a 1v1, you should always E-auto Q ult. If you have Tiamat and the time, you should actually Tiamat after your Q. The only situation I'd recommend, like E-ulting, is if there's 5 people there and they have a lot of CC, just get it as fast as possible.
Right. Every situation has some sort of an exception to it, but in the 1v1, Wukong versus Wukong, monkey to monkey,
auto Q.
You've got to make sure you're getting those maximizations in there. You can see Seiya losing into a trade here yet again, but he's got backup showing up as Levi makes his way into the brushes. Wanting to be a sneaky snake, scritter his way around here, try to find an opportunity to make a play. Evie tries to go in yet again onto Seiya, will get the better of him, but has to flash away to stay out of the way of the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Evie's styling on this one. His ult is down though, so Seiya basically just has to get into range of him to be able to ult. He should probably be able to get a kill, but I feel like Evie's going to play around one. This is not the bloodbath we were foretelling.
No. I honestly thought we'd have triple this amount of kills by now. Almost 9 minutes in, only 5 kills. Bottom side, we'll see if the blue side can make anything happen to change that up. SoundOn tries to get a little bit of a trade. Root finds its way there onto Red Mercy. Peanut looking to go in. Caps right beside him. The dive coming through. The damage coming out. Tower drop coming in now as Caps goes on a rampage. The Quinn falls down. Double kill over to Caps. The man is on a mission. Red Mercy at least gets one in return.
5-0-0 mid-Lee Sin. I wonder which lethality item is going to go first. Well, Duskblade.
Yeah, Duskblade seems to be the choice. I like that, though. That is the chattest of the lethality items because it just gives you more damage.
Yeah.
If all you're looking to do is take somebody's health bar from 100 to 0 as quickly as possible, boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Turret Plate's just serving up a smorgasbord here in the bottom side, a buffet of money towards the blue team. Peanut not willing to give up that third one, make sure he sticks around. Potentially tempts the Quinn to just try to make a move, but it's easy to hop away. Let's take a look at the replay.
Mainly, I think the turret aggro was
managed pretty well by Peanut here. So yes, he eats the exhaust for his fish, but he takes basically 3 full shots of the turret before it ends up getting on Caps. And then as Caps is running right out of turret range, he's still able to get the last hit. And drop turret aggro for his unfortunate friend LeBlanc, but still counts. Doesn't want to give up that shutdown bonus.
Caps is 5-0-0 now. 5 of 6 of his team kills. The man can go anywhere he wants on the map and start to do exactly what you were talking about with that lethality Lee Sin and just QRQ somebody, nearly pop them instantly. Also, having the Ignite here ready to go means you've really got to be respectful of what could come out. Play may be coming through here from the red side, but Blue's ready to make some sort of a counter move if they attempt the dive. Rift Herald summoned by red in the mid lane. They had the opportunity to take that one. Yep. Shelly's going to rear up, charge forward, 2 plates. Will they be looking more? Blue's doing a good job to take her out. Nope, that'll be all, but that's still a kill's worth of gold.
Yeah, the Rift Herald buffs come in on 924 as well. So a lot of people who were thinking that the first Rift Herald was pretty useless to take, I recommend continuing to try and take it.
Preseason's all about learning, man. Trial and error.
So, speaking of trial and error.
Okay. You guys can't see the grin on his face, but I can tell that something good's going to come up here because of the grin.
Yeah. We should try this after All-Star. Freak tried this with me earlier.
Is this another Volibear versus Skarner 1v1?
No, it's a double jungle, double funnel strat.
Okay, this sounds incredibly degenerate. How do we play this?
So, this is really off topic.
Okay.
So I apologize to those of you who really want a deep analysis of the 10 Assassins. But with the jungle having shorter respawn timers, it is almost impossible. This Faker's getting turret dove. Is this going to be the 6-0?
There comes the fish. There comes the carrot. There comes the damage. There goes Caps, the Faker. No! Caps will trade one back. He loses his own life. Faker's grabbing the shutdown on Peanut. That as Seiya sweeps in, cleans up a second kill. Peanut and Red is able to punish Blues over aggression.
I'm really glad this happened because this means the game is going to go much longer because they've kind of reversed the snowball a little bit. Anyway, double jungle, double funnel. With the jungle respawning faster, with Dragons being more frequent and with Rift Herald being more frequent, it's too much for one jungler to do.
Okay.
So traditional funnel is impossible because there's too many camps for someone to take the whole jungle and a lane.
Right.
Okay, so each jungler takes a side. One jungler gets the bottom 3 camps on red side, assuming you're a blue side team.
Okay.
The other jungler takes the top side jungle. Both of your side laners take the Relic Shield support item because they're not getting that much CS. And each jungle funnel will clear the 3 camps and then the lane. Either top or bottom lane.
Not the mid lane.
Yes, mid laner gets to do whatever they want. They're a normal mid laner. They just probably don't get that many ganks until the supports decide to gank because they really don't need the CS. So basically, 2 people get to farm one half of the jungle and a side lane, and then you have these 2 roaming supports with the mid lane.
Okay, so I feel like in this, you want your roaming supports to probably be like a tanky, low econ type thing, and your mid laner to have strong wave clear.
Yeah, the bottom lane probably has to be something that can like survive in a 1v2, like a Scion or a Galio or a Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily need a huge amount of farm. Top lane can be something like Pyke because he can roam a lot, and it is just a 1v1.
So speaking of top lane, we did see a pretty cool play up there coming out from the Wukong showdown as mid lane. Faker's actually able to grab the first turret despite his rocky early start. He takes Caps out here for the second time as well. We'll wait for the replay exactly how both of those shook out. Yeah. We did see a 1-for-1 in top side. Make sure that he did not die alone here in these Wukong battles.
I'm glad you recapped. It also means you probably weren't listening to my whole explanation. So
no, I understand that. You can give me a pop quiz right now.
Okay.
I know exactly what you got to do. And bottom side, so does the blue team. They're going in once again here. 2 versus 2. Is that Quinn going to survive? Barely getting himself over now. Wei Zhao's taking out Mid Beast, responsible for that kill. LeBlanc going into the clones here now, seeing what maybe there's something else to find. Nope, not quite just yet, but the red team swooped themselves in. Looking to make the outplay onto Mid Beast. He's trying to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, but instead he's just dead. Levi grabs the kill, and Mid Beast is out of there.
He bought a good amount of time, though. I like the alcove usage, dancing around. What I've struggled with in the alcoves a lot of times is when you're winning the lane, the people that fake recalls in the alcoves. That's the most effective usage of it, I feel like. Obviously, playing Ring Around the Rosie is the best. Caps misses his Q.
He tries to go for it, though. I respect the try. And yeah, alcoves are absolutely made bamboozling, and bamboozling is what they'll do. Let's take a look at our Axe What's Your Move replay to see the top lane fight that happened a minute ago.
Yeah, you can see Wukong pops his ultimate.
means it's just the baby fish, but then his move is to actually kill Peanut afterwards.
And then he has to use
Evie
his
tries
flash.
to go back. I mean,
But so does Evie.
That's the Wukong game. As soon as one Wukong flash ult is down, the other Wukong can flash ult and trade the kill.
By the way, we're answering the question that you posed in the pregame lobby right now with the Ruby Crystal in Evie's inventory. He is going for the Edge of Night, second item, just to make sure that he doesn't get stopped on his Wukong initiation. Both the Wukongs probably aware that they're the big initiators for their team if it does come to a team fight point. I mean, a game full of assassins, you're probably going to see more skirmishes, more 1v1s than a typical game of League of Legends, but it's not to say we can't have a full-on team fight. Peanut getting himself in some trouble here. Quinn almost able to find the burst. The Echo Stun trying to come through, but won't be able to save that Fizz. Can Mid Beast try to outplay this one with Salnon? Red team with control over the bottom side of the river. The Scuttle Crab is secured. The Drake not alive here for about another 100 seconds, so nothing really to fight for outside of these kills themselves, but in an assassin game, man, I just want a bloodbath.
Yeah, and I want to see a Dragon Soul too. I want to see an Elder Dragon.
We're not going to
These
get
games
an Elder
are
Dragon.
too
Not
darn
in an
fast.
assassin game. We are not going to get an Elder Dragon.
You know what? Assassins aren't that great at ending games. You don't got a tank to tank turret shots. You don't have a sustained DPS to finish Baron or take turrets. I would say it's more likely this game goes late than a standard 5v5 game.
All right, we'll see. Abby's
Also,
going for the assassination, but you won't find it.
I think blue team has a cheater.
You think they have a what?
How is a Glacial Shroud an assassin item?
Oh,
I
yeah.
call foul on Sound.
What is that?
Yeah. Where's the referee?
What is it?
We gotta pause the game.
That's not.
We gotta make him sell it. Or maybe we don't.
Because he's got the Ether Wisp, he's got the Glacial Shroud.
Those don't build into an assassin item.
No,
This isn't some secret patch 9.24 tech.
No, there's no hidden meta here just waiting to be discovered.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this is a, I don't know if it's a clear rule violation, but it's at least a bending of the rules.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah. This is like when LeBron just held the ball for 2 seconds running up the court a couple days ago and then just started dribbling again. Clearly a travel / double dribble. But if the referee wasn't looking, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. If the ref don't see it, you just got to be it. In the bottom lane, though, it's going to be another fight out. Seiya's able to grab the first one. Quinn trying to swoop in there. The ultimate is active. She's flying like a bat out of hell, and she's found her way onto Caps. Does get himself away, using that safeguard, trying to stay alive, disengage this one further. Red Mercy still on the chase, splits himself into two, drops the exhaust, still looking to make the plays back onto Caps, jumping right back into the fight now, but not able to find the outplay. Wei Zhao takes him out. And now, can Salnon get himself away from these guys? He's in a 1 versus 2. He is on the block. This champion is slippery. Should be able to keep himself alive here. Red Mercy just waiting and baiting, bringing him back into the fight. Boxes almost grabbing the kill.
Yeah, really well played by Red Mercy there. Basically absorbing Caps' ultimate cooldown and baiting him into a spot where he couldn't get out. Started 5-0-0 on that Lee Sin, now 5-3-1.
That was so close, but I don't think it's even going to matter. There comes your Wukong. Hit him with the stick. Seiya's grabbing another one, but he is going to be cleaned up here, most likely by Peanut. Nope! Fish out of water instead, and the red team makes the outplays.
And the infernal blazes on the assassin.
Oh,
map.
you love to see it.
Nothing but fire drakes for the rest of the game.
And no oceans at all.
Yeah.
No oceans whatsoever.
Was this set up somehow?
This could be, I don't
Did
know if
someone
there
do
was,
this?
the dragons themselves knew what was coming into this game. So, all right. Remember that because it just goes to 4 elemental drakes on one side now, and then the Elder comes up. The Elder timer is variable now. It's not just set at 35 minutes. All drakes are now Elders.
It's every drake after Soul.
Right. So that means if the next 2 drakes go over to the red side, we could see Elder coming online at about, 34 minutes? Almost exactly where it would be otherwise, but hey.
Yeah. Or we could never see it. Because blue team could get 4.
We have to hold out hope. We have to hold out hope that we see the Elder Drake in all his I'm a fire in my Lazor glory.
Yeah. Actually, really nice heal there to keep Seiya alive. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, that was cheeky, but is it worth it? Peanut jumps up onto the pole, comes right back down. Shut down over to him. He gets his red buff at the end of the day. Meanwhile, mid lane Faker might be in a sad spot. Salnon getting himself out. Shut down credit over to Mid Beast, taking Faker out there. Red team looking to chase after him, but the Echo does elude them for now.
On one hand, he got the red buff.
Yes. That's a tilter.
Yeah, On the other hand, he did give up like 450 gold. And the red buff.
Also a tilter.
Yeah.
But which tilter is greater?
Definitely the dying part.
You sure? Yeah. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
It
Sometimes
is.
it's about saying that's my buff.
It is. If buffs didn't transfer, then I think you should do it.
But because it did, you effectively just gave
Give
him
like
a
a mega red buff.
Yeah, just a big leash. As Seiya barely gets away. Flash coming in from Evie there once again, grabbing himself a kill in the Wukong 1v1. Oh, one more shot from the minion. Oh, they got him right in the back. I hardly knew ye, Evie. He falls down, and that's a 1-for-1.
Man, actually 6 kills on Seiya on this Wukong. I haven't even noticed how much he's been roaming around.
Yeah, look at the mobility boots going in right after the first lethality item, and he went for the Yumu's Ghostblade. He's all about the roams here on his Wukong play.
Fizz in the alcove.
Let's see if Fizz can outplay it. Up into the air, down onto the ground, right into the grave, and that's all you need to say. Alcove's not saving you from that one.
That was not the outplay I was hoping to see. The just face first into a Lee Sin R. Oh, okay.
All right. So
that's how you do it.
For anybody who might have doubted what Jat was talking about with lethality Lee Sin, that's
QRQ. Because you want to get the execute damage on the resonating strike portion of the Q.
Yep.
And that's why often Q flash and then redetonate your Q.
And as we're talking about that, the fight continues raging. Faker grabbing himself 2 kills there onto the bottom laners of the blue team. Seeing if maybe he can find something else to chase down here. Caps running away into the top side of the river. Faker, no fear here. The man does have his Zhonya's Hourglass fully complete and ready to go. Has the Oblivion Orb in inventory as well, building towards that Nashor's Tooth. So not the full-on just one-shot you Diana build. It just goes QRQ, or QRR. That was
it's now EQE.
That's right. Yeah. I have to. We got to remember to switch the buttons around.
The whole paradigm shift.
As the shutdown credit goes over to Evie here, who has had more success in the Wukong 1v1 situation. I mean, he's up on farm. He usually solo kills his opponent when they fight, but just hasn't had the same map impact that Seiya has, considering, he's got more kills. He's got more kill participation.
Yeah.
And he's looking for the roams.
It's true. Mobility boots are my recommended boot on Wukong because it's so much about getting into range just for your E and your full combo. Obviously, sometimes you need to be forced into something else, but that's usually just depression zone. I was going to bring something up about Diana, though.
Okay, what do you got?
I wonder, for a Diana one-trick, so this would be like a theoretical question for you with Skarner.
Okay.
If his R became his E and his E became his R, wouldn't you rather just rebind your keys and forget about it?
Yeah,
like should Diana one-trick just change their E and R buttons? No. Like, is the confusion of reading just your skill bar and it being out of order versus just kind of turning your brain to the past and trying to play old Diana? Obviously, like, just think of it, oh yeah, my E changed, it's now a charge. And you're still pressing the same button?
I feel like if you're mid-season and you're like pushing for a climb and trying to break a new rank or something, hit rank 1 because you are a dedicated Diana one-trick and you're obviously very good at the game in this hypothetical situation, then you change the bindings around for immediate profit.
Yeah.
But since we're still in preseason and everybody's mostly memeing anyway, you use this time to relearn and not have the reversed icon confusion later.
Let's get this Infernal. This is going to be the biggest fight of the game.
All right, red team, they're set up. Blue team's come in over here. Here comes the fight. Wukong's going to be spinning all the way around. Evie's able to find the kill onto Seiya, but the red team has Dragon first. Where will the fight go now as Red Mercy's clone goes down, but now the boxes are going to be firing those darts all over the place. Mid-piece grabbing the kill onto Wei Zhao. There is so much money popping up above everybody's heads. You thought they would have won the casino, man. Double kill over to Lee Sin on the side of the red team. Levi makes it happen, and it's 3 dead on blue, 3 dead on red, 3 Drakes for the red side.
And that's the biggest of the fight is the fact that they got the 3rd Drake, meaning they're 1 away from Infernal Soul. And the other thing that popped out to me in that fight was Faker's ult did a lot of work. So we're going to watch this one more time. Caps gets the Q, but he's not the jungler. It's actually Peanut who would need to smite steal. And Levi does a job of not only stealing it, but using his stopwatch for the Fizz ultimate. And then watching Faker, top of the screen right here. Boom, the Moonfall comes down and ends up chunking a substantial amount of damage. I think pulling the red side into the big lead.
Well, red side's now in the wrong part of a pincer attack as they try to make a play onto the blue team, but instead find themselves collapsed upon. Wei Zhao grabbing the kill onto Sao Nan. Shut down credit onto that Lee Sin of Levi. Goes over to Peanuts Fizz. Faker trying to disengage. No mana, very little health. Blue team still looking to keep on fighting this one. Evie grabbing the kill onto Wei Zhao. Meanwhile, another red body falls in the backside. Peanut grabbing the kill onto Red Mercy, who takes out Evie with his dying.
All right, keeping the gold within 2K. That's another, yeah, that was just a 3 for 3.
Yeah.
They just keep trading these kills. 43 kills, 25 minutes, only 4 turrets.
Remember what I said. This game is either going to be a dead even Fiesta bloodbath, or it's going to be over by 15 minutes. Condition 2 has obviously not been met, but Condition 1 is going pretty strong. 2,000 gold separating you 26 minutes into the game, and it's honestly even less now. It's like 1.7. That's not bad for a complete snowball-based game of Assassins.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think, and take this with a grain of salt, but
all right.
I do actually like the snowball anti-changes that were made in 9.23 where turret plates give less gold and some of the early Drakes were nerfed, because I did feel like games were snowballing too fast. And now it's still really important what you do early, but I think you're more likely to get games like this.
It's not unrecoverable.
Yes, yes. Especially as a jungler. I don't know. I'm still up a little bit. I need to jungle more to figure this out, but losing catch-up experience.
I've been loving that.
Oh, me too.
I so much enjoy being able to actually outpath the enemy jungler now and be levels up on him.
I enjoy it until I'm on the other side of it. So
no, that's just your chance to prove yourself and show you got the eye of the tiger. You got the hunger in your belly. Burning heart,
yes,
bro.
Yes, in theory, I love burning hearts. I'm on board. Practice, sometimes if your mid laner is losing and the enemy mid laner decides to stop you from jungling for like 2 minutes, you just never catch up.
Yeah.
There's just no way back in the game. It's how it feels sometimes. Obviously, there are things you can do. In fact, the biggest form of catch-up experience is killing enemy champions who are higher level than you.
Yeah.
Is the way you get back in the game. That's just not always viable. I love the spirit of the change. I love being able to actually have a level advantage mean something. I just have had some experiences where it feels like falling behind wasn't really in my control, and then I didn't have a way back in the game. We'll see.
We'll see how it plays out here in this game as well.
The way you stay ahead is double jungle funnel.
The double jungle funnel. All right, we'll keep that one in mind as we keep going. So I'm actually very tilted now looking at Sao Nan's inventory because he's just sitting on the Glacial Shroud. He never built it into an item. Essentially, I believe the rules for these kinds of game modes are you're allowed to build a defensive item as a component of an overall offensive item.
Oh.
But Faker's just saying, you know what? We don't abide rule bending around here. We don't abide Glacial Shrouds, and just pops them.
No MR in that Glacial Shroud, is there?
No, sir. Not in this neighborhood.
Turns out Diana can still burst you.
But it is a lot of CDR on the side of Sao Nan. I mean, you've got 10, 10, 10. Does Ether Wisp actually give CDR? I'm pretty sure it's only move speed.
Yeah, it's just 5%.
Yeah, it's only move speed. But then you've also... let's see what they've got here. Red team, Baron. Blue trying to stop this one. Remember, they're only going to be 4 versus 5 here for now, but Evie's able to keep himself alive, get away. Problem is, red team health bar is still very chonky. They are going to be dissuaded from going any further into that pit.
You know why? Because the Dragon Soul's coming up.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
5 seconds until soul time here for the red team. If you're blue, you got to fight for this.
Yeah, if they get this, they basically get Fire Ludens. But yeah, the fight has begun. Faker might just focus the Drake. No, he's pulling off the fight.
Red Mercy's in trouble. He barely gets himself away. Shield coming out to keep him alive. Drake is going to be secured, and that is a soul for the red side. Let's see what they can do with it now. Mercy over the wall is going to run into Caps there on accident. Caps should be able to pick up the kill here. Sun finds the mark. So far, it's a 1 for Dragon Soul, which is an easy trade for the red time every single time. Caps trying to get himself away now. Red team coming in. Caps looking to grab one in return. Faker grabbing the kill onto him, dominating as they make it 1 for 1 in terms of kills.
Yeah, there's just absolutely nothing negative about Faker's team getting a Dragon Soul here. I think when we see more pro games, there will be more teams trading a Baron for a Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
And then it's like a temporary buff versus a permanent buff, kind of how much can the team that took Baron to give up the Dragon Soul gain during the duration of the Baron. But here, when they just kind of sloppily fought over it, it was just lose-lose for the blue team because they've given up the Dragon Soul, and now it's permanent. They have
the best Drake for the Assassin team, Soul. Now they're just going to move to Baron and probably.
And remember, if this game does take another 5 minutes, if Elder does come up, this is the new preseason Elder that executes you as soon as you fall to 20% HP with a screen-shaking dragon laser, which is probably just going to annihilate these team fights.
Yeah, I think that laser is super cool. Here we go, fight.
All right, Red Mercy takes a chunk out of his clone, but that's not really too important. Midbeast going to be forced to chrono break here nice and early. Evie going in, able to find knockups onto multiple people, multiple men on the red side, but now he's going to find himself here in the middle of the fight, and he is popped. Wei Zhao makes sure of it. Midbeast also going to fall to Levi. We'll see if there's any sort of an outplay potential, but not for Sal Non here. 3 dead on the side of the blue team. The cost is Faker, but Faker alone. Peanut with a good disengage there, not allowing himself to fall. Levi takes the kill onto Caps. Peanut not having that troll pole ready to go again just yet. Tries to flash into the brush, drops some aggro, gets right back up onto the E, tries to get himself away. Red Mercy continuing to chase, but now going to deceive backwards. Red team knows they won the fight. Now they're onto the Baron.
I need a Captain Flowers ruling.
All right, what you got?
Is GA an assassin item?
Nope. GA is an anti-assassin item because it makes you not die.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
That's my official ruling. I don't have a gavel to bang on anything, but if I did, I'd be doing it.
Okay, that's fair. I just needed to make sure. They're going to get the Baron. I also wanted to make a comment about Elder Drake.
Okay, what do you got?
I am very glad that it has been changed into such a visceral, powerful shot.
Same.
Because in many ways, the old Elder Dragon was just as powerful, if not more. People completely underestimated how much effectively that burn added to a fight.
Plus the bonus stats.
Yeah, oftentimes it was more than 20% of your health that was done by this Elder Dragon burn, but people just didn't notice it. Now, you very obviously notice what is contributing, and people are appreciating the power of the buff, even though in some situations it could actually be less powerful. So it's just better. I mean, whenever you can tell what's happening, it's better than not telling what's happening.
There's a pretty big difference between this little orange thingy burning on you and a giant dragon spreading its wings and blasting you into oblivion, as Midbeast might find himself in a tough spot here. Uses the chrono break to get himself away. Zhonya's going to block that Fizz ulti. Faker keeping himself alive, does have the shield working right now, but Wei Zhao's grabbing a kill onto Evie. There comes your disengage kick, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Wukong's able to find the spin into the back lines here with the blue team. Oh, Sal Non, he's in the statue, but he's not going to stay there for long. Seiya looking to clean up the last one. Peanut's trying to find some sort of counterplay. He will get a counter kill out of it, but he falls in the meantime, and the red team just did not give us that Elder.
Yeah, they can get it if they want it, but do they want it?
I
It is
want it.
really fun to be a Fed Assassin when the other team is soft banned from defensive items.
Yeah.
So I could see a situation where they don't end on this Baron push and they do get the Elder in 2 minutes.
You gotta end the game in style. You gotta make sure you win with the Elder, all 3 enemy inhibitors down, all 11 turrets taken, leave no room for question.
Yeah, especially if, this will never happen, but especially if blue team is all kind of clumped up and then Faker gets the moonfall, Penta Elder, that would be.
So if that happens, let's say Faker does that, the beam hits them all at the same time. Does one dragon shoot 5 lasers, or does 5 different dragons spawn at the same time?
I have no idea. So I think from when I've seen it, I've only seen videos of it actually. I've played a lot of games. I still haven't seen Elder. We're gonna see.
Well, Faker just decided to remove Peanut from the game. So Evie's now decided to do the same thing to Red Mercy.
Yeah.
So 1 for 1 so far. Let's see if Evie can get himself away here. Well, he's just going to get smacked by Seiya. So that's an easy second pick up there for the red side. 3 still standing here on blue, but that's a pretty tall order to defend.
Yeah, 30 seconds till Elder. I think the wings spawn in the direction of the beam. So I think you get 5 sets of dragons spawning at the same time.
So they all just go woo, wah, 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 wah.
I am guessing that is what happens.
Now I feel like we need to find 8 people and test this as the red side tries to make a play onto the enemy support. Faker goes in, just says, see you later. Sal Non's barely walking away back to the base. He's trying to bait Faker to go just a little bit too far in here. The minions are on the march. These Nexus turrets have got to be defended, and pings are coming out from the blue side onto the Elder Drake. They know what Red's been waiting for.
Levi wants it.
They know what the red team's waiting for here. Ping's coming out from both teams now. Levi's already into the pit. He's got Wei Zhao helping him.
Okay. Faker's got a Spellbinder now, so he is max Diana with Double Infernal, with Infernal Soul,
with Elder,
and with
coming
Elder.
up.
Even the Wukong can one-shot.
They're just goofing off.
Come on,
they're not even taking it. What are they doing?
Why are... Okay, what's happening? They're chatting. So Evie said wait. Midbeast said wait.
Oh, they want to fight.
Okay, we come.
They're agreeing to have a gentleman's battle for the Drake.
Because if you kill the Drake, the possibility of a comeback is still there.
Yeah.
Because it's not like the old one where it's more powerful with how many elementals you have.
Yeah.
It's still a real fight. So
we've got the gentleman's agreement. Red team does have the vision control over the Drake pit bottom side river area.
If you're really a gentleman, you let the other team win. But no one does that.
Everything
they
has
just
its
wait
limits.
in a bush.
All kindness has its limits, my friend. And Seiya's grabbing the kill onto Caps. The fight breaks out, but it's over before it even starts. Evie tries to go into the spin, but Red Mercy's grabbing the kill onto Sao Nan. Wei Zhao goes unstoppable. Midbeast is down. Peanut is gone. Good lord, it's a 5-for-0. They aren't even going to get the dragon.
No.
Minions are going to end it.
Yeah, they're going to do it. I mean, we still got the fight. That's fine.
We got the fight. I wanted 5 lasers, man.
So did I. We'll get it. We'll get it one day. Maybe in World Finals, Game 5.
World Finals.
Yeah.
TSM versus G2.
The Pentakick.
Game 5 Elder Drake.
G2. Preposterous that G2 could make it 2 years in a row, Flower.
Well, at least we got to have some high kill action here. It ended up being 24-43, so we got 67 kills between these two teams on the Assassins. That was fun.
It was fun. I was actually impressed by the burst damage of Faker's Diana. I'm actually the power of that pick coming through. Obviously, whenever you watch Faker play something, you never really power level of it because it is Faker.
Yeah,
so,
you have to take it with a little bit of extra consideration.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I was looking at is he ended up with 30 ADR, and his E is on a 9.8 second cooldown. So you can actually get pretty low overall. 6.3 seconds on the shield, 4.2 on the Q, and then Moonfall goes down to 50.4 at that point. So that's not bad. It's pretty spammable.
Yeah. It might be a more viable pro pick now. Instead of just the... I mean, you can still do the one-shot stuff afterwards, depending on the other team. But we'll see how much that affects like early lane ganks or ability to follow up. But overall, that was a pretty good Assassin game. I'm glad that at least we got to the 30 or 40 minutes of the game rather than it being like the KR versus CN match that we saw earlier, which was just like 17,000 gold really early on in the game.
The score was 30-8 at one point. Like it's just not. It's not League of Legends anymore. It's just let's pick on these guys. But blue team gave it a fighting chance. They were in there for a while. It was actually really even early on. We got to see the pop-off from Evie and the Wukong 1v1 at the top. But Seiya honestly did a really great job of saying, all right, you know what? You're the stronger Wukong right now. I'm just going to go monkey around somewhere else.
Yeah, and we got to see Caps 5-0 start.
Fortunate after something else happened after that point.
5-0 start was great.
My memory's a little fuzzy. Something happened there, but yeah, overall that was a really fun one. But for a breakdown of that match and to wrap up the day, let's go ahead and send things over to the analysts.
We've got nothing either. We don't know what happened. That was so funny. Getting the Red Assassins, they won. I think that's an awesome
The Red
name.
Assassin.
Yeah, that's what they're called. It's actually a great name. So what was your favorite moment, Dracos?
What you mean, Sean? What you mean?
You know, like
favorite
your
moment?
favorite moment.
My favorite moment was
we got
when
the What You Mean crew here.
Yeah.
When the cameras came to us. That was my favorite moment.
Yeah. What you mean? Oh, you weren't expecting that when the What You Mean came back at you. No, I enjoyed the way that Caps came out the gate, kind of firing on all cylinders on the Lee Sin. You know, that made it very exciting. The action started kind of right from the get-go.
What do we think about the rosters, though? Because it is assassin mode, but then some people started building defensive items, and some people, like, Levi played his Lee Sin that he always plays. I mean, I want to see the Zeds, you know?
What?
I want to see those.
Well, it's still unclear to me what exactly you mean. I will say that I was pretty upset at Red Mercy for picking Shaco, because I think Shaco boxes are like the most anti-assassin fun thing ever, because it just instantly interrupts anything you're trying to do. But then
there was a glacial shroud built, and I think it's always balanced in the world by Salmon here. Because building armor items, that's the least. That's even less assassin-y than AP Shaco boxes.
Okay, we didn't show it, but early on in the Wukong v Wukong 1v1, Evie got the first solo kill in that lane by hitting level 6 with his clone, killing the cannon minion while he was gap closing to get the ultimate on the other side. It was a pretty slick 1v1, but Seiya recovered fantastically and ended up putting up quite a Wukong performance himself.
That was basically the story of the entire red team, because Caps was slapping Faker around for a little bit, top lane was getting slapped around, bot lane, and then all of a sudden, in mid game, they all started getting solo kills back.
All right, and we did get to see the soul come out. 4 Drakes were collected by the red assassins, and then as the casters mentioned, the Elder Dragon fight happened, but because it was a clean ace, no Elder Dragon necessary to close it out.
Yeah, I was quite impressed by how in the end the Red Assassins accelerated, because as we said already, it's not exactly the mode in which when you're ahead you can just push down the towers or siege or just accelerate the game too much, but they finally did it thanks to all the dragons. I mean, that helps.
Right, I think a lot of people look at Assassins as the type of champion that can snowball a game, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can come in a typical 1v or a 5v5 Summoner's Rift. It's like, oh, the Zed's super ahead. He can just kind of do whatever he wants. But in a situation where anyone's left up, it's very hard to siege a turret or to position around, you know, a globe. What do you, don't you, I see the smile.
Don't do it.
I see the smile. That's why I feel like the segment should just go back and forth between the two of us.
Doofuses can just
we
sit
avoid
here
asking them any questions.
I don't know what you mean, because you can just keep diving turrets with the assassin comp. You think you're not safe under a turret when it's Diana.
Yeah, it's also unclear
you
what
just
he
keep
means
killing
when
them.
he used Zed as an example, and Zed was not.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Zed is an assassin.
Yeah, but I mean, assassins are different, right? Like Shaco's an assassin.
You know who we should talk about?
Who?
The player.
We should talk about the Oppo player of the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Do you know
gonna
who
ask
that is? Do you know who that is?
No, I have no
It's
idea.
Faker. Faker for his recovery in the mid lane on that Diana. Yes, he took a bit of a beating early on, but came back to lead his team, the Red Assassins, to victory.
absolutely deleting people after a
And doing it on the new Diana for us.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, disappointing if someone like Faker would not be Oppo player of the game in the assassin mode. So doing his job, Dracos.
Yeah, I'd say I'm more disappointed that Caps wasn't player of the game, you know, as an E representative. But no, Faker popped off. I think new Diana looks crazy strong.
Yeah.
I'm so used to the E, the Poland, doing literally nothing from her entire existence up to that point. So now seeing it do insane burst damage is wild. One more, Mark. Thank you. We're good.
So what inspired this actually? Why are you?
Yeah,
what's
what the
this
heck
look?
is
What
going
is
on?
going on? I know it's All-Star.
There's
but
not
like,
much of a joke to explain.
Yeah, because
because there isn't much of a joke.
Because the romance between Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake in the early 2000s / late 90s was not a joke, and this is what we're paying tribute to before we go to early 2000s pop night.
Were you aware of that?
I thought I was K-Fed.
Do you know the age group of people that watch us? Nobody will know what you're talking about.
I more feel like they were just trying to make our jobs difficult.
I think so too.
They're
and
succeeding in that.
Have you ever discovered that you and a friend own a similar article of clothing and wanted to match? Have you ever known that joy?
I don't think that's ever
He just
been
doesn't
the-
know what we mean.
No, he has no idea.
You're right.
No idea
I've
what we
never
mean.
felt what you feel right now, and I'm not sure I want to.
No, but what we can't talk about is the 1v1 tournament. Of course, today we whittled it down all the way to the semifinals, and just 4 people left, and the round of 8 was quite exciting. There were 4 EU players going into it, but only 1 coming out, and that was Bwipo.
Yeah, we did lose our defending champion in Caps, but Bwipo has put on a show, in my opinion. I think Mark and I both kind of agree the champions that he's come out with have been extraordinarily exciting to watch. A different one every single time.
Yeah, it's been interesting that some players like Bwipo, came out with the Rengar and on all the different champions. Then there's Uzi, who just always picks Vayne. He also said, I want to show more of my Vayne, but I'm excited to see how everything will develop. Mickey misplayed it a little bit. Jankos got counterpicked.
Yeah. Kobe called it out, too. He wants to see if anyone throughout the remainder of the tournament can force the Shy to keep both of his hands glued to the mouse and the keyboard, because in every single 1v1, he seems to be spending 50% of his time, fixing his hair or whatever, because he doesn't seem pressured.
It's so easy for him.
I guess you'd have to not let him recall either, because
Yeah.
he'll just moment he can.
Yeah, exactly. Keep him on the map.
As soon as he's back in base.
Who's the panel's money on for who's going to take it?
Ooh. I think it's hard to vote against Uzi.
Really?
Really?
I'm going to Shy.
I think it's hard to vote against Uzi because the guy's already done it twice. He's felt the pressure of the finals before. He has shown us that even on his champions like the ADCs, where sometimes they can be vulnerable, he'll still find his way to victory.
Yeah, it's hard to take away from the Shy though. The Shy is really insane on a
What does the Shy play into Uzi that beats him?
He bans 80 carries and he plays.
So you're banning Vayne, Tristana,
and Varus.
Maybe Varus, maybe.
And then what do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's really hard to know 100% what he thinks is good because there was the 1v1 tournament in the LPL and there was like a Conqueror
And this is all assuming then that Uzi can't win on a non-ADC.
Yeah, exactly. Probably.
Just saying.
Yeah.
If he can win on anything else, then yeah, he's going to win the whole thing. My entire assumption is based on a small champion.
But it feels like we're all pretty aligned that it's looking like maybe an Uzi the Shy finals.
Yeah. I think anything else would be an
No,
you got some different thoughts?
Well, clearly I'm going to vote for Bwipo in the final, and he's going to win the whole thing. I'm biased like that.
I think that's who I'm like kind of rooting for.
He's
but
fun.
I just have more.
He's more fun.
He's fun.
The picks are way more interesting.
Yeah.
Let's talk about tomorrow because it's not just the 1v1 semis and finals that are coming your way. We return to wrap up the week with another tandem mode match featuring the likes of Uzi God, Stan Zim, Shrimp Uke, and Pally. Should have read those names before I had to do it just now. All that before we get the conclusion of TFT and the 1v1 tournaments alongside some Earth. And we get the Tyler v. Kobe push-up challenge.
Woo!
I am so excited that I did not lose that bet because I'm pretty sure Tyler 1's going to crush Kobe.
You're just gonna watch?
Oh, I'm
very
gonna.
close
I'm gonna be cheering Tyler 1 on. I'm gonna be in his camp.
What are the odds for Kobe winning that one?
Yeah,
like 1 to 3,000.
The Vegas odds. The 3,000. It's a big payout.
People at home.
So if you want to walk away a winner, you put your money on Kobe. But if you missed any action, the rebroadcast of All Stars Day 2 does go up at 7 a.m. PST, so you can watch that and then tune in for the finals. But now.
Hey, are you going to hog all the copy? I just want to read something too.
You can read something.
Okay.
It had my name on it.
I said
It had my name on it.
I was told it was dual hosting. I was told it was dual hosting.
Succeeded in dividing us.
Myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the 2019 All-Star event. Good night.
What you mean?
What you mean?
I got a giant thing.
Get me out, dude.
It really was. Dr. Zale. It's actually not Drazale.
Yeah, it was Dr. Zale. They forgot to put the space.
Yes.
Tenemos para comprar uno, ¿no? Oh my god.
Trên top kìa.
Snowball. This is the fight that's going to end it all, and it's... Oh, he got it! It's enough for Jankos. The dunk was heavy enough.
This guy's just going to wait.
Oh, there's no way through this.
He's just BMing him.
Urge the Aurelia. She knows. He's going to go. This could be the damage. All he needs, he gets away from the stun. And Bwipo shuts him down. That was such a smart play.
뭐 이 정도 형. 완벽히 나. 거의야. 에? 오호. 나이스. 온다 랜턴.
봐 이거 찰게. 괜찮아 이긴 듯?
이겼다. 저까지 텔 댐. Broken. Strong.
Oh, there you go.
I got nothing. Oh, we got finger.
Let's go. Nice.
Finger. GG boys. GG.